Hang Xingwang, a corporate slave, unlocks the ultimate freedom system. The more he indulges, the richer he gets. From worker to boss, he crushes simps and rises as a godly tycoon. Our story starts with Hang Xingwang trying to get 2 days off work to deal with a family emergency from his boss, who could not care less if he tried. He even promised to make up for any work he might miss when he returned. He just really needed a few days. Without even looking up from his phone, the manager asserted that their department was short-staffed. Except for special circumstances like funerals, no other leave would be approved. The cause of the manager's distraction was the pretty lady dancing on a live stream. That's right, he's one of those coomers. Not an ordinary one, mind you. The manager was a high roller, the type who donates tons of cash to his favorite streams. As soon as he sent that rocket ship, the live stream burst with energy as the music and dancing got more intense. Meanwhile, Xingwang was still pouring his heart out for his sick mother, who needed someone to take care of her. The cruel manager suggested that Xingwang's father should take care of the mom. If that was not possible, then nearby relatives should take the role. If Xingwang's mother was in critical condition, the request might have been approved. Just then, the pretty lady on the stream thanked her big brother, the manager, for sending a rocket worth a lot of money. Seeing this bum of a boss who does not care about the well-being of his employees, Xingwang's anger rose. With his condescending tone, the manager insisted that Xingwang should make a few sacrifices to climb the ladder instead of making excuses to leave. In their new media industry, timeliness is crucial. If someone breaks the news first, their department's performance will suffer. So, Xingwang proposed working from home while staying in touch the whole time. But the manager was too unforgiving for that. He was tired of persuading Xingwang and just outright told him to quit. All he had to do was settle up with finance and get out. Unfortunately, Xingwang graduated from a third-tier university, and the company had just taken him in due to demand. Most of their applicants were from first-tier universities, and he had always been expendable. Trends won't wait, and neither will his job. The manager strongly advised Xingwang to think it over before he insisted on leaving again. So, that's precisely what he did. Xingwang lit up a cig and thought. His deliberation was interrupted by the blaring noise of his phone's ringtone. On the other end of the line was his dad asking if he could come back home. You see, Mom's medical fees haven't been settled yet. The hospital had been flexible enough, but any more delays would be a problem. Dad had been making excuses for a few days now, and the hospital was putting its foot down for the payment. They could either pay up or be discharged. This understandably put Dad in a very tough position. On the other end of the line, Xingwang was starting to catch the vibe that his dad was hiding some serious financial problems back home. He asserted that he would be back in a few days and would help with the medical fees. But being a traditional man, Dad assured him that he had already borrowed some funds from friends and relatives, along with the medical insurance to cover everything. Still, Xingwang wanted to cover the shortfall, as he didn't want his family to owe anything to relatives. As the eldest son, he wanted to handle this financial mess. However, Dad did not want to burden his newly graduated son with working in a city with a high cost of living. He just wanted Xingwang to live for himself and not worry about them back home. Well, he's been working for a year and a half with a monthly salary of 5,000. He shares a bunk bed with a roommate and lives a frugal life. Despite that, he only managed to save 50,000. At least this much should be enough to cover the debts from his mom's medical expenses for a while. Hang Xingwang had lived for over 20 years without stepping out of line. Today, he was going to change that. He steeled his resolve to resign from a crappy, inhumane company and take his talents elsewhere. So, his next destination was the Human Resources Department. 20 minutes later, his status had been officially changed to unemployed. He did it out of his own will, but not having a job anymore painted a bitter smile on his face. In this current job market and economic climate, quitting his livelihood without another job lined up was reckless, to say the least. But he was bailed out upon unlocking the ultimate freedom system for deciding against his ancestors' wishes. Quitting his job rewarded Xingwang with 88,088 yuan, or approximately $12,000. Xingwang stopped in his tracks. He was just minding his own business when the golden text prompt appeared in front of him. At first he thought someone was playing a video on full blast nearby, to the point of buzzing inside his brain. But the interface in front of him explained that he should check his reward money and indulge freely. The more he spends, the more money he can get. The rich get richer. With his shaking hands, he carefully took his phone out of his pocket. The notification read that 88,888 yuan had been successfully deposited into his account. At first, the skeptic in him wondered if this was some type of new age scam or something. But the text message was official, and the money in his account had actually increased. With 138,888 yuan to his name, his painstakingly saved-up funds had ballooned. The system assured its master not to doubt his awakening. All he had to do now was start living it up to his heart's content. Xingwang would never have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. After checking his account, he actually found the mentioned amount of money in his account. There was no doubt now. He had really awakened the system. Now, all that was left was to figure out how everything worked and see if this system of absolute freedom could really help him. It was necessary to test everything in practice. His thoughts were interrupted by a woman's voice asking what he was thinking about. The girl who called out to him was Haowen, a blogger with 8 million fans. She wanted to know if he'd prepared her stream schedule. Haowen had 8 million fans for a reason. Her beauty and charm had tremendous power. At the sight of her, Xingwang's thoughts drifted away, and he didn't even hear what she said. Noticing his confusion, Haowen asked if he finally saw his older sister as a girl. Xingwang took it as a joke as usual. Throwing herself at him, Haowen said that she needed more operational resources because recently, the highest-paying fans had been paying less. Before that, Xingwang had always managed her streaming broadcasts. Online, she was known as the most attractive dance goddess. In real life, however, she was quite friendly and not arrogant at all. Also, her flaw as well as her strength was that she liked to joke around. That had been the case before, but now he had quit and wasn't responsible for it. He informed Haowen that the company would find her another manager. The girl worriedly asked why he had made such a sudden decision. Xingwang sympathized with her to some extent. Although she didn't look down on others, she treated him even better because he was her operator in the company. He was also the easiest person for her to work with. But now their roads were parting, and there was nothing to add here. In our hero's opinion, he finally became fully aware of reality. But Haowen did not plan to give up so easily. Using her witchy, sorry girl charms, she said she preferred to work with him and wouldn't trust anyone else. Xingwang's sanity was gone in an instant. He realized that he was charmed, but he wasn't going to lose so easily. At the same time, Haowen was trying to understand why Xingwang was acting so strange today. Usually, he always played along with her, but not this time. In a saddened voice, she asked if he really wanted to leave her. This might have worked on the old Xingwang, but now our hero was a completely different person. He wasn't going to be fooled by her pretense. Xingwang replied that he wanted to take a long vacation. Haowen started trying to seduce him with her charm again. And to be honest, she was quite good at it. Xingwang was having a hard time. However, it was already a foregone conclusion. He had a system with which he could become a billionaire. With that kind of money, he could get 10 of these beauties. After finally coming to his senses, Xingwang replied that Haowen should fix her nose makeup, as it looked a little crooked to him. Haowen, who had never heard such a thing in her life, was shocked. It seemed impossible to her, but she rushed to check it out in person anyway. Eventually, Haowen began to think that Xingwang's words were true, and her makeup on her nose was indeed a bit crooked. The broadcast was going to start soon, so there was very little time to fix this. At the same time, a system notification appeared in front of Xingwang, in which the system expressed its admiration for his determination. He refused to be a chain dog and was able to express his sincere feelings. For this, he received a reward of 23,001. Xingwang was once again shocked. He had done such a small thing and already received such a large sum. What could he get if he made his former boss crawl on his knees? But it was too early to think about that for now. Just like last time, he received the money into his account again. His balance was already 162,000 yen. Now Xingwang understood what absolute freedom meant. Now he could no longer be afraid to be himself. He could do whatever he wanted and get paid for it. What could be better than that? That day another devil was born on Earth. The beauty actually thanked him for pointing out her crooked nose. She also accepted that he was going his own way now, but was looking forward to a chance to work together in the future. This gorgeous woman actually wished him the best for his career instead of acting furious for being exposed. She was way too calm. Xingwang wondered if she was faking this nice act, or if she was just like this naturally. In addition, she even invited him to a farewell dinner treat for mentoring her on the technical side of things for so long. Haowen even offered to help him look for a new job with her connections to some industry bosses, believing in his top-notch skills. With the time they spent together before, she knew that he did not come from the best university. Maybe she was not conniving at all. Perhaps she was actually a decent human being. So, Xingwang reversed the invitation and offered to treat her to dinner instead. She was naturally worried that he would be struggling financially though. He laughed and used his departure as an excuse to stop being stingy. They might work together in the future, so this dinner could be considered an advance thanks. She smiled as she realized that he was already leaving when they hadn't had the chance to know each other at all. Since Xingwang had already packed up and was ready to head out, dinner after work should be perfect. Xingwang exited the building with a livelier pep in his step. He was born anew and was ready to experience the world on a whole new level. Before, if he could walk, he would never take the bus or subway. If he could take public transport, he would never take a taxi. If he worked overtime until 11, he would share a ride with someone. But looking at his bank account and the endless possibilities that had opened up to him, that might start to change. Even sharing rides in the dead of the night was a luxury for him in his daily life. So today, he would take the most expensive ride on the app and splurge properly on what he could not afford before. It did not take too long for a clean-looking silver car to pull up near him. The driver was personable and even wore a suit. This is what you get if you order a DD Premium ride. Xingwang's system quietly rewarded him with another 50,000 for being generous and taking a ride without looking at the price. Looking at the car, its sleek lines and the smooth sound of its engine could make anyone's blood boil with excitement. He remembered waiting for other people to share a ride with him, sometimes until after midnight, just to save a few bucks. His current situation was light years away from that. He had truly made a gigantic leap in social class. From today onwards, he would be a different person. The driver smiled and politely directed him to get in the car. His destination was confirmed to be the Baoxing Road intersection, a place called Liaoxiang Jinbing Pancake Shop, to be specific. Upon confirmation, the driver stepped on the gas and drove to the location. In the backseat, Xingwang gladly enjoyed the feeling of acceleration in an expensive vehicle. Smoke billowed from the tailpipe, and the driver showed off his impressive driving skills. With their speed, it did not take too long to reach Xingwang's destination. He got out of the car with a newfound sense of self, confident to take on anything now that he had unlocked a cheat code for reality and capitalism. The elderly lady working in the pancake shop practically knew him at this point. She also knew that his order was usually a jianbing without egg and sausage. But this time was different. He wanted the egg. In fact, he could afford all the eggs he wanted. But 2 should be enough. Also, he wanted 2 pure meat sausages. None of those lousy starch sausages. The people around him were impressed by his lavish order. When Xingwang had a monthly salary of 5,000, he spent 800 on rent and limited himself to 20 yuan a day on food. An 8 yuan plain jianbing saved him from starvation multiple times. But he never dared to add eggs. Today, he could go all out and splurge on a meal. Just lining up to eat something worth 15 yuan was already a level up for Xingwang. He wanted the people around him to feel envy and jealousy as soon as they saw his 2 eggs and pure meat sausage. That's precisely what happened. The ladies blushed, and the dudes wondered when they could flex their eggs and sausages like this. This little stunt of making a significant leap from his impoverished living standards earned him another 20K from the system. Walking away from the stall while munching on good food, Xingwang enjoyed the beautiful afternoon with a satisfied smile on his face. He promised himself that he would add 5 eggs to his order next time. Back in his days as a student, Xingwang was so broke that he could not afford any kind of entertainment. After he got into the workforce, not only did he not have enough money, but he also lost all his time. These days, he doesn't even know what normal people do to be entertained. Walking aimlessly, he found himself near a familiar building. Suddenly, an idea struck inside his head like Jimmy Neutron having a brain blast. How could he forget about it? Now that he had plenty of money, he could live like one of those rich pricks who shop at the mall without looking at price tags. He still needed to treat Howen to dinner tonight. And as far as he knew, high-end restaurants pay close attention to dress codes these days. His current wardrobe just won't cut it. The quality of his clothes is not nearly up to rich society's standards. So, he entered the shopping mall and resolved to do what he had never gotten to do. Amidst the crowd, he looked at the shops and their storefronts in boundless confusion. He had unknowingly entered one of those massive malls filled with the scent of luxury. Every store had brand names written in English, and he could barely understand what he was looking at. Xingwang came into this place with the intention of splurging cash, and now he didn't even know where or how to start. He immediately tried to find a familiar brand, something like Adidas. But those kinds of stores weren't up to this mall's standards. Xingwang stopped himself from looking around cluelessly like a bumpkin. Despite his cheat code in life, he was still looking at things small-mindedly when he could just go all out without consequences. He was attracted by the premium-looking storefront of Louis Vuitton. The attendants inside the store took note of the new customer and pushed the task of assisting Xingwang to one another. The senior attendant clocked Xingwang as soon as he entered the establishment. Her rich experience in customer service led her to assess the young man by his current getup. His hair wasn't professionally styled. He was wearing a bunch of junk. His phone was an old model, and most of his clothes were discount goods from street stalls. In other words, a broke boy had been spotted. The attendants had a non-verbal agreement to not assist someone who would never be able to afford what they were selling. Xingwang slowly caught up to this fact when he entered, and not a single attendant attended to him. Sure, he admitted that he might look like a broke boy right now, but their snobbishness was too obvious and nefarious. So he spoke up and explained that he was tired from work and didn't have time to browse. He just wanted to pick something worth 150,000 and be done with his shopping. But since these pompous sales ladies wanted to waste his time by acting high and mighty, maybe he would just go to the Hermes store next door. Hearing his threat, the attendants were alarmed. They might have foolishly misread a customer. So, every single attendant quickly flocked towards the young man. They showered him with pretty smiles while asking what he was looking for. Some even offered to sit him down and have some tea while browsing through the store's collection. This was one of the first instances of Xingwang learning that money really does talk, and it speaks volumes. By the time he was done shopping, he was already dripped out with flashy new clothes. His aura had undoubtedly gone up. He also learned that the service for wealthy people in luxury stores was undoubtedly first class. You don't even have to carry your bags. Someone carries them for you. The girl assigned to carry his stuff cheerfully and politely invited him to participate in a jewelry appreciation event at the end of the month, and he promised to come if he had time. She also proposed that they could just have his bags delivered to his residence for convenience. He refused to do it that way as he preferred to do things himself. With that said, he took the bags from the lady. With a refreshing smile and brilliant energy, the lady wished him well respectfully. On the way out of the shopping mall, Xingwang overheard some ladies talking about not being able to afford staple luxury brands like LV and Hermes. He looked at his wardrobe pickups and smiled. Yesterday, he wouldn't even dream of buying something so expensive. Today, he couldn't wait to spend more. The system watched him spend 3 years' worth of his previous salary in one go. This was his first big sum achievement, and it came with a 660,000 win reward, or approximately 90,000. Indeed, spending more leads to earning even more. From being a penny-pinching broke boy, he was now only a little bit away from becoming a millionaire. All he needed to do was work hard and live it up luxuriously. Xingwang now could not be stingy, and if before he would choose some cheap fast food, now he chose the most expensive restaurant in the city, Lingwei Western. For such a restaurant, our hero of course dressed appropriately. His appearance, probably for the first time in his life, was bright and luxurious. At the entrance, he was immediately met by a beautiful waitress, and she offered to guide the Honorable Mr. Hang to the reserved private room. Xingwang arrived a little early and Hao Wen was still busy with her work, so he was going to wait for her at the entrance. But the waitress assured him that there was no need for important guests like him to wait here. The private room was separated from the main hall and he could relax there, have a couple of desserts while he waited for his friends. Such a reception in such a prestigious place was quite unusual for Xingwang. Indeed, clothes make the man. When he entered this private room, the desserts and tea were already on the table and he could help himself. If he wanted anything else, he could just ring the bell. The waitress wasn't going to disturb our hero's rest, and he could enjoy his meal. The view from the private room was really breathtaking. The evening city was especially good. This was the first time Xingwang had seen the city from the height of the 40th floor. In today's day, our hero had firmly convinced in practice that as long as one had money, he could enjoy the best service. And what's more, as long as you have money, you can stand at heights inaccessible to others. Now all those long-held fantasies and dreams that Xingwang had could finally come true. But before all that, he hurriedly transferred some money home, a little so as not to shock his father. It was only 100,000. If his father had any questions about the origin of the money, our hero could simply justify that it was savings from a part-time job. It would be believable, and his father and mother wouldn't be too shocked. While our hero was relaxing at the restaurant, Howen was sweating and working hard. She was performing custom dances, and the donations were pouring in, giving her no time for rest. There's a reason her broadcast got so many views. You know what I mean. Xingwang forwarded the location and the name of the restaurant. But of course she didn't read the messages because she was live streaming. Fans sent her one donation rocket after another, and Howen was grateful to them all. But it was time to wrap it up. That was all for today, and viewers will be able to see the follow-up tomorrow. Finally, this madness was over, and a tired and sweaty Howen could sit down and rest. Unfortunately, such a desirable moment of rest for her did not last long. Almost immediately, her friends came over. They wanted to go out to dinner together. Haowen had to disappoint them, as she had her own plans for the evening. One of her friends immediately suspected that something was going on, and Haowen was keeping a very important detail from her. Who was she going to have dinner with? Did she have a serious rich fan? Haowen had to disappoint her. She should stop talking nonsense. She already knows this guy herself. It's just Xingwang. The friends were surprised that Haowen still thinks about this loser and agreed to meet him after he left work. She definitely has feelings for him, no matter how hard she tries to hide it. Haowen again advised them to stop talking nonsense. She's just grateful to him that Xingwang helped her a lot when he was an operator at the company. Now that he's left the company, it's just a farewell dinner. Besides, he'll treat. Hearing the key word that he would treat, the girls also wanted to go with her. It wasn't a date, so Haowen didn't mind. Besides, they would probably eat something simple, and it wouldn't be too expensive for Xingwang. But if the friends wanted something expensive, they would pay for it separately. The blonde-haired friend was fine with it. She had a long day and was willing to treat herself a little. Xinhua wanted to go too, and didn't want to take advantage of others at all. At least that's what she said. In fact, Xinhua just knew that Xingwang was so stingy that he didn't even add an egg to his pancake. She was very curious about what kind of fancy restaurant he could take them to for dinner. Of course, Haowen couldn't read the minds of her greedy friends, so she suggested they meet in the parking lot after she took off her makeup. Soon they walked down to the parking lot together, where Haowen's brand new car was parked. That evening, they were lucky, and no one blocked it. Jiang Qingqing had to admit that it had become difficult for her to get advertising contracts recently, and she didn't know when she would be able to buy a similar car. Haowen suggested that she try to become a dance streamer, but Jiang Qingqing knew herself too well. It was too tiring for her. After all, she didn't have the stamina like Haowen to dance from morning to night. Instead, her strategy was to wait for good big brother to propose to her and pull her out of this damned industry. Xinhua immediately brought her down to earth. Jiang Qingqing wanted too much. In their industry, it's good enough not to get taken advantage of by big brothers. Yet she dreams of someone from them to save her. Jiang Qingqing just wanted to dream a little. Xinhua had nothing against it. She could dream all she wanted. But could she be so naive and believe that Haowen had bought herself a fancy car just by dancing on the streaming service? Xinhua was sure that she must have slept with many big brothers. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't have become a top 1 company star. Definitely not just because of her cute look. Finally, Xinhua came to her senses after all her dirty guesses and asked where they were going to have dinner. As soon as Haowen pulled out her phone to check, she just froze with a strangely startled expression on her face. It was smugly remarked by Xinhua, certain that the place was so shabby that even her love-struck friend was shocked. Thank you guys for watching. If you enjoyed it, then do likes for part 2. Also like and subscribe for more. And stay tuned for next part. As soon as Haowen pulled out her phone to check, she just froze with a strangely startled expression on her face. It was smugly remarked by Xinhua, certain that the place was so shabby that even her love-struck friend was shocked. But she was wrong. The place they were invited to was called Ling Wai, and there was a restaurant with the same name. It was located in the Jingwu building. This restaurant was known for being a super famous and popular restaurant with 3 Michelin stars. Even the most modest dinner in such a place cost over 3,000 per person. But even that wasn't the main problem. It was the fact that it was very difficult to get a reservation because of the popularity of the place. Qin Qingqing found it hard to imagine that a cheapskate like Hung could invite them there. Could it be that he had secretly got a promotion and that was why he quit his previous job? Xinhua assumed it was just some cheap restaurant in the same building. Some people like to post locations near famous places to show off and confuse others. Haowen didn't believe her jealous friend and advised her not to be so quick to judge. As far as she knows, Heng is not that kind of vain person. But Xinhua was still sure that Heng would soon embarrass himself and Haowen would change her wrong opinion of him. Finally, they got into the car and agreed to go and see. Through the night city with no traffic, they drove quite fast. Jiang Qingqing had to admit that Haowen's new car was stable and had strong shock resistance, what her old car could not boast of at all. Xinhua was more restrained in her reaction. She even advised her friend to take advantage of her opportunities. She is a beauty blogger, and there are many rich people on her live streams from whom she could get some resources. All she needs to do is lower her collar a little and use soft voice. Then the gifts will fall on her. No matter it's dance or beauty, all she has to do is lower her standards a little, and the rich fans will send rockets of gifts. Then Jiang Qingqing won't have to worry about getting advertising contracts. However, Jiang Qingqing herself did not like such offers at all. Besides, most of her viewers were girls. Xinhua was not going to insist. If it suits her and she can earn money without resorting to such methods, then let it stay that way. It's not like anyone wants to resort to such a thing for nothing. Xinhua also wished that some rich guy would actually want to marry her, and then she would be ready to become a full-time housewife with no regrets. The only thing that was bothering her now was that Hao Wen was silent. Was she really looking down on all of them? But as soon as she thought about it, Hao Wen spoke up. She thought a little differently. If a couple is together only because of momentary attraction, and the girl is not financially independent, then she will be in a vulnerable position in the family, and will have no right to speak. And then the way the rich guy lives with her will be the same way he might live with someone else. So as long as a man has money, he will always have young girls around him that he can change at will. This was not a situation Heian wanted to be in. To Sinuo, her words did not sound very honest. She wished Heian would stop pretending to be all high and mighty. After all, she actually dances more provocatively than anyone else on her live streams. In reality, Heian just wanted to be self-reliant and earn as much as she could while she still could. A man might betray her, but money never. Finally, they arrived at the parking lot beneath the restaurant, and Heian stepped forward confidently. But Jiang Qingqing hurriedly stopped her, eager to double-check the location of the place Hong had invited them to once again. Even with Hao Wen's high monthly income, she probably wouldn't want to spend a lot of money here. What if Hang just gave her the wrong address? Shernua agreed with her completely. It was embarrassing for her to walk into a high-end restaurant and then shamefully leave because they didn't have a reservation there. What if one of their viewers recognized them and posted a video of it online, and then they would lose followers? So Hao Wen decided to call Hang to find out for sure. But all she got was a dial tone and Hang didn't answer. Shernua smugly mentally laughed at her, certain that it was solely Hao Wen's fault that she was hanging out with show-offs and getting dragged into this. Hao Wen, on the other hand, thought Hang was just busy and therefore not responding. Shernua put on her good friend mask again and suggested that something might have happened. In any case, Hang wouldn't mess with her on purpose, right? So it's still worth going upstairs and checking since they're here. Senua was just curious to see this top 1 restaurant and how the story with Hang would end up. Hao Wen invited her friends to take the elevator, thinking that Lingwei is a very expensive restaurant. Even though she can afford it, Hang with his small salary probably can't. There's a reason he's usually so stingy. Lingwei would be too much of a waste for him. What if he was just kidding? In that case, she would have to pay for the entire dinner herself. Approaching the entrance, Hao Wen hesitantly looked around from around the corner. When she didn't see him in the main hall, she started to panic. Why wasn't Hang answering the phone? She tried again and again, but nothing changed. Suddenly, a waitress approached them from behind and asked if they had a reservation. Heian wasn't sure what to answer, but Xinhua answered instead, confidently saying yes. Now Heian had no choice but to say that the reservation should be under the name Hang Xingwang. Xinhua continued to gloat, knowing that the salary of an operator in his company was only 5,000. One dinner at this restaurant could cost him 3 months' salary, and she just couldn't wait to see how Heian would bear the blow of the harsh reality. But suddenly, against all her expectations, the waitress invited them to follow her, because Mr. Hang had been waiting for them for a long time. Shernua was simply speechless. Is this really real? As the waitress led them to the private room where Hang was waiting for them, Shernua couldn't stop envying how lucky Hao Wen was. The company gives her resources, and she firmly occupied the position of top 1, leaving everyone far behind. Shernua herself had to settle for second position. But as if that wasn't enough, there are all kinds of suckers trying to gain Hao Wen's attention. Even a stingy loser like Xingwang was ready to spend so much for her. Xinhua was sure that in the end he would end up with no money and no girl, but she wished she could be in Hao Wen's shoes. But then Xinhua would definitely not give even a chance to someone who pretended to be rich. The waitress led them to the elevator and sent them to the highest floor. Now Jiang Qingqing was really starting to worry that someone else with the same name as Hang might be waiting for them there. It was even hard for her to imagine how embarrassing it would be if they misunderstood everything. As far as she knows, this elevator here is strictly for the VIP clients, to make it convenient for them to get to the top floor with private rooms. It's just that the price of booking such a room goes up to 10,000 per person for the evening. Now, Xinhua was sure that someone else with the same name was waiting for them there. In her opinion, this was too much for Xingwang. He would have to spend his entire 3-month salary, and that's if he didn't eat or drink anything. Even if it was actually him, she was curious to see how he would handle himself when he saw that the 3 of them had come. One thing she had to admit though, this Xingwang is really smart since he picked the moment when someone with the same name reserved a seat in the restaurant and invited them here just to show off. But this whole show would soon be over, and she would bring him out. Finally, they arrived at the 40th floor, where a nice waitress who looked much better than the 3 of them invited them to come through and be seated. The only thing that bothered Howen was that Xingwang was not to be seen here, but Ching wasn't upset about it and immediately started taking pictures in such a luxurious restaurant. It was not allowed to take pictures in the lobby, but it was still possible to take pictures in the private rooms. Ching decided that whether they dined here tonight or not, if she managed to take good pictures, it would be considered a good night as if she had dined here. Xinhua did not share her enthusiasm and was in no hurry to join her. Ching was going to publish these photos later. After all, no one would know under what circumstances she had gotten here anyway. Xinhua continued to be not satisfied. She still thought that Xingwang was just a rascal who invited guests and didn't come himself, just like she expected. Ching was having a more pleasant time, recognizing that she had never dined at such an expensive restaurant in her life, and realizing that she might not get another chance, used it to the fullest to take more photos. Xinhua finally ran out of patience and demanded Haowen to tell her what Xingwang had said to her. She didn't want her friend to make a fool of herself if it turned out to be a misunderstanding. Haowen was also beginning to doubt that an ordinary office worker could afford to dine at such a place. She was about to leave when a waitress came to one door and started to wake Mr. Hong, who was sleeping there. Xinhua gloated that she knew it, and now Haowen would be humiliated. But Xingwang dashed all her hopes. He had just waited so long for them that he fell asleep, and when he woke up, he saw 4 or 5 missed calls. And now he hoped they hadn't at least waited too long for him. He immediately told the waitress to start serving. To the girls, his change in appearance from a poor guy in a hoodie to a rich guy in designer clothes was startling, especially for Haowen, who didn't even know what to say. Ching immediately estimated that his branded clothes cost quite a lot. The jacket alone cost over $5,500. Xinhua was just flaming with envy and couldn't understand how this guy could be so rich in reality. Had he inherited money from a rich relative? It made her angry that such a loser was so lucky, and it made her even angrier that he was so skillful at hiding it all. Xingwang greeted Haowen first and only then her friends. Ching he recognized immediately, but Xinhua didn't, and she had to introduce herself. Of course she tried to use all her charms, but our hero was not impressed at all. He remembered her video with beauty filters and was surprised that in reality she was so different. Xinhua tried to justify that it was because of her light makeup today, but inside she was just furious at her defeat. Of course no one saw this, and Haowen nonchalantly explained that she took her co-workers with her after work, but if he minded, they could leave. Just at that moment, a bunch of waiters came in with lots of dishes. Of course the most expensive ones in the restaurant, which quite surprised Haowen. Looking at the expensive wine, she realized that at this rate, even she wouldn't be able to afford to pay for such a dinner. She still couldn't understand what Xingwang was doing, and why she was wasting money like this. Ching honestly shared that she envied him, because he must have inherited some family business, and therefore could afford to quit his job and have such a fancy dinner. But Haowen wasn't sure and couldn't confirm her friend's guess. Looking at the feast in front of him, Heng Xingwang was deeply disappointed. He did not have an appetite for this yuppie food. It looked nice, but it was too uppity for him. Excited, Zhang Ching asked for permission to take the first photo of the feast. Xingwang graciously let her do her thing. Being a content creator herself, Ching was quite a good photographer, and the pics were fire. Feeling sketched out by the situation, Husha Nua asked Haowen what was really going on and why this guy had so much cash. Well, Haowen and Xingwang were never really close. Apart from work-related stuff, they had never interacted. He was responsible for a few effective marketing campaigns, though. She even recalled seeing him live modestly. But maybe he was just a low-profile, pragmatic, and rich second-generation son of some conglomerate. He probably did not want a girl to pay for the meal, so he decided to reveal his real wealth. Still unsatisfied with the delectable food on the table, Xingwang called the waitress to request something more down-to-earth and filling. Ching enthusiastically backed him up, agreeing that expensive meals aren't even filling. They just look good for photos if you're a socialite. The waitress suggested slow-cooked black truffle beef ribs, pineapple monkfish liver, and many more exotic cuisines with names that were far too complicated. Just hearing these names was killing his appetite. He just wanted something cooked in intense heat. Some imported crab, imported beef, and lamb cut into chunks should do. The girls had never seen someone act and order like this in a high-end restaurant. Annoyed, Jinwo interjected that they should not have come to a French restaurant if he wanted comfort food. She was starting to think that he did not come from a rich family, but had recently acquired wealth as a nouveau riche instead. Xingwang continued adding to his order, tacking on grilled kidneys and barbecue skewers like he was in a street stall. The waitress had to hurriedly apologize as she insisted that they only serve the restaurant's set menu items. That's when Xingwang requested the manager, as this was above the waitress's pay grade. In her experience working in this respected establishment, she had never seen someone so brazen. A few moments later, a pudgy man wearing glasses came in and introduced himself as the manager of the place. Just like the waitress, he apologized as they wanted to uphold their name as a French restaurant. Seeing the young man get denied made Xingwang very happy, even calling Xingwang a bumpkin in her head. He noticed her little smirk and took note of it. Still, he really wanted to have a barbecue in a French restaurant. So he offered 300,000 for the meal and promised an extra 50,000 as a tip if his requests were met. Hearing the massive figure he had just dropped, the manager had to make a judgment call. Even the girls were slack-jawed after hearing such a ridiculous offer. They watched as the dignified manager turned into an obedient puppy while asking the VIP for any more requests. Seeing the manager cave to his demands, Xingwang promised to gift him some kidney sashimi to commemorate his lost defiance. Looking dependable as hell, the manager promised to instruct the kitchen right away. The system saw him act thick-skinned, disregarding dining etiquette and making the restaurant change its rules, and it granted him 500,000 as a reward. This system was really proving itself handy when it came to saving internal conflicts. He told the girls that dining should be about relaxation and getting full, so they should do it right. Xing joyfully agreed. She was looking forward to uploading pics of street food served in a high-end restaurant, expecting more clout. After a few minutes, the servers entered the private dining room and slowly carted in the orders. Although it was supposed to be normal street food, the restaurant managed to make it look delectable. Seeing this impressive spread of meals, Ching became certain that money talks no matter what the situation was. She was just itching to let everyone know that she had barbecue skewers at a 3-star Michelin French restaurant on the top floor of the tallest building in Beijing. Finally, the VIP and the ladies could start their dinner. By the time they were done, sticks were neatly stacked on the table, and the skewered meats had nearly been devoured fully. Xingwang gracefully wiped his mouth and excused himself, saying he needed to go to the restroom. As soon as he got up from the table, the ladies started speculating about how wealthy he really was. His outfit alone must have cost at least 22,000. Xing proposed the idea that he just worked at the production company because he wanted to get close to Howen, but she thought he was just trying to be low-key and work a normal job. And now that he's out, he doesn't care anymore. Normal people could not help but be envious that some rich second-generation heirs get to experience life however they want. Morbidly curious, Shernua asked Howen if she was moved by the spending and if she liked Xingwang. If you asked Ching, she would definitely say yes. Being lavishly treated and spent on just for dinner would make her heart flutter. Shernua reckoned that Howen must have already known about Xingwang and was keeping him to herself. That she wasn't interested in her top donor because she had her sights on a bigger fish all along. But she swore that she had no idea. They were not even close when they worked together. They never had any private interactions, and she had no idea that he was this loaded before tonight. All she knew was that Xingwang had a great work ethic. He was ambitious and hardworking, often doing overtime. Xinhua accepted that Haowen really had no idea. She also raised the possibility that all these flexes were fake. Many people pretend to be wealthy to impress girls. Some livestream top donors do the same. These people would even go as far as going into debt to spoil their girls. If that were really the case, Ching would have liked to commend Xingwang for his acting skills. This witch, Xingwang, was suddenly struck with the idea of verifying whether the boy was really wealthy or just faking it. Howen quickly shot down the intrusive idea. That boy treated them to an interesting and expensive dinner. The least they could do was to stop doubting whether he was a fraud. Xingwang explained that Howen was underestimating her value to a man. A normal person could gain a lot by being connected to a popular streamer these days. That's how manipulative people operate. They charm you in, make you feel special, and once you're emotionally invested, they show their true colors, and it would be too late to get out at that point. Haowen had no intention of pursuing anything romantic with a work friend just because she was taken out for dinner though. Xinhua finally put her foot down and told the other ladies to just follow her lead as they verified his status. The party of 4 wrapped up dinner and headed for the parking area. If Xingwang was really faking his wealth, then Hawin would gladly cover all expenses tonight. She didn't want a hard-working man to go down such a deceptive path. She genuinely believed that there was nothing wrong with an honest and simple life. Qingqing broke the silence by asking Xingwang if he had a girlfriend. He honestly confessed that he had been single since birth, eternally alone in the romance department. She was surprised by that answer. She must have been expecting him to answer like a player. But Xingwang was so focused on his career that he hardly had time to think about dating. Being a corporate slave was demanding enough, but at least he got paid. If you add being a lovesick fool to that, it would be too much trouble. Just thinking about taking care of another person while he could barely take care of himself was horrifying. Since it was only 5 minutes past 9, Sinwu proposed that they continue the evening at a bar. She even offered to treat them to a few drinks. She was a regular at Fugue Bar, a bar full of internet celebrities where they could network. Not seeing any harm in it, Xinwang agreed. And so, they drove to their next destination. Xingwang looked at Howin by his side and could not help but think. Now that he had some capital to invest, maybe he could open his own media company in the future. His background in running operations might help in that field. Plus, he could get acquainted with internet celebrities. In doing so, he could be the next titan of the industry, with all kinds of assets in his hands. Upon arriving at the bar, Xinhua gave them a heads up that she could only afford about 2 drinks for each person. That was not a problem for the party at all. This night was just about going out and having fun. In the parking lot, all kinds of luxury vehicles were lined up. Their drivers were naturally wealthy. Meanwhile, Xingwang was just excited to enter the famous Fugue Bar he had heard so much about. As soon as they got inside, they were greeted by the blaring music performed by a live DJ, hyping up the crowd. In booths and on the dance floor, there was all kinds of touching that was not very YouTube-friendly. The party of 4 settled in one of the empty booths to have their drinks. Xinhua ordered a margarita and urged everyone to get whatever they wanted. Qingqing got the pink lady, and Howin ordered a non-alcoholic lime mojito as she still had to drive afterward. Xinhua quietly observed what Xingwang would order. She was starting to see the look of someone who had never been to a bar. When she snapped him out of his daze for the order, Xingwang just waved his hand and told her that anything would be fine. Since that was the case, Xinhua got him a Long Island iced tea, a strong drink perfect for making someone spill the truth while drunk. This which was really locked in to prove that someone was broke. The music was loud and the people were lit, drunk, and having fun on the floor. While enjoying their respective drinks, Xinyuo brought up a special bartender named Danny who made amazing but pricey drinks. Howin knew that this was another one of her schemes to get Xingwang's wallet out. She wanted to make him face reality if he really was faking this display of wealth. While she was scheming, he was casing the club for influencers who might become potential business partners to make more cash in the future. Xinhua did not like being ignored. When he finally looked her way, Xinhua proposed that they play dice to stomp the boredom down. He seemed receptive to the idea and asked how the game worked. Xinhua didn't just want to play a normal game of dice. She wanted something more exciting. If you lose, you take off a piece of clothing, but you can bail yourself out of stripping with 10,000 instead. Xinhua smirked at the audacity of this woman. He stood before the witch and reminded her that he used to be the company's operations manager, and he knew all about her info and skills. He knew this girl was a dice expert. Ordinary people could not beat her. Realizing that her plan to humiliate and extort money had backfired before it even started, Xinhua was stun-locked. Xinhuang started going off. He knew what this girl was thinking. A mere operations guy earning 5,000 a month with no bright future ahead was pretending to be rich. He already knew that she was toxic trash from the start, but he wanted to let things slide to keep his night with Howin fun. But it led to him being seen as an easy target. He wasn't stupid or a pushover. He could see through Xinhua's disdain completely. So, the system rewarded him for standing up for himself and exposing another person's scheme. It netted him a cool million, pushing his current balance to 1.89 mil. Xingwang did not deny that he did not come from a rich family. Xinhua immediately took this as a confession to support her case that he was just pretending. He was not done speaking, though. Suddenly, the laid-back Xingwang was gone as he flaunted his power. Instead of playing dice, he would gladly give her 300,000 to strip all her clothes and walk out of the bar naked. Feeling uncomfortable, Xinhua played the damsel in distress role perfectly. Howin had to step in and defuse the situation, urging him to sit down and play with her for a while instead. Seeing him back up, Xinhua started back up again, telling him that he did not have 300,000 yuan to throw around carelessly. He just replied by addressing the whole bar and treating everyone to 300,000 yuan worth of drinks. That's the literal definition of FU money. His golden card shimmered with the bar lights. Thank you guys for watching. If you enjoyed it, then do likes for part 2. Also like and subscribe for more. And stay tuned for next part. In the last video, we saw our MC throw $300,000 to strangers just for drinks that night. Now, on to the next part. For those who haven't watched the first and second parts, please check the description where you'll find the links. Make sure to watch them. Xingwang was stunned as she watched Xingwang casually throw $300K to strangers. He passed by her and whispered that he did not care if she looked down on him. He never intended to make her respect him anyway. His sights were set higher. After all, vindictive people like Xingwang were nothing more than ants. She had a bad habit of looking at other people's wallets. These types of people could easily be humiliated by money. Xingwang sat down, and everyone was eerily silent. Xingwang followed suit, hanging her head low in shame while he looked at her. Qingqing could sense the tension in the air and looked to Haowen for an answer. Unable to stomach the shame and humiliation, Xingwang excused herself for the night, faking a smile as though she was supposed to do something else tonight. But as soon as she got far from the booth, she ran away with tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, Xingwang was just playing with the dice she had left on the table. He told Haon to continue having fun, as he would be picking up the tab for everyone in the bar anyway. But they were interrupted by another girl who recognized Haon. She asked if Haon's stream today was a failure, and if she came to the bar to drink her sorrows away. The stranger hammered down the fact that Haon's top fan was spending less and less. Haon had just gotten out of work and did not want to talk about this stuff in the club. Miss Stranger continued tormenting her for acting innocent and flaunting her charms with a fake sense of purity. Finally ticked off, Haon swiped the stranger's hand away, staring daggers right into the girl's soul. Xingwang quietly watched as this all went down. Instead of leaving, the strange girl sat in the booth and proposed that they should not pass up a good opportunity to stream together. So, GA went live and greeted her viewers while introducing Haowen. She also asked her viewers if they would like to see a live PK in the bar. GA acted helpless while telling the chat that Haowen was not feeling the challenge and urged them to convince her to agree. Immediately, her phone notifications blew up with all sorts of requests for her to take the challenge. GA had set the scenario up. Her big shots were ready to support her tonight to finally surpass Haowen as the top dance streamer. It would only be a matter of time before those top fans made their move. For now, Haowen had to take a phone call from the agency. As expected, it was the executives pressuring her to go live immediately and not miss the opportunity to trend. Even though she was not in good condition, the higher-ups had already paid for promotion, and if she did not start streaming, there would be consequences. While Jai entertained her chat, Haowen dejectedly came up to her after being forced to take the challenge. When asked if she was scared, the top dance streamer just urged the number 2 to get started. The people cleared the dance floor to give the 2 plenty of space to duke it out. As soon as the music started, each one took a gracious pose for the camera. Qingqing monitored the chat on her phone and saw many rockets and yachts flying all over the screen. Haowen was starting to lose against the challenger. Say what you want about Jai, but she was a shrewd businesswoman for this planned PK challenge alone. On the other hand, Haowen wasn't feeling 100% healthy in the first place. Some of her were starting to talk badly about her dancing. It did not help that she was losing the donation war too. She did not have her top fan brother Z in the chat after all. Seeing this setup, Xingwang immediately realized that GA was playing dirty and cornering Haowen. Haowen was supposed to be the undisputed number 1 in her category, but she was being crushed in donations. Fortunately, the outcome was still uncertain, and the first rocket tip on Haowen's side brought a twist to the competition. The donation came from a mysterious figure known only as Big Brother. Haowen was genuinely grateful for the generous donation and took a second to thank her anonymous benefactor. But it did not stop there, as a second, third, and fourth rocket surged forth, tipping the scales in Haowen's favor slightly. Meanwhile, GA was too worried that Haowen would bounce back and continue her dominance. She had never heard of a hidden Big Brother in Haowen's chat, so this was disconcerting. But this cunning girl had a rabid fanbase who would gladly empty their wallets just to see her win. Despite her best efforts to rally her supporters, the mounting pressure was palpable. On the other hand, Haowen was just staring at her phone screen in shock as the rockets continued to come in. Everyone was wondering the same thing. Who was this Big Brother? He had donated over $1 million in just a short amount of time. Some speculated that her agency was forcefully promoting her, but spending this much on one talent was unlikely, as the platform takes a massive cut of 60–70%. Xingwang was just watching from afar, getting bored of all the commotion. His system had given him 5 million more for letting his money flow like water with no pretenses. Howen had stopped dancing altogether, but the big spender kept on tipping. Some even thought that a kid must have gotten hold of a phone and clicked by mistake, but the culprit was just inside the bar, covertly tapping on his phone. Each tap representing ungodly amounts of money. The stream shot up to the top of the trending page. New viewers came in to watch the millionaire flex his money. Even when Howen asked if she could catch her breath, the rockets never stopped launching. By now, 2,000 rockets had been sent in a small PK contest. GA's diamond-level Big Shots group was in chaos, refusing to lose to a single big spender. For the sake of their girl, they needed to fork out some serious cash too. Because of this, GA's progress bar started fighting back as rockets were launched one after another. She personally and adorably thanked Time Revealer and Old Kong for their continued support and their rockets. One of her top fans had wanted a private video from her before. He was rich and generous, so he definitely wouldn't miss the chance to play the hero. That man was Boss Tong, and with him joining the rocket war while Howen's side died down, victory seemed within reach. Xingwang quietly laughed to himself as he sat down and looked at his phone. He tapped on the screen as fast as humanly possible. This quick succession of taps represented another 100 rockets sent to Howen. The system congratulated him for becoming the new top big brother in Howen's chat and rewarded him with another 10 million. With a boost in his bank account, Xingwang continued flaunting his wealth by sending 500 more rockets. This little contest was practically an infinite money glitch for his system. By the end of the last song, Howen was declared the winner of the PK match. She thanked everyone who supported her, especially this new big brother. To cap off the celebration, Big Brother sent another 1,000 rockets to congratulate Howen. This last donation made Xingwang the top daily donator on the entire platform. This earned him another 10 million. And for his efforts in sending the rockets, another 1 million was added. Howen politely thanked Big Brother for the support that won her the PK match and brought in a lot of attention. It was the first time she had reached millions of live viewers at once. She was grateful, but ended with the message that everyone works hard for their money and should not waste it on a streamer like her. Her display of humility just made her audience adore her even more. This was the charm of a pure and unpretentious woman. Jay stared at her phone in defeat. All the effort she put in was for nothing against a single donator. In the end, she had only helped Howen rise to even greater fame. That girl had received tens of millions in donations in one go. This was a single-day achievement that even top streamers could not easily attain. With the contest wrapped up, Xingwang got up from his seat and yawned, yearning to rest in his bed. He found Jai sulking in a corner and praised her for having so many big brothers willing to support her. He urged her to work hard and maybe surpass Howen someday. It definitely stung to hear that after a fresh loss. Qingqing and Howen knew that. Jai was stuck reconsidering her life choices in the middle of the club, while the party of three exited the premises. Outside, Qingqing could not stop talking about Jai's humiliation. She was just glad that karma had done its thing and made Jai's plan backfire. As a streamer herself, she was in awe of this super-rich big brother who could spend money like he was the #1 tycoon on the platform. Surprisingly, Howen did not seem excited at all. She confessed that she felt unworthy of it. Tens of millions had just entered her bank account from a fan she had never seen on her stream before, leaving her with a sense of unease that was hard to shake. Qingqing urged her to wake up and treasure this godsend of a donator. Qingqing herself wanted to get close to this generous big brother. She took the user ID from Howen and brazenly sent a private message to the big tipper. As soon as she pressed send, Xingwang's phone lit up with a message notification. When the ringtone sounded, the girls looked behind them suspiciously. It was the official notification of the streaming app, so it seemed too much of a coincidence. Howen also felt that Xingwang could be connected to what happened earlier. He tried to deny their suspicions that he was the big brother. Without a cover story ready, he struggled to make it believable. Xingwang claimed he was just dealing with numerous private messages from different businesses. But just a moment ago, he had spent millions, and the big brother would need to be worth at least billions. Using this reasoning, Xingwang pretended that he couldn't afford to spend tens of millions in minutes. Qingqing also noticed the similarities between Big Brother Wang and Xingwang's name. Qingqing to change the subject and finally wrap up the day, Howen offered to drive him home. Since he lived near Longhu New City, which was out of her way, he insisted on just getting a cab. Their plan to head home was abruptly interrupted by a drunken man who had just stumbled out of the club, casting a tense atmosphere over the scene. Based on her defeated reaction, it seemed like Howen knew this man already. In fact, everyone knew this man. He was Xingwang's former boss. The man started running his mouth about how unemployed people shouldn't be going to bars while relying on women to pay. Howen immediately spoke up to clarify that they were the ones relying on Xingwang tonight for dinner and drinks. The belligerent boss was shocked to hear such a ridiculous thing. He interpreted what she said as Howen kindly covering for the poor guy's dignity. Drunk boss argued that everyone's bill had been taken care of by a mysterious person, so it should not be possible for Xingwang to treat the girls to drinks. He continued calling Xingwang a poor man who didn't have much aside from his sweet talk to charm women. Xing decided to step in too, insisting that Xingwang had treated everyone in the bar. The drunk boss immediately lashed out, telling her to shut up. He told Xing to stop being so cocky after gaining a few fans when all those fans were fake. This comment surprised and confused the carefree girl, leaving her feeling exposed and vulnerable. It was a harsh reminder that her success was not entirely her own, and it shook her confidence. Drunk boss proudly revealed that the company had spent a lot on Xing's promotion, even buying fake followers. All she did was do her makeup without securing any ad deals. Xing was essentially a money-losing asset, unlike Howen, who could dance for a single night and bring millions to the agency. Without stopping, the boss suggested that Xing should wear less during her tutorials on stream, instead of pretending to be pure. Maybe she could also go down the route of a dance streamer. As for Howen, he offered her a supporting role in a TV drama, saying he could make it happen if she agreed to spend the night with him. Before the drunken boss could get his grubby hands near Howen, Xingwang, fueled by a sense of justice, grabbed his hand with force. The power struggle was palpable as he stared his previous boss in the eyes and told him to show some respect to the ladies. Annoyed, the boss swiped his hand away and called Xingwang a lowlife trying to play the hero. He mocked Xingwang, asking if he could provide Howen with the resources she needed while wearing a knockoff LV bag covered in logos. Xingwang had heard enough of the drunk's senseless ranting, so he told him to get lost. Howen looked at his determined expression and saw a spark there. He looked just like a knight in shining armor. She stood up for herself, her voice steady and her eyes fierce, as she threatened to terminate her contract with the company if she was harassed again. The boss, manager he, listened to her threats and laughed. He reminded her that she had signed a 5-year contract with the company with 1 more year left. If she forced an early termination, she would have to pay a 10 million penalty. With the money she earned tonight and her previous savings, she could easily afford that much. Knowing this was true, manager he grew even more enraged. He started calling influencers the modern-day courtesans, claiming they were not selling art, but their bodies. He said he had no patience for fake purity. He also warned that, even if she could pay the penalty, the company would never let Howen go. No one in their right mind would abandon a cash cow who continuously brought in money. If she resisted, he threatened. Blacklisting her in the industry would be easy with just 1 word from the real boss. Xingwang stepped in to save the struggling Howen. He proclaimed that if she couldn't leave, it would be fine. He could just buy Meow Meow Media itself. If that happened, the one leaving the company wouldn't be Howen. It would be this lecherous manager he. The seriousness in the young man's voice sobered manager he up. Then a look of pure disdain crept up on his ugly mug. He started tapping and poking Xingwang as if he were speaking to something less than human. He sarcastically retorted that he would be waiting for the broke bastard to save up and buy the company. He ended the interaction with a rude spit as he went back inside the bar. He did not like seeing other guys trying to show off in front of him at all. Nevertheless, the damage was done. Xing's enthusiasm from earlier was gone and replaced by dread and confusion. She started wondering if all her viewers were really fake, just bots and paid watchers. Howen noticed that her friend was starting to spiral down a dangerous path. Xing loved her livestream fans. She appreciated those big shots that threw money at her. And thinking that the company was behind it all was making her question everything. Thankfully, Howen, her friend, was there to ground her in reality. Xing had a lot of people watching her makeup streams. He was just trying to put her down and manipulate her into thinking that she owed everything to the company, so she would remain obedient. Howen knew better than to be upset by that scumbag's words. But Xing did not. Xingwang watched the girls console each other and could not help but feel affected. Howen expressed her gratitude to him for standing up against that bastard manager. Xing also did her part and clarified things, even though they ended up pissing off the manager. If it had not been for this incident, she would have never known that the company looked down on their talents so much. Qing was done feeling sorry for herself and was now extremely angry. Haowen turned to Xingwang and asserted that they were just former colleagues, and he did not have to stand up for her like that. He smiled brightly and assured her that it was fine. He had disliked that bastard boss for a while, so it was nice to blow up for once. Haowen smiled too, slowly seeing the charm of the young man. It was still unsure whether they would get a chance to meet again, but she wished him well and hoped that Xingwang would soar high now that he was on his own. The co-workers got a lot closer that night. As they exchanged their goodbyes, they shook each other's hands. A mutual respect had formed between the two. Haowen and Qing drove away to head back home. Xingwang was left on the side of the road after insisting on taking a cab by himself. He was so focused on sending rockets earlier that his big brother identity almost got revealed by a notification sound. By the end of the day, his bank account balance had reached a whopping 109 million yuan. He was about to reach billionaire status at this rate. Before celebrating this massive leap in life, he looked up ways to go back home. A train ticket would be far too normal, so he chose to book a flight. The plane tickets were quite expensive, even though it was just a domestic flight. The green train he had taken before was only a bit over 300 yen, so seeing the price tags on the plane tickets was quite jarring. Xingwang sighed and tapped on the booking confirmation. Splurging on transportation should not be a problem from now on. Xihao Airlines scammed 4,000 yuan out of his pockets, but it should lead to a smoother ride back home. Also, the system gave him 10,000 for selecting the most expensive first-class choice. For tonight, Xingwang went straight back to the dorm room to get some much-needed rest. After the eventful night out, his peaceful rest stretched into late in the morning. He would have stayed serenely stuck to the bed if it were not for the aggressive knocking on his door and the landlady's grating voice asking for rent payment. Hearing her voice automatically made Xingwang's body wake up in distress and annoyance. The same thing always happened every month, a week before the rent's due date. This landlady had nothing better to do than nag for payments. He was practically traumatized by this psychological torture, no matter how hard he tried to cover his ears. At 6 a.m., he finally decided to get out of bed and face the problem head-on. The landlady's knocks never stopped all the way through. When he opened the door with his phone in hand, the landlady started going on about how young people were so lazy that they had to be constantly reminded of their responsibilities. Without talking to the lady, Xingwang quickly scanned the QR code she was carrying and sent the money over. He paid 1 whole year of rent in one go, stunning the strict landlady. Her phone notified her that 10,000 yuan had been successfully received. But as far as she knew, this broke Xingwang should not have this kind of money to pay at once. She was starting to get suspicious. There was even an extra 400 yuan in the transfer. Xingwang just called it a service fee, so she would never nag him for rent for a whole year. After sleepily yawning at her face, he slammed the door closed, leaving the loud landlady speechless. She wanted to argue with him, but she could not think of anything else to bring up. Xingwang finally had some peace and got back to bed. Since the flight he booked was leaving at 10, he reckoned that he could stay in bed for 3 more hours. His roommate, the guy on the lower bunk of the bunk bed, asked if he had hit the jackpot or something. He couldn't really respond since he had drifted off to dreamland once more. Paying an entire year's rent and even tipping the landlord showed off the new heights he had reached. For that, the system rewarded him with a villa in Swan Bay of Sang City. No matter how sleepy he was, that system notification was enough to wake anyone up. He analyzed the system's message carefully to double-check if he read it right. Not only did he own a house now, but he also held the keys to his new villa. His roommate just looked at Xingwang like a weirdo. Thank you.
In the last video, we saw our protagonist gain a villa from the system, then wake up from his dream. For those who haven't seen the previous part, you can find a link in the description. Now, let's jump next. His roommate just looked at Xingwang like a weirdo. Our boy, Hung Xingwang, sat up in his bed and began the process of locking in. You should do the same. He parkoured over the top bunk guardrail, jumping down to the floor. Curious, his bunkmate asked where he was rushing off to so speedily. Xingwang ran to the door and simply told his roommate that he was finally going back home. His first stop was the airport, and he wouldn't be coming back for a while as he took care of business there. His roomie ran after him, reminding Xingwang to pack his luggage, but there would be no need for that. He was too focused on going home and getting his mom a VIP hospital room. In her standard accommodation, Dad was peeling apples for sickly Mom. Dad notified her that their son would be coming over. That kid was so excited that he sent 100,000 yuan, which he allegedly earned through part-time work. Mom was worried that her son was getting mixed up in something illegal to earn that much from part-time gigs. Dad just laughed. as he knew his son too well. He knew that Xingwang was not the type of kid who would do something like that. Speaking of Xingwang, the rich blonde Jigachad burst into the room, making his flashy entrance. The look of worry was evident on his face as he asked how Mom was doing. He was a good son who didn't want his mom to feel any discomfort whatsoever. She assured her boy that she was fine. She just needed minor surgery for her illness, but her vitals were promising. Dad had already guaranteed this on the phone, yet he still came all the way home, and it looked like he had run all the way to the hospital with how sweaty he was. As he handed a peeled apple to his boy, Dad worriedly asked how work was going, and if he had any trouble with the bosses for taking leave. Xingwang chose to be honest and wholeheartedly confessed that he had quit his job. At first, his parents were shocked at such a drastic decision. Any parent would have reacted the same way. They did not reprimand him for doing so. They knew their Xingwang was a good son who would always land on his feet. They also knew that he had been through a lot in the city, but now he could take a good rest and eat well at home. Suddenly, Xingwang's worries melted under the reassuring words of his mom and dad. They truly were his safe harbor. They had always been understanding and supportive of him. He then asked his dad if the medical bills had been settled properly. Dad explained that most of the borrowed money had been paid yesterday after their call. He even wanted to transfer the 100,000 back to Xingwang so he could spend it on himself, as young men needed money for many things these days. Xingwang declined and told his dad to keep it for their expenses. As for the remaining unpaid debts, he would like to settle them and pay them back quickly too. Hearing that, Dad started feeling a little awkward as he mentioned the relatives they had borrowed from. Seeing how his dad was acting, Xingwang already had a bad feeling about this debt. There was a possibility that his father had to get a loan from his uncle, and that wasn't a good idea. He stormed out of the room with the intent of paying those people back immediately. Dad argued that he would find a way to pay them back soon, so Xingwang should just relax. He knew that his boy worked hard to save money and he did not want to mess with his kid's future. Seeing the boys argue, Mom's tears started pouring down. She blamed herself for being sick and burdening the family. She knew how hard her kid had been working in the city, yet he was worrying about medical expenses. Xingwang had the habit of regularly sending money back to his parents while living a rough life away from home without complaint. He needed money to pay rent, socialize, and for everything else, yet he always put family first. Seeing his mom's tears, Xingwang tried his best to reassure her that he wasn't neglecting himself out there. Also, now that he had a new lucrative part-time job, also known as the system, there wouldn't be any need to worry about expenses ever. He could even afford to get the most authoritative specialist to treat his mom without worrying about the cost. But for now, he really wanted to go to his uncle's house to repay that nasty debt. He did not want to owe people favors, especially to those relatives of theirs. After reassuring his mom, Xingwang walked out of the hospital and came across a tricycle driver. He hopped on the back of the tricycle and asked the chill-looking driver to take him to 32 Hudong Road. The engine roared, and they went off on their merry way. Riding in the back, Xingwang could feel the egregious bumpiness of the road. As far as he could remember, the road quality shouldn't be this bad in this place. He curiously asked the driver why the ride was so bumpy when there was supposed to be a road repair project that started 2 years ago. Well, the government did start the repairs, but they just made it worse than before. They said the contractors colluded with officials and ran away with the money halfway through the project, leaving the road torn up and unfinished. Hearing this blatant incompetence and corruption pissed Xingwang off. The higher-ups in this place were truly lawless. In a poor region in the middle of nowhere, things were always tough. He could not help but think that if his family weren't financially stable enough to support his education, he might have been stuck in this hellhole of a town forever. After the long and bumpy ride, Xingwang transferred 5 yuan to the kind driver. They used WeChat to remind him that they were in China. Xingwang looked at the luxurious house in front of him with annoyance. They were supposed to be relatives, but these people lived in a 100-square-meter mansion, while his family only had a few dozen square meters of brick and concrete. If it weren't for them taking all the money from his grandfather's relocation compensation, there would not be such a massive gap between their families. Now, they even had to borrow money for medical expenses. He gnashed his teeth and proceeded to knock on the gate loudly. Surprisingly, a pretty young woman with red hair and questionable pants came out of the gate to answer. She knew Hang Xingwang, and he knew her. Her name was Wang Ju. But why was she in his uncle's house in the first place? When he posed the tough question, Wang Ju just stood there as if she could not come up with a proper answer. But then Xingwang's cousin also showed his extremely punch-worthy face and put his arm around her shoulders. He arrogantly announced that Wang Ju was about to be Xingwang's cousin-in-law now. Xingwang did not really care about their relationship. He just wanted to see if his uncle was home, so he could repay the debt and be done with it once and for all. Wang Ju looked at his reaction and assumed that Xingwang must be acting cold because he was still attracted to her and hung up on her. Seeing his girl look at his cousin softly, the bastard cousin slapped her on the ass. He looked at her threateningly and grimly reminded Wang Ju that she was about to be his wife, so she should not let her eyes wander. She assured him that she was just looking at how fascinatingly pathetic Hang Xingwang had become. He was not wearing a single branded item. Xingwang claimed to live in a big city, yet he was going backward. Wang Ju believed that the countryside was a lot better. There, her husband could wear Adidas and Nike anytime he wanted. Her bro was flexing Adidas and Nike in front of 100 millionaires. The dumb couple let Xingwang in, and he found his uncle playing cards with a few buddies in the lavish living room. Uncle introduced his nephew, who worked in the big city, to his pals, and the hint of condescension was obvious. Riding in on the fun, the bunkin card players asked if Xingwang earned big bucks in the big city. They knew some people who moved to the big cities and earned hundreds of thousands. Cousin Dakai came in to deliver the gut punch, telling everyone that Xingwang was so successful that he worked like a horse for a mere 5,000 yuan a month, while they paid old ladies to feed pigs in the village for 3,000. He continued tormenting his cousin, asking how much Xingwang had in savings. With the exorbitant rents in the city, he might be taking home less cash than the pig feeders. Xingwang ignored the annoying cousin and went straight to business. He told his uncle that he came by to repay the debt, not to make small talk. Uncle was too focused on his cards, though. It looked like he was winning, after all. Uncle assured his nephew that there was no need to rush, as he understood how difficult it must be for Xingwang's family. He would be charging interest anyway, so this was not charity. Xingwang continued trying to be polite, but Uncle just refused to take his money. They all thought he was struggling with no cash to his name, but our boy was insistent. He wouldn't leave this house as long as the debt remained unpaid. Uncle finally caved to his insistence and even offered an installment plan as he ordered his son, Dakai, to bring over the red book. Cousin Dakai handed the red book to Xingwang, and for a second, he genuinely wanted his cousin to relax about the loan. He believed that blood was thicker than water. But Uncle asserted that the family's college graduate was too prideful and didn't want his relatives' money, even though they should be helping one another as a family. A moment later, Xingwang finished transferring 51,000 yuan to his uncle's account to cover the debt and interest. Uncle hurriedly checked his balance on his Nokia phone, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The kid really did it. He really transferred the full amount. Surprised, he turned to Xingwang and curiously asked where he got the money from. Hang Xingwang headed for the door and simply answered that he earned it by working in the city. Cousin Dakai sneered and assumed that Xingwang was just being prideful at the cost of his mom's suffering. At this point, dignity should not matter. 51,000 could cost them their lives and savings. Sure, that might have been true a few days ago, but that was no longer the case. Wang Ju wrapped her arms around her man and proposed to see Xingwang off. She said she wanted to clear up any misunderstandings with him to avoid awkwardness now that they were family too. Dakai liked that idea. He wanted his girl to let Xingwang know his place. She quickly ran after our boy. Wang Ju had the nerve to tell him to stop holding on to any old feelings he might still have for her, while acting like they didn't know each other anymore. The two of them used to be childhood friends. They grew up together, and she knew that he liked her the entire time. But she only ever saw him as a little brother. Soon she'd marry Dakai, so it would be best if Xingwang stopped his feelings for her. He looked at that which like she was the most delusional person in the world. This girl had the audacity to give him a whole speech when he didn't even care about her. Not getting the hint, Wang Ju continued on. She said that it would be bad for his and the family's reputation if people heard about his feelings for her. It would go against common decency. Xingwang couldn't hold his laughter anymore. He tried hard to stifle it and turned to Wang Ju. He simply told her to go take a look at herself in the mirror. Cook that delusional fraud, brother. Of course, Wang Ju was furious at such words, but Xingwang didn't care about that. He saw the whole situation differently. Wang Ju had never been his childhood sweetheart, just a friend he had fun throwing cow dung at each other. Of course, he remembered how kind she was as a child, and hoped that Wang Ju would not despise the poor and like the rich, but would instead grow up to be hardworking and cheerful, treating everyone with love regardless of their wealth. But unfortunately, in reality, She was no different from other greedy people like his uncle. Now he wasn't going to pretend like he didn't despise her. Wang Ju understood these words in her own way, certain that he was saying this because he didn't get her as a wife, and that's why he was angry and trying to humiliate her. But she was ready to forgive him because she would soon be his sister-in-law, and she didn't want to fight with him. Let the past be the past, no matter what it was. Such an answer surprised Xingwang. So what else could he expect from another greedy girl? He wasn't going to waste any more time on her and turn around to leave quickly. This attitude made Wang Ju even more furious. She had tried to appear friendly, but now her patience had run out, and she wasn't going to pretend anymore. She quickly stood in front of Xingwang and asked what he was thinking to do. Does he really hope to become someone significant just because he graduated from a second-rate university and lives in the city? It's all useless, and he will never become as rich as his cousin no matter how hard he tries. Wang Ju thought she had long ago understood how life works. The rich like his uncle can live in luxury, in a house of hundreds of square meters, eat, drink, and relax. While poor people like Xingwang and his family are forced to cram in a small apartment, constantly in debt and working. For her, the choice was obvious. But even there, she didn't stop and remembered about Xingwang's mom, who was constantly sick and making their situation even worse with hospital bills. And neither 5,000 nor 15,000 would solve that problem. She's also sick of being nice and glad she could say all this to his face. Of course, Xingwang was pissed at this little witch who finally showed her real self. She doesn't even know what she's talking about when she thinks his uncle and cousin are the richest in the world and brags about it like it's worth something. In reality, Xingwang and everyone else doesn't care about her and her future husband. And with her behavior, she just showed that she's just a narcissistic painted toad. Wang Ju didn't even know what to say and could only point her finger at our hero, trying to think of ways to humiliate him. But Xingwang was ahead of her. He had something else to say, because unlike her future husband, he is self-sufficient, works hard, is diligent and motivated, respects his parents, and does not treat people based on their wealth. And that's all much better than just the money his cousin has. And Wang Ju should stop acting like a crazy person and just look in the mirror. For exposing and putting in place another money-hungry witch, the system rewarded our hero with another house. However, there was one thing that the house was about to be demolished. It was a bit unexpected, but Xingwang was going to deal with it. Meanwhile, Wang Ju was not going to calm down and kept pointing her finger at our hero, saying all sorts of insults. He got fed up and grabbed her finger and pointed it back at her, advising her to stay in this house with her future husband and not to harm others. Hurley walked away from this crazy girl. But soon as he got far away, a car caught up with him. And of course, he got splashed with mud from a puddle. Who doubted it was his cousin in the car? He stopped and did not miss the opportunity to laugh with Xingwang, justifying himself by saying that he was in a hurry to go to the construction site. After all, his company had recently received an order from the First City Construction Bureau, and now he was the one in charge of building roads in the town. Moreover, he offered Xingwang a job if he wanted one. There would always be a job at the construction site. Xingwang immediately realized why the roads in the town were so terrible. It was obvious the son had inherited his uncle's talents and corruption. In that case, Xingwang was ready to help his hometown and eliminate these scoundrels from government contracts. To do so, he went to the First City Construction Bureau and sponsored the construction of new roads in the town instead of his cousin's crooked repairs. For this, the residents were very grateful to him and promised that they would always remember his kindness. To Xingwang, it was just a trifle now. Of course, the system rewarded him for it. In gratitude for investing in the development of his hometown, he was given 100 houses to own. Even Xingwang, who was used to receiving generous gifts from the system, was shocked. He didn't even know what to do with all these properties. But in this system could not help him. It was a gift based on his behavior. And now he himself must decide what to do with it all. Of course, our hero wasn't going to blame the system for that. Better to have 100 houses than none, right? But even so, he began to notice that the system is becoming more and more abstract. And if before he received only small amounts of money, now he gets hundreds of houses. What's going to happen next? Will the wealth of the whole world end up in his hands? To this question, he has not yet found the answer. We'll find out what happens next in the next part. Don't miss it. Thank you for watching. In the last video, we saw our protagonist receiving 100 land certificates from the system. For those who missed the previous part, click the eye icon at the top of the video to access the playlist, and then you can continue watching this one. Now, on to the next part. Our protagonist is taking care of his mother in the hospital. She's doing well and even praises him, saying, "My son is so considerate, even peeling fruit for me." But just as they're having this sweet moment, their conversation is interrupted by the doctor. The doctor turns to Xingwang and says, "The surgery was very successful, and now all her indicators have returned to normal. We're preparing for her discharge." Upon hearing this, Xingwang is completely shocked. Xingwang, still in shock, turns to the doctor. "Doctor, my mom just had surgery yesterday. She's still in the recovery observation period. Let's not rush things. We'll pay the hospital fees on time, and I'd also like to arrange a comprehensive examination for her." Before he could finish his thought, the doctor cuts him off. "What I meant is that I've already processed her discharge." The doctor then turns to a nurse beside him and instructs her to help pack up the patient's things. Xingwang's face darkens, feeling uneasy. His mother, sensing his worry, calls out to him, her voice filled with concern. But before Xingwang can reply, the doctor, now visibly annoyed, speaks sharply. "It means exactly what I said. Is there something you don't understand? The patient is fine. Hurry up and make room for others. Stop wasting medical resources. Or do you like this hospital so much that you want to die here?" At that moment, Xingwang reaches for the knife lying on the table. Seeing this, the doctor shouts, "Holding a knife in a hospital? Are you trying to cause trouble? Put it down, or I'll call security." Xingwang's mother, now frantic, grabs her son's arm. "Let's just go home, dear. There's no need to spend more money. Look, I'm already better, and the doctor says I'm fine." Seeing his mother's worried expression, Xingwang softens and says, "Mom, you just had surgery. Your wound hasn't healed yet. Be careful." The doctor, flashing a fake smile, chimes in, "See, your mother understands. Be a good son and listen to her." He then snaps at the nurses, "Make sure they pack up properly. Don't leave anything behind. No belongings or bad luck." Xingwang, visibly angry, strides toward the door. Before leaving the room, he turns to his mother and says, "Mom, we can't waste the peeled apple. You eat it first. I'll have someone come pick you up. There's something I need to take care of." Hearing this, his mother calls out, worry in her voice, "Xingwang, don't fight with them. We common folk can't win against people like that." Xingwang smiles at her, his tone gentle. "Don't worry, Mom. I won't use force." He reassures her before stepping out of the room. The scene shifts to Dr. Li on his phone, talking to Xingwang's cousin. "I've arranged everything. Your friend's wife can move in right away. Even a sprained ankle should be taken seriously. Tendons and bones take 100 days to heal. After all." Xingwang's cousin, smoking a cigarette, replies, "Good work, Dr. Li. You move fast." Dr. Li, eager to please, quickly responds, "Of course. We have to be quick. That Xingwang is just a poor guy. How can he compare to your family's generosity? They even delayed paying their medical bills for half a month. It's only thanks to your family that we could cover the costs." Xingwang's cousin replies over the phone, "I'll leave the follow-up to you, Director. I'll treat you to dinner later to thank you properly." Hanging up, he smirks to himself, "On my turf. Does Hang Xingwang really think he can cause trouble?" At the same time, Dr. Li, also ending the call, thinks to himself, "I'm pretty good at handling these things." Unbeknownst to them, Xingwang, standing outside the door, has overheard everything. He mutters to himself, "A bribe, huh? No wonder. Fine, let's play with money. But can money really make the impossible happen? This feels like showing off in front of an expert." Xingwang then knocks on the director's office door. Upon entering, the director, looking confused, asks, "Who are you?" With a calm smile, Xingwang replies, "Me? I'm just an ordinary patient." The director waves him off, annoyed. "If you're sick, go to the registration desk. I don't see patients here." Xingwang continues, "Director, I'd like to discuss donating a building to the hospital." The director pauses for a moment, then says dismissively, all right, if you have any issues, consult the front desk. I'm very busy, so I won't be seeing you out." Suddenly, the director freezes as the words register in his mind. He looks at Xingwang in disbelief and stammers, "Wait, what did you just say? Do you even know how much it costs to donate a building?" This young man looks so ordinary, the director thinks. His entire outfit probably isn't worth more than 200 yuan. Donating a building? Is he joking? Xingwang, seeing the shock on the director's face, calmly responds, "I know. I've looked into it. There's no problem at all. Shall we go through the process?" He thinks to himself, building a small hospital wing in a country town costs around 1 million yuan these days. That's just a drop in the bucket for me, a multi-millionaire. Benefiting the people and solving my problem? Seems very worthwhile. Xingwang calmly states, I understand that our ward is often overcrowded, with frequent instances where there aren't enough rooms. That's why I want to donate a building. First, to make things more convenient for patients who need to be hospitalized after surgery, so they can be properly accommodated. Second, I want to investigate whether there are any corrupt practices happening here. The director raises an eyebrow, then responds, I understand the frustration from patients' families due to the lack of beds, but there's no need for baseless suspicion. So that's what he's after, the director thinks. He's just looking for an excuse to report us. Xingwang continues, I know the dean is also under pressure due to the shortage of hospital beds. However, in situations like this, some people are taking bribes and giving the already scarce beds to special connections, harming ordinary patients' interests. I think that's wrong. At this, the director abruptly stands up, his face flushed with anger. I've been managing this hospital for over 10 years. In our county hospital, doctors never take bribes or gifts. We strictly forbid red envelopes. Xingwang, unfazed, replies, My mother just had major surgery yesterday and is still in recovery. Yet, today, the attending physician is forcing us to be discharged to make room for the next patient. As far as I know, that patient only has a sprained ankle, and simple treatment at home would suffice. The director interrupts angrily. You're making things up? Yes, our wards are crowded, but we don't discharge a patient who just had major surgery. That doesn't align with our hospital procedures. Even if a patient insists on being discharged, we'd require them to sign a liability waiver. If you're going to fabricate a story, at least make it factual and reasonable. Xingwang, remaining calm, pulls out a small voice recorder from his pocket and says, Dean, there's no need to get upset. How about you listen to this recording first? The director's face drains of color as he stares at the recorder, suddenly feeling a knot of dread in his stomach. Hey, recording, he stammers. With growing unease, he silently listens to the conversation between Dr. Li and Xingwang's cousin. After a few moments of tense silence, the director finally speaks. How do I know this recording isn't fake or edited? We won't take the blame for this without proof. Xingwang looks at the director, thinking to himself, are you really this naive, or are you deliberately trying to cover it up? Without saying a word, Xingwang pulls out his phone and dials a number. Hello, Engineer Kong from the city's Construction Unit 1? I'd like to discuss building a new facility for our county hospital. Could you come to the dean's office to go over the details with the dean himself? Yes? Great. I'll see you shortly. Xingwang glances at the director's shocked face. Let's see how far you'll take this bluff. The director thinks to himself, unwilling to admit defeat. Xingwang hands his phone to the director and says with a calm smile, Dean, maybe it's hard to believe a building can just drop from the sky. Why don't you have a quick chat? It'll only take a few minutes. Don't let a bit of stubbornness cost you a whole building. The director, now unsure, takes the phone and says, Hello, this is Dean Liu from the county hospital. On the other end, Engineer Kang's voice booms through, Dean Liu, you're quite fortunate getting a free building out of the blue like that. The director freezes, instantly recognizing the voice. It's really Engineer Kong, he thinks, shock spreading across his face. He glances at Xingwang, now seeing him in a completely different light. This man, is he really this wealthy while keeping such a low profile? A little while later, Xingwang and the director are sitting together on the same sofa. Xingwang looks the director in the eyes and says, So, do you believe me now? About the donation? Now let's talk about the recording. If I can donate a building to your hospital, why on earth would I need to fake evidence? Before the director can respond, Xingwang adds, And if one building isn't convincing enough, how about two? The director's eyes widen in disbelief. What? Xingwang stands up, preparing to leave. I don't have any unreasonable demands, Dean. All I ask is that you severely reprimand that careless doctor, thoroughly investigate the unfair practices here, and make sure that regular patients can get the care they deserve. The director nods quickly, still in shock. Of course, of course. As Xingwang walks to the door, the director calls after him. May I ask your name? Without turning back, Xingwang simply replies, I'm just an ordinary kid from a farming family, doing what's right for the people. My name isn't important, but if you need one, you can write down Messenger of Justice. With that, Xingwang strides out of the office, leaving the director staring after him, speechless. As soon as Xingwang leaves the office, the director snatches up the phone, his voice sharp and urgent. Bring me the most recent discharge records, immediately. I want to know who was discharged right after surgery. The scene shifts to Dr. Lee, standing just outside a patient ward. A nurse approaches him from behind and says, "Dr. Lee, the dean is waiting for you outside." He nervously replies, "Okay," and walks over, his face turning pale as he sees the dean's stern expression. Moments later, we see Dr. Lee on his knees, clasping his hands together, pleading desperately, "Dean, please don't fire me. I have elderly parents to care for and young children at home. I can't afford to lose this job." The director looks down at him, expression cold. "You have elderly parents and young children, but what about the patients? Don't they have families too? A doctor like you, with no medical ethics. Find another job. Our small county hospital can't afford to keep someone like you." The scene transitions to Xingwang's cousin, Hang Datsai, sitting by the water with his girlfriend. They're laughing and relaxing, soaking their feet in the water. His friend turns to him and says, "Honey, your career's on the rise. Will we be able to buy a house in the city soon?" Hang Datsai, grinning smugly, replies, "Of course." Hang Datsai is suddenly interrupted by a man storming towards him, frustration evident on his face. The man glares at him and says, "Didn't you say you had a great connection and even bribed the doctor? How come my wife just spoke to them, and now she's being asked to leave? Her injury has gotten worse because of this mess. She's so angry. She won't even let me into the bedroom." Datsai, startled, jumps up from his seat, wide-eyed. "What?" Trying to maintain his composure, Datsai quickly pulls out his phone, showing it to the man. "Wait, maybe they don't know you're my brother. Let me call and clear this up." He starts dialing Dr. Lee's number. The scene shifts to the dimly lit interior of a bustling bar. Our protagonist's cousin, with a nervous grin plastered on his face, strides in holding a gift-wrapped box. Spotting a man lounging on a plush sofa surrounded by two stunning women, he places the gift on the table and clears his throat. "Mr. Zhao," he begins, voice dripping with forced politeness. "Didn't we agree that the road construction job would be subcontracted to me? You just sit back, relax, and collect your share." Mr. Zhao, a rotund man with a girl on each arm, barely acknowledges the words. One of the women giggles, twirling her hair like she's auditioning for a shampoo commercial. The cousin, undeterred, slides the gift closer and adds, "How about we adjust the percentage from 30% to 40%? Mr. Zhao glances at the box with disinterest, his expression as lively as a stone. Seeing no reaction, the cousin thinks, a greedy snake. He wants more money. "Fine, let's play." With a strained chuckle, he says, "Everyone knows this qualification review is just a formality. I'll find a shell company and go through the process again. No trouble for you, Mr. Zhao." But Mr. Zhao's eyes flash with irritation. Without warning, he swipes the gift off the table. "Who told you qualifications can be forged? You think a few lousy cigarettes will make me break the law? What do you take me for? A beggar?" The cousin awkwardly retrieves the fallen gift, stammering, No, Mr. Zhao. That's not what I meant. Before he can finish, Zhao pointing his finger towards protagonist's cousin. "You think I'm playing hard to get? Huh? You dare insult me?" The cousin, now drenched in sweat, blurts out, "No, that's not what I meant, okay. 50%. I'll give you 50%. But this only fuels Zhao's rage. He jabs a finger in the cousin's direction and shouts, "I treated you like a brother, and this is how you repay me? Get out of my sight." Out of nowhere, a burly bodyguard appears, grabs the cousin like a sack of potatoes, and tosses him out the door. "Don't let Mr. Zhao see your face again." The bodyguard growls, "Where did that guy even come from?" The cousin wanders mid-flight, landing unceremoniously outside. Meanwhile, in a luxurious private room, the same Mr. Zhao undergoes a miraculous transformation. Gone is the fire-breathing dragon. In its place stands a meek lamb. "Mr. Zhao, please come in." A black-suited man ushers him in with reverence. Inside, sitting comfortably on a high-back chair, is Xingwang, our protagonist, exuding quiet authority. Mr. Zhao, now all smiles and bows, greets him nervously. "Mr. Hang, thank you for waiting. On behalf of the townspeople, I deeply appreciate your funding for the road construction project." Xingwang watches the groveling man and thinks, profit-hungry hypocrite. With a sigh, he rubs his temples and says, "Don't make it sound so noble. I'm not doing this for charity. My parents are old, and the bad roads make it hard for them to walk. If they twist an ankle, I'll have to deal with the headache." Then, fixing his sharp gaze on Mr. Zhao, Xingwang adds, "This road won't deteriorate in less than a year again, will it?" Mr. Zhao's face practically turns into a sweaty emoji as he panics. How could that happen? He stammers, his awkward expression betraying his inner monologue. I'm only here because you're filthy rich. Ugh. Moments later, trying to mask his unease, Mr. Zhao turns on his salesman charm. The road we build will definitely meet your expectations, he says with the enthusiasm of someone trying to sell a toaster that doesn't work. Xingwang, still unimpressed, delivers his verdict. Then I'll leave it all to you. I hope you won't disappoint me. Cue the system's grand entrance. System notification. Noble host. You've completed the task of building roads and houses in your hometown in just 2 days and 1 night. By spending money generously and showing high moral character, you've been rewarded with a bonus. Don't forget your humble beginnings and stay true to yourself forever. Xingwang leans back, gazing at the ceiling dramatically. So that's why the system's been quiet these past 2 days. It was cooking up something big, he thinks, feeling like a main character in a telenovela. Meanwhile, over at Xingwang's second uncle's yard, chaos is brewing. His childhood sweetheart storms him like a whirlwind, fury lighting up her face. She zeroes in on Hang Daka, who's chilling on the sofa, phone in hand, as if he's the king of the couch. Hang Daka, she snaps. You're lying here playing with your phone all day. No mopping, no washing. What are you, a decorative plant? Dada lazily looks up, giving her the kind of look that says, and what of it? But she's not letting him off that easily. If I'd known you were all talk and no action, I'd have chosen Hang Xingwang instead, she fumes. At least he's in the city, doing something with his life. That comment slices through Daka's pride like a hot knife through butter. His face scrunched up in indignation. What did you just say? She doesn't miss a beat, poking him in the chest like she's hitting a doorbell. I said you're useless. If I were you, I'd kneel before Mr. Zhao if that's what it took. You fooled me with your big talk, but you're just a lazy show-off. As she storms off, she tosses over her shoulder. I'm going to find Hang Xingwang. He grew up with me. But before she can finish, Daka springs up, grabbing her shirt to stop her mid-step. Stop right there, you shameless woman, he growls, pulling her back like she's a sack of potatoes. He throws her onto the ground with the grace of a cat tossing a toy mouse. Not earning a single penny, and you dare criticize me? Are you asking for a beating? The scene shifts to Xingwang parents, far away from this circus, blissfully unaware of the family drama brewing, and Xingwang's parents, who are in for a surprise of a lifetime. A man in a neat suit respectfully hands over some documents to them, his expression as polite as can be. Here are some details. You can look them over carefully later, he says with a bright smile. Xingwang's father takes the documents, but as he reads, his eyes widen to the size of dinner plates. This, he exclaims, clearly stunned. His wife, noticing his reaction, leans in, her curiosity piqued. What does it mean? She asks, her voice tinged with concern. Before Xingwang's father can explain, the construction worker steps in, practically glowing with enthusiasm. Let me explain briefly, he says, holding up a finger like he's about to drop the best news ever. This road construction will affect your property, requiring us to use just 1 square meter of your land. To express our apologies, we plan to build a house for you as compensation. What do you think? Is that acceptable? The couple freezes. Their jaws drop, and one eyebrow on each of them seems to defy gravity, shooting straight up. They both blurt out in unison, huh? The construction worker, trying to keep the mood light, starts rubbing his hands nervously. If it's not acceptable, he says, his tone dripping with politeness, we can also add some monetary compensation. What do you think? Still too stunned to form coherent sentences, Xingwang's parents can only exchange looks, their thoughts racing. Since when has our village been this lucky? A whole house for just 1 square meter of land? And money too. Is this a dream? Finally, Xingwang's mother steps forward, her face softening into a gentle smile. It's more than enough, she says, her voice calm, but her thoughts screaming. This is the jackpot of a lifetime. Meanwhile, Xingwang's father can't hold back his excitement any longer. He shouts at the top of his lungs, Xingwang, come quick. Someone's going to build us a house. The joy in his voice echoes through the air, loud enough to make anyone within earshot smile. Time moves forward, and a few days later, we find ourselves at the bus station. Xingwang stands before his parents, luggage in hand, ready to leave. Dad, Mom, I'm heading back now, he says, his voice steady but tinged with emotion. His mother, eyes brimming with tears, looks at him with a tender expression. I thought working in a big city was tough. You must take care of your health and don't push yourself too hard, she says. Then, with a hopeful smile, she adds, "Next time you come home, we'll be able to move into a bigger house." Xingwang chuckles softly, hugging his mother tightly. "Don't worry. I'll take good care of myself," he assures her. "I've got to go now, or I'll miss my ride to the airport." He waves at them as he walks away, his gentle smile never faltering. From a distance, his father waves back enthusiastically, shouting, "We'll be waiting for you to come back." Fast forward, Xingwang now sits confidently on a plush sofa, scrolling through his phone with a self-assured grin. In his mind, he thinks this trip home was worth every penny. Out of nowhere, Hao-Wen, his former co-worker, or should we say future girlfriend, walks in, her face lighting up with excitement. "Hang Xingwang," she exclaims. "What are you doing here?" Caught off guard, Xingwang looks up in surprise. "Hao-Wen, I just got back from visiting my mom in my hometown." Her expression softens. "Oh, I'm sorry I forgot to ask earlier. I heard your mother was sick, and you left your job because they wouldn't give you leave. Is she okay now?" Xingwang nods confidently. "It's nothing serious. She's recovering well." "That's good to hear," she says, visibly relieved. "I'm here on a business trip. The company wanted me to change my image, so I've been working on a rural revitalization campaign. I just finished up and was about to head back when I ran into you. Talk about a small world, right?" Xingwang smiles warmly. It really is quite a coincidence. Then, her expression shifts to something more serious. "So, do you have any plans? Whose company are you thinking of applying to?" Xingwang looks a bit surprised at the question, but Hao-Wen quickly adds, "If it's inconvenient, you don't have to tell me." Regaining his composure, Xingwang replies confidently, "It's no secret. I don't plan on joining another company right now. I'm thinking of starting my own business." In his mind, though, a devilish grin forms. "I've even rented a building right across from my old company just to mess with my former boss." Unaware of his inner mischief, Hao-Wen beams. "That's great. If you need anything, let me know. I know some amazing editors and photographers who won't break the bank." Just then her phone rings. She stands up, her tone turning playful. "Sorry, I need to take this call." As she walks away, Xingwang notices her tense expression while she talks on the phone. On the other end, her boss's grating voice barks, "Hao-Wen, you've made some money and now think you're too important? How dare you ignore my messages? Get online right now and compete with Miya's team. They've been tagging you for half an hour." Frustrated, Hao-Wen snaps back. "I told you an hour ago I'm about to board a plane. You said it was fine then." "Yeah, well, you haven't boarded yet, have you?" he sneers. "Just do it before you get on." Sweat rolls down her face as she protests. "The next flight isn't for 10 hours, and I might not even get a ticket. Plus, this is my rest time." Her boss laughs mockingly from his office, reclining in his chair with his feet on the table. "Rest time? In this industry? Don't make me laugh. You think the company supports you for nothing? If you miss the flight, just stream for 10 hours at the airport. Problem solved." Her patience snapping, Hao-Wen fires back, "I've already given the company more than enough. I've been the top ranker for 6 months straight. No one's supporting me for nothing." In his office, Shuei's boss lounges at his desk, a smug grin plastered across his face. A young woman enters silently and pours tea for him. Without even glancing at her, he eyes the steaming cup and says, "So what? Your contract is still with us. Until it's terminated, you do as I say." His hand moves somewhere suspiciously, inside her clothes, or maybe inside the girl's. "Wait a second, is this guy pulling something shady? Focus. Nothing weird is happening, right? I think I will leave the part as it is. I can't explain it to you guys anyway." And so, without missing a beat, he continues barking into the phone. "Stop arguing and get online now. Say another word, and I'll consider it a breach of contract." "Seriously, dude, could you be any creepier?" Suddenly, our protagonist, Xingwang, decides it's time to step in. He calls out Shui. The voice on the other end of the line pauses for a beat before snapping back, and she say yes. Realizing something's amiss, the boss growls, "So you're with that Hang Xingwang guy? No wonder you're unavailable at the airport. My foot, you're probably naked in bed with him right now." Hearing that, Shuei's face flushes with anger. "Stop spreading rumors. I already took photos of my round-trip ticket and sent them to the company chat as proof." The boss lets out a mocking laugh. "Oh yeah? Then why don't you go live right now and prove it? Let's see if you're really at the airport or cozying up in bed." Annoyed beyond belief, Shui snaps, "You." Before she can say another word, Xingwang calmly takes the phone from her hand. "It's just a breach of contract fee, right?" he says smoothly. "How much?" I'll pay it. The smugness in the boss's voice falters for a moment, but Xingwang isn't done. With a confident chuckle, he adds, "Oh, and by the way, this call is recorded. I have the right to sue you for defamation." Cue awkward silence on the other end. The boss might have bitten off more than he could chew this time. The boss, fuming, retorts, "Can you even afford the breach of contract fee? Stop acting rich." But before he can finish, our protagonist hangs up with a swift tap, leaving the boss glaring at his phone. "Damn it! How dare he hang up on me?" he shouts, slamming his desk in frustration. Meanwhile, our future girlfriend turns to the protagonist, her eyes wide. "You're not really going to pay my breach of contract fee, are you?" Xingwang doesn't answer right away, casually scrolling through his phone. She glances at him, thoughts racing. What right do I have to accept such kindness? But then, almost as if convincing herself, she brightens up. "Actually, my situation at the company isn't that bad. He Shui just likes to mess with me occasionally. They'll probably demand an absurd fee for breaching the contract. There's no need for you to let them take advantage of you." She looks at him more earnestly now, her voice soft but firm. "I've saved up quite a bit. I can slowly pay off the breach of contract fee myself." Xingwang, hearing her words, suddenly halts his scrolling. He looks up, his face calm, yet determined. "You don't need to feel bad. I'm not doing this out of charity. I'm doing it for my own benefit." He leans forward, excitement flashing in his eyes. "I'm starting a new media company, right across from Meow Group. I need some familiar faces to help me get it off the ground." Then, with a sharp, confident smile, he points directly at her. "And what better way to make a name for myself than poaching their top talent?" Her eyes widen, her thoughts spiraling. "Starting a rival company? Right across the street? Hang Xingwang. Who even are you?" she think. Before she can say more, Xingwang lays out his offer. "Here's the deal. The salary package I can offer is a pure commission model. Half of your monthly earnings will go toward paying off the breach of contract fee. Once it's paid off, we'll split the net income, 70% for you, 30% for me." She stares at him, her expression softening. "If you're not a kind-hearted person, then who is?" she murmurs. But suddenly, as if catching herself, she looks up in excitement, ready to protest. Xingwang, lost in his own musings, looks a little gloomy and asks, "Do you think the ratio is too low?" "No, no, no," she blurts out, waving her hands in panic. "It's not low at all?" Embarrassed, she raises her hands high, her voice cracking with emotion. "Actually, this ratio is too high. You don't need to help me this much." Her thoughts churn. A typical live streaming company offering a 50% split would already be considered generous. And he's paying my breach of contract fee? Giving me 30% is only natural. Before she can spiral further into her thoughts, Xingwang snaps her back to reality. "You're the only one in Meow Group who never looked down on me. You helped me when no one else would. And now it's my turn to return the favor." His confident smile grows warmer. "Besides, I got a good eye for people. I know you'll have a bright future. I'm not just helping you. I'm asking you to help me make money." He waves his hand dismissively, as if the matter is already settled. "I believe you'll bring me far more money than the breach of contract fee. Think of it as me just advancing your payment." She falls silent, staring at the floor, her heart heavy yet grateful. "Clearly, you're throwing a lifeline to someone drowning, but you insist on making it sound like I'm doing you a favor." Finally, she looks up, her face glowing with a soft smile. Okay, the scene shifts to the Meow Group office building. Inside, our protagonist, Hang Xingwang, and his future girlfriend, Haowen, stand confidently in front of her boss. The boss, sitting behind his desk, narrows his eyes and sneers. "Haowen, do you really believe what a man says in bed when his mind is clouded with lust? If you trust him and bring him here, and he can't pay up, you'll be the one left in disgrace." Unfazed, Xingwang glances at him like he's nothing more than an ant. With a calm but firm tone, he says, "Stop wasting time. Call the legal department. I'm here today, specifically to terminate Haowen's contract. I don't have time to argue with you." The boss rises from his chair, his voice dripping with mockery. "Do you even know how much Haowen is worth now? Can you afford her breach of contract fee?" He steps closer to Xingwang, adding with a smirk, "I heard you recently came into some money and are flush with cash." But he places a patronizing hand on Xingwang's shoulder and continues, "When the poor suddenly get rich, they often lose themselves. As your former supervisor, let me remind you, sudden wealth is like a castle in the air. It can vanish in a flash. And when it does, you'll end up in debt, your life in ruins. Xingwang removes the hand from his shoulder with ease, his expression unchanging. Money is a renewable resource. The more you spend, the more you have. No need for you to worry about me. This time, Xingwang smirks and leans in slightly. The way you're losing your temper now. You're not scared I can actually pay this money, are you? The boss's confidence falters for a moment, and a bead of sweat forms on his brow. Snapping back into his usual arrogance, he scoffs. It's not my company. I'm not the one spending or earning money. What do I have to be afraid of? Xingwang places a dramatic hand on his face and sighs. He's shui, having a little power and using it to oppress others. I'm genuinely worried about your future. Anger flashes in the boss's eyes. Xingwang, what are you so proud of? Don't forget, you used to be nothing but a dog under my command. Xingwang raises a single finger like a child making a point. With an awkward but deliberate tone, he replies, "Excuse me. I was a legally employed worker who signed a labor contract. If you call me a dog, I could sue you for defamation." The boss stiffens, his face turning pale as sweat trickles down. Xingwang places a firm hand on the man's shoulder and continues, "Speaking of which, remember Clause 5 in your company policy? It prohibits spreading false or defamatory statements that harm the reputation of either party, effective even after contract termination. If I hear you spreading malicious rumors again, I reserve the right to prosecute on Haowen's behalf." Moments later in the conference room, Haowen sits across from the boss. A lawyer slides documents across the table to both parties. "Here are the contracts. Please sign." Haowen glances at the papers, her face resolute. Meanwhile, the boss crosses his arms, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Haowen, are you really going to sign? Following someone like him just for a bit of dirty money? You'll regret it later." Without hesitation, Haowen signs the papers, her expression cold. "I don't need your concern," she snaps. The boss's smug demeanor wavers as he watches her pen hit the paper. "Fine," he mutters. The termination contract is signed. But when will the payment be made? Pretending to be generous just to get someone to sign, then running off and leaving Haowen in a mess. That's your game, isn't it? Xingwang doesn't even flinch. He points his finger to his phone and says, "Why the rush? Check the account. The payment was made a minute ago." The boss's face flushes with panic as he fumbles with his phone. "You're bluffing. Do you even have that kind of cash flow? Are you just talking nonsense?" Xingwang, slightly annoyed, retorts, "Whether it's paid or not, can't you check with your finance department, idiot?" As the boss struggles to recover his composure, Xingwang turns to the window. He gazes out at his newly rented building across the street, a satisfied smile on his face. Being in upper management is nice. The view is wonderful too. Turning back to the boss, he adds, "Manager, we have a long future ahead of us." At that moment, a notification pops up on Xingwang's phone. "Congratulations, host, for understanding the true essence of spending money. Money only grows the more you spend it." The host has now moved from the not looking at price tags level to the contract termination without asking the cost level. Reward, 9,999,999 points. Xingwang chuckles softly, his smile brimming with confidence. Draining the old company dry is no longer a dream. Hey, think inwardly. Sometime later, Xingwang and Haowen step out of the Miao Group office building. From behind, a cheerful voice calls out, "Haowen, Xingwang, what a coincidence." Turning around, they see Haowen's friend waving enthusiastically as she jogs over. Standing beside them, the friend looks at Haowen and says, "I just heard you resigned. Will we still be able to meet in the future?" Haowen hesitates, unsure of how to respond, but Xingwang interjects with excitement. "Why not?" He points toward his newly rented office building across the street. "We're right over there. You can even come to our cafeteria for lunch." Haowen's friend freezes, staring at him in shock. Before she can say anything, Xingwang's phone buzzes. He picks up, glancing at the screen. "Who's this again?" A respectful voice on the other end replies, "Mr. Heng, your property certificate is ready. When would you like to pick it up?" "Ah, I'll come over soon," Xingwang says casually. "Very well, Mr. Heng. We look forward to your visit." Hanging up, Xingwang smirks and mutters to himself, "I almost forgot. I still need to inspect that villa." Turning to the two women, he says, "Haowen, take some time to rest and plan for our business. I've got something to take care of." Haowen smiles gently. "Okay, Xingwang hails a taxi and leaves. As he drives away, Haowen's friend turns to her, wide-eyed. Did he pay your contract termination fee? Haowen nods, her expression soft but distant. Yes. Her friend looks utterly baffled. I can't believe it. The quiet guy from your office turned out to be a wealthy tycoon? Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover. Sometime later, at the Grand Swan Bay sales office of Red Chung Real Estate. Inside her opulent office, a high-ranking woman leans back in her chair, her legs propped up on the desk. Speaking into the phone, she orders her employee, the VVIP client, is on his way. Be alert and don't be disrespectful. This is crucial for our performance. Make sure everything is perfect. The employee on the other end replies nervously, understood. I'll arrange the reception right away. Moments later, the entire sales office is buzzing with excitement. Employees scurry around, tidying every corner. The manager, standing at the center, shouts, Mr. Hang, the man who bought the 300 million yen villa, is coming. Everyone, head to the entrance to welcome him. Make sure your clothing is impeccable. We must maintain the reputation of Red Chung Real Estate. Turning to a female employee nearby, the manager continues, This is an important guest. We can't be careless. The woman bows respectfully. Manager Wang, do we have a photo of him? What if we greet the wrong person? The manager chuckles confidently. He's a mysterious tycoon. Of course, we don't have a photo. Rich people like him have an unmistakable aura. When he arrives, this place will light up. He clears his throat dramatically, then scolds her. You have been in sales so long. How can you lack such basic judgment? Yes, understood, she stammers, flustered. As he finishes his talk, the manager accidentally brushes against a dusty wall. Looking at his now dirty hand, he yells, There's dust everywhere. Clean it again. Not a single speck should remain. We must give the VVIP an excellent experience. Meanwhile, Xingwang arrives in a simple taxi, stepping out in a casual tracksuit. He gazes up at the grand building and smiles. Wow, he murmurs. Looking at the black-suited staff lined up at the entrance like guards, he adds, as expected of Red Chung Real Estate's top brand. Swan Bay's sales office looks impressive. Unaware of the grand welcome plan for him, Xingwang spots the crowd and thinks to himself, who are all these people waiting for? Must be the company chairman or something. He strolls inside, his relaxed demeanor completely out of sync with the buzzing energy outside. Looking around the luxurious, yet eerily empty sales office, he muses, a big sales office with no one inside? Maybe everyone's outside waiting for someone. This promised villa sounds a bit suspicious. Approaching a 3D model of the villa area, he studies the landscaping and pools. Looks just like something out of a TV show. I wonder where my house will be. Xingwang casually inspecting the 3D model, still unaware of the woman standing behind him. Irene, the employee from earlier, approaches him with a gentle smile. Sir, what type of house would you like to see? I can show you around. Before Xingwang can reply, a voice calls out. Irene, come here for a moment. It's the manager. Irene walks over, and the manager, speaking in a low but firm voice, says, Didn't I say we're not receiving other clients right now? Why aren't you watching the entrance properly? But he's still a customer, Irene replies politely. The manager's expression darkens, and he points his finger at her. By my calculation, our VIP client should be here any moment now. Clear everyone else out. We can't have them feeling disrespected. Irene, sweating slightly, tries to reason with him. But that doesn't seem right. We didn't even post a notice. The manager cuts her off, shaking his head in frustration. Oh my, you're such a foolish girl. Then, turning his attention to Xingwang, he says confidently, Let me handle this. The manager scans Xingwang from head to toe with a disdainful expression, his salesman instincts kicking in. This guy probably doesn't even have 200 yuan to his name, he thinks. And he dares to walk into the Swan Bay office? He's in the way of our VIP client. I'll get rid of him quickly. He approaches Xingwang, who is still examining the model, and says from behind, Some people should know their place. If you can't afford it, don't waste people's time and emotions. If you're serious about buying, then make it quick. What's the point of looking around forever? Xingwang, confused, turns to face him. Pointing at himself, he asks, Are you talking about me? The manager ignores the question and snaps at Irene. Irene, come here. There's dust everywhere. Clean it up quickly. What if our VIP guest questions our cleaning standards? Sweep it all up. Irene looks embarrassed. But before she can respond, Xingwang speaks up, his voice tinged with annoyance. How would I know if it's good for me if I don't take a proper look first? Is it suitable for me or not? The manager places his hands on his waist, his tone dripping with arrogance. Your whole appearance suggests you don't even have 200 yuan to your name. Do you know how much our houses cost? 300,000 yuan per square meter. Can you afford that? I was giving you a chance to leave gracefully. But since you insist on embarrassing yourself, don't blame me. Xingwang's expression hardens. The property management here doesn't seem very good. Judging people by their appearance? If that's how you treat potential buyers, I don't think these houses are worth such high prices. The manager smirks, crossing his arms. You're just bitter because you can't afford it. Suddenly, Xingwang's phone rings. He smiles as he answers. On the other end, the familiar voice of the woman from earlier greets him warmly. Mr. Hang, have you arrived at the sales office? If you have any questions, you can ask Manager Wang. Hearing her voice, the manager's smug expression falters. He freezes, the voice sounding eerily familiar. Xingwang, with a knowing grin, replies into the phone. Manager Wang? Oh, he just said I was embarrassing myself and not worthy of buying a house. I think I'll buy elsewhere. Let's cancel the transaction. On the other end of the line, the woman stands abruptly from her seat, her voice shaking. Mr. Hang, please have a seat. I'll be right there. She slams the hand down and mutters under her breath. This Manager Wang. Has he completely lost his mind? Without wasting another second, she rushes out of her office and heads straight for the Redqing real estate sales office. And she say to our protagonist, there must be some misunderstanding. Please wait, don't leave. Deputy General Manager Li Weining, leaving her office in a rush. A man in a sleek black suit opens the car door for her, and she steps inside. To the Swan Bay sales office. Quickly, she commands. The driver nods, smiling. Yes, ma'am. The car speeds off toward the sales office. Inside, Li Weining angrily dials her phone. Wang Sheng, what have you done? If this mysterious client gets offended, you'll be in serious trouble. Didn't I tell you to take good care of the VIP client? Did you even listen? On the other end of the line, Manager Wang forces a laugh, trying to sound unbothered. Li Weining fumes and mutters, this man is hopeless. Meanwhile, back at the sales office, Manager Wang shifts the blame. Turning to Irene, he scolds, I told you to clear out other clients, but you didn't listen. Now the rich client must be upset, thinking we're entertaining random people. Xingwang, still observing, thinks to himself with a frown. I thought he'd recognize his superior's voice, but apparently not. Wang's frustration boils over as he berates Irene. Lily, what's the point of being pretty if you can't do your job properly? Now that you've offended the VIP client, I might lose my job because of you. Irene, tears streaming down her face, kneels on the ground. Manager Wang, I was just doing my duty. Unmoved, Wang pushes Xingwang toward the exit. You poor nobody, I don't care what connections you have at Hongcheng. Not even the king can help you now. Get out of here. You're bad for business. At that moment, Li Weining arrives at the sales office, her commanding presence freezing everyone in their tracks. From behind Xingwang, Wang continues, Did you hear me? Get out. Then he turns and sees Li Weining. His tone changes immediately. Manager Li, you're here. Actually, what happened was, Li Weining doesn't even glance at him as she walks past. Wang assumes she's upset about Xingwang still being there and thinks smugly, Manager Li must be furious about this poor kid loitering around. But to everyone's shock, Li Weining bows deeply in front of Xingwang and says respectfully, Mr. Hang, I am Li Weining, Deputy General Manager of Hongcheng Real Estate. Please call me Xiao Li. She straightens up, looking flustered. I deeply apologize for your unsatisfactory experience. Manager Wang was disrespectful. Please forgive us. Wang's jaw drops, his earlier arrogance draining from his face. He stumbles backward, his mind racing. No way. Xingwang stands confidently, hands in his pockets, while Irene, watching from a distance, thinks, so he's the VIP client we've been waiting for. Li Weining continues, her voice steady but apologetic. We will take steps to prevent discrimination like this in the future. At Hongcheng, we strive to treat all clients equally and sincerely. I hope you will give us another chance. Wang, now pale and panicked, stammers. Manager Li, are you serious? How could he really be a rich person? His thoughts spiral. The mysterious buyer of a 300 million yuan property? How can he look so young, poor, and without any presents. Why would he wear cheap clothes? Li Weining turns to him, her expression cold. How many times have I told you not to judge clients by their appearance? But you ignored my words. Wang's legs give out as he thinks, I'm done for. Li Weining points a finger at him, her tone sharp. You've grown arrogant from selling a few properties. Starting tomorrow, you don't need to come in anymore. Wang falls to his knees, tears in his eyes. Manager Li, please. I have elderly parents and young children to support. I'm paying off a mortgage and car loan, and my daughter's medical treatment is expensive. I can't lose this job. He hugs her legs, sobbing. Please, I beg you. Li Weining looks down at him with disdain. You should have thought of that earlier. We are running a business, not a charity. Reflect on your actions. Desperate, Wang crawls toward Xingwang. Clutching at his shoes, he pleads, Mr. Heng, I was wrong to judge you by your appearance. Please give me another chance. From the back, Irene trembles, thinking I must be next. What should I do? What should I do? Xingwang smiles calmly, looking at Irene. This female sales agent is good. Make her the manager. Li Weining's expression softens as she nods. No problem. Well then, Mr. Heng, shall we go view the properties? Wang's face contorts in despair. She's the manager now? Xingwang stretches and says casually, It's getting late. Can I still view the properties? Li Weining responds with a professional smile. Of course, I will personally take you over. The scene shifts back to Irene, who upon realizing she has been promoted, disappears from the area in shock, tears welling up in her eyes. She whispers to herself, Did I just get promoted? This must be a dream, right? Meanwhile, Xingwang's system suddenly pops up with a notification. Personal compliment unlocked. Never underestimate the system's compliments. They might come in handy at crucial moments. Xingwang smiles mysteriously, thinking this system can even be playful. The scene transitions to a courtyard leading to the villa entrance. The luxurious estate is adorned with elegant plants and a meticulously designed garden, exuding extravagance. The gate opens, revealing male servants in black suits and maids in uniform, all lined up to greet the new owner. The general manager, Li Weining, gestures to them with pride. These are the villa butlers, responsible for your security and property management. The staff bows respectfully. Welcome to your new home, master. Walking beside Xingwang, Li Weining continues. Mr. Heng, please come in. We'll set up the automatic gate recognition system for you shortly. A butler hands Li some documents. She presents them to Xingwang. Mr. Heng, here are the property certificates and other documents. Please review them. Xingwang takes the documents, his excitement barely contained. A 300 million yuan luxury home. Forgive me, I'm just a country bumpkin who's never seen such an expensive house. I have to take a good look. He thinks, picking up the certificate. Opening the box, he sees a vibrant red certificate inside. Picking it up, he marvels, this certificate feels so premium. He places the certificate back and with casual confidence says, Lead the way. Li Weining is momentarily stunned, wiping sweat from her forehead. As expected of a tycoon, a 300 million yuan house, and he doesn't even bother to check the deed. She gestures toward an enormous, stunning villa. After you, Mr. Heng, she says respectfully. Xingwang strolls forward casually, hands in his pockets. Walking beside him, Li Weining explains, We hired a renowned landscaper to design the private garden, and the villa's interior decor was handled by an international designer. She glances at Xingwang and thinks, a low-key wealthy boss like him must be a young master from a hidden family. He's probably keeping a low profile to avoid trouble. Xingwang looks at the villa thoughtfully. The landscaping is impressive, but considering my parents' preferences, we'll need to plan a garden plot for planting cabbages and eggplants. They'd like that. His gaze shifts to a water park nearby. As expected of a top luxury residence, this area would be perfect for string beans and bitter gourds. Li Weining, noticing his thoughtful expression, asks, Mr. Heng, if there's anything unsatisfactory, we can contact the designers for modifications. Xingwang rubs his chin and replies, I'll give it some thought. It definitely needs redesigning. Too many impractical things. My parents wouldn't be comfortable with it. At that moment, the system notification pops up again. Arrogance detected. The host found 3 reasons to dislike a 300 million yuan property in just 1 minute. Reward, 99,999 bonus points. New skill unlocked. Xingwang laughs awkwardly. This system even comes with a chance of costume this time. The system responds playfully. When the host levels up in life, so does the system. Chumi activated. Li Weining, interpreting his demeanor as profound, smiles and says, Mr. Hang, your purchase has made this district's crown jewel yours. At such a young age, your future is limitless. Our CEO heard about your generosity and instructed us to treat you well. He plans to visit you when he returns from his business trip. Hearing the general manager's suggestion, Xingwang glances back casually and replies, No need for such trouble. I don't spend lavishly, so there's no need to make a fuss over it. Li Weining smiles gently, masking her inner turmoil. It's our duty, Mr. Hang. We hope for your continued support in the future. But internally, her thoughts churn furiously, casually spending 300 million and calling it nothing? What kind of enormous, mysterious family does he come from? The two walk toward the villa entrance, where Li Weining respectfully opens the door. Mr. Hang, we've arrived. Please come in. Xingwang steps inside without hesitation, his expression calm and composed. Meanwhile, in another luxurious villa nearby, a stunning young woman sits in front of her mirror. She pauses and asks, Uncle Zhang, who bought that villa today? Standing beside her, the older man replies, a young man with the surname Hang. He appears to be in his early 20s. The woman's hand freezes mid-motion as she looks at him, visibly shocked. In his 20s? Uncle Zhang nods. Yes, young Mississippi. Should we investigate his background? She closes her eyes and exhales slowly, a faint smile forming. No need. Someone who can casually buy a 300 million yuan villa is certainly not ordinary. If we dig into his background, he'll find out, and it wouldn't be wise to offend him. Standing gracefully, she adds, pick out a suitable gift. We'll pay him a visit another day. Uncle Zhang bows deeply. Yes.
In the last chapter, we saw our protagonist confidently stepping into a stunning $300 million villa, inspecting every corner with his usual charisma. And I know many of you have been eagerly waiting for the next part of this series, and I want to sincerely apologize for the delay. I've been tied up with other commitments during this period, but I promise that the next part of this series will be uploaded on time without any delays. Thank you for your patience and support. So without further delay, let's start. 3 months later, today was the founding day of Xingwang's company. Standing proudly before everyone in the company, Hung Xingwang declared, After 3 months of preparation, our Dujun Media Company is finally opening. We sincerely thank Director Gao for her hard work in training everyone over the past 3 months. Everyone must do their best to repay her efforts. We won't let you down. The room was filled with cheers and excitement, and Xingwang shared a knowing smile with Gaowen, both of them reflecting on how far they had come. They thought back to 3 months ago when Gaowen had asked, still a bit confused, I have to live stream and train new talent? Xingwang had responded calmly, half of the commission from new live streamers goes to you. Gaowen had been shocked. Isn't that too much? But Xingwang smiled and replied, You're the founding hero of Dujun. Besides, every profession has its expertise. You're familiar with the live streaming process, account operations, and how to attract viewers. I can't do it alone. Of course, once the company is running smoothly, you can switch to the front lines if you want. Gaowen nodded firmly. I want to stay behind the scenes, she said, filled with determination. Meanwhile, over at Boss He's office, a different vibe dominated the air. He stared at his phone, muttering disdainfully. Dujin Media, signing live streamers like it's going out of style. What era is this? Someone starting from scratch wants to open a live streaming company? Right across from me? Are they provoking me? Before he could act further, Anne walked in with a cheerful greeting. Cousin, you're back from your trip. Is sister-in-law well? Boss He's demeanor shifted instantly, his previous arrogance dissolving into sycophantic politeness. Anne, good timing. I was just strategizing how to deal with this Dujun Media. The old rules, of course, teach them a lesson. Let them know who's boss in the live streaming industry. At the same time, back at Dujun Media, Xingwang was in his office, frustrated with a stack of designs. These designers are all style over substance, he muttered. My 300 million yuan villa must be magnificent and creative. A knock at the door pulled him from his thoughts. Gao Wen entered, her phone clutched tightly in her hand, and her voice filled with urgency. Our anchors received PK invitations from Mio QN, she said. They all have at least 1 million fans, and they're all targeting anchors in the same field. She thrust her phone forward. Look at this. Mini Coco from MioQN sent me a PK invitation. 1,000,000 fans versus me? Isn't this just targeting us? Other employees chimed in nervously. Boss, I got one too. If we lose, we have to add the MioQN prefix to our names. Isn't this their old trick? 1,000,000 fans bullying anchors with only tens of thousands. How shameless. Hearing this, Xingwang leaned back in his chair, a calm but confident smile on his face. They're making a big fuss, he said, targeting our company's main live streamers while baiting the smaller ones for PK, just to rile up their fans. Let them try. They think they're intimidating us, but this is just the beginning. We'll show them exactly what Dujun Media is capable of. They're telling the new live streaming companies that they're the top dogs in this industry. What a cunning tactic. But it's a pity they've picked the wrong opponent this time. Xingwang stood up with a confident grin. Isn't PK about revenue from gifts? Tell our live streamers to accept the PK. Gao Wen blinked, surprised by his boldness. Wait, aren't you going to pay out of pocket to send rockets to the new live streamers? She asked hesitantly. Xingwang paused, suddenly realizing how extravagant his plan sounded. He softened his tone, scratching his head. Did I seem a bit over the top just now? Gao Wen couldn't help but recall the PK at the bar, and something clicked in her mind. Big brother, could it be? Xingwang? She muttered to herself. Xingwang raised a finger, cutting off her train of thought. Gao Wen, don't worry, he said firmly. I'll help you. Big brother will handle this. Money is only money when it's spent. Keeping it in your hands is just a number. Gao Wen hesitated, her practical side surfacing. But we should still be frugal, she countered. After all, more than half of the money goes to channel fees and platform commissions. Her thoughts spiraled. He paid tens of millions in termination fees from me. And if I'm not mistaken, he also sent me tens of millions worth of rockets before. Still, Xingwang radiated confidence. You can't think like that. Life is short, why save? Besides, I'm not spending recklessly, I'm investing. Right now, I'm lacking popularity, and guess what? It's come knocking on my door. This is our chance. If we seize it, our company's reputation will spread like wildfire across the industry. He leaned in, his tone calm but persuasive. A live streamer with 1,000,000 fans is enough to spark curiosity. Viewers will come to see what we're made of. And that's where you come in, your ability to train newcomers and create content. Once they're here, it's our job to keep them. If we do that, we win. Don't worry, I know my limits. I'll help you earn a stable income. Hearing his words, Gao Wen's expression shifted. Determination filled her eyes as she thought, he's right. His vision is leagues ahead of mine. He spent hundreds of millions already. What's a few more tens of millions? Plus, he worked in operations and marketing at Maokun. I can't compete with that expertise. If he trusts me, I should trust him too. Later, in Dujun's live streaming room, the atmosphere was tense. Sister Gao, what should we do? If we accept the PK, we'll definitely lose, one of the streamers said nervously. Gao Wen took a deep breath and straightened her back. Accept the invitation, she said resolutely. Meanwhile, in Maokun's office, a notification popped up on the screen. The PK battle between Maokun and Dujun had begun. As the battle unfolded, the Maokun streamer was already grinning from ear to ear, thanking a cascade of extravagant gifts. Thanks to Shababar for the Meow Group rocket. Thanks to Akao for the private plane. Shout out to Liudu for the moon on the sea. And Xiao PQ, thank you for the 10 planes. Thanks. Thank you all so much, the Maokun streamer said smugly, basking in the flood of gifts rolling in. Meanwhile, Xingwang's phone buzzed with messages from the group chat. Have you heard? Dujun Media and Maokun Media are going head-to-head. Dujun Media is just throwing pebbles at a boulder. They're just copying Maokun's style. No originality at all. Clowns, every one of them. The comments on Dujun's stream are brutal. Fans are pouring in just to roast them. Let's see how Maokun's boss crushes these wannabes. Boss, come out and discipline these clowns already. Xingwang gently set down his phone, his face calm, utterly unbothered. While the noise buzzed around him, his thoughts wandered to something entirely different. Should he go for a whole set of rosewood furniture, or perhaps a French vintage style? Now that was a real dilemma. His musings were interrupted as Gao Wen entered the office, her expression a mix of frustration and urgency. "The votes are getting crushed in the PK," she reported. "They came prepared, boss. They're big spenders, are focusing all their firepower on voting today. On our side, everything's set, the accounts are ready, and the money's been loaded. When should we make our move?" Xingwang smiled, a calm confidence in his demeanor, and waved his hand dismissively. "No rush. The time isn't right yet. Let them rest, gather their strength. When their popularity peaks, and when the mockery is at its loudest, that's when we'll strike." Gao Wen nodded sheepishly. "Right. I was too hasty." "However," Xingwang continued, "the streamers' mental states are crucial. Make sure they stay comfortable and confident. Tell them to perform their best no matter what. Win or lose, as long as they give it their all, they'll be rewarded." Meanwhile, at Maokun, boss, he was already celebrating. "Cousin, victory is ours tonight. Let's start the party early," he said with a smug grin. Inwardly, he gloated. So what if we lost Gao Wen? We still raked in tens of millions in revenue. But his cousin wasn't impressed. "What's there to celebrate about beating a small company? That's expected," he said coldly, making Boss He's smile falter. A pang of regret hit Boss He. He had secured a hefty termination fee when Gao Wen left, sure, but losing her talent felt like letting a big fish slip through his fingers. His mind wandered back to that moment. Wait. Someone paid tens of millions in termination fees for her to leave my platform. And now she's running her own company? His eyes narrowed as he stared at his phone. This feels too calculated. Could this have been a premeditated plan all along? His cousin noticed the change in his expression. "What's wrong? Why did Gao Wen end up at Dujun?" "Boss," he stammered, scrambling for words. His mind raced. He couldn't let his cousin see him as incompetent. He quickly cobbled together an excuse, but the unease gnawed at him. Somewhere deep down, he knew this wasn't over. And Xingwang? He was just getting started. Boss He, desperate to maintain his dignity, spun a tale. Gao Wen used to cozy up to a nouveau riche, sweet-talking him into opening his wallet. That's probably how she terminated her contract. She must have walked away with tens of millions and got arrogant, thinking she could climb the ladder and become a boss. His cousin considered the explanation, nodded, and let it drop. "All right, just make sure you control the situation. We must win today." At that moment, an employee barged in, panic written all over their face. Boss He. "It's bad. Dujin's live stream rooms are getting flooded with rockets and yachts." Boss He's face went pale, but his assistant, trembling with fear, blurted out, "It's not just one round of gifts. They're sending waves of them. Rockets are flooding the screen." The two of them turned to the monitors, dumbfounded, as notifications exploded across the screen. His cousin erupted. "One round? Boss He, crush them now." Meanwhile, in Xingwang's office, Gao Wen stood frozen, watching the chaos unfold. Every few seconds, Xingwang calmly tapped his phone, triggering the system to broadcast extravagant gift announcements. "Congratulations to the host for spending money so lavishly. Reward million. Congratulations to the host for freely giving gifts. Reward 888,888. The stream was a spectacle. Gift after gift, rocket after rocket. The notifications came so fast that the system could barely keep up. Finally, Gao Wen couldn't hold back. Isn't it enough to just win? Why send so many gifts? Their PK bars are obliterated. And seriously, 500 rockets at a time? This isn't just rich. This is insane. Xingwang smirked, unfazed. He tapped his phone one last time. "Seeing injustice on the road, I help. Hung Xingwang sends 5,000 rockets." He leaned back, chuckling. They haven't seen the world yet. Let's show them what it means to dream big. Gao Wen stared at the screen, utterly speechless. This isn't seeing the world. This is rewriting the rules. Xingwang's grin widened. Remember our goal. We're not here to blend in. We're here to be the top, insurmountable by anyone. Go boost morale and remind Maokun's streamers to change their names while you're at it. Gao Wen snapped back to reality, nodded, and left to carry out his orders. As the storm settled, Xingwang casually picked up his tablet. His eyes lit up. Finally, a design I like. This This is my dream house. Forget rosewood or French vintage. This style is perfect. He glanced at his phone, smirking. Now, let's see how much money I made this time. 100 million. 1 billion? Ha! As expected of the system, the more I spend, the more I earn. In the offices of major media companies, chaos erupted. Executives barked orders. In 1 minute, I want everything on Dujun Media. Who's backing them? How are they moving so fast? We need to monitor this company closely. Across the industry, everyone was in shock. Dujun Media's meteoric rise had shaken the live streaming world to its core. The media frenzy was palpable. We need first-hand information. Get interviews with Dujun Media immediately, barked an editor-in-chief. I've already got the headline, shaking the tree, the changing of the guard between old and new companies. Let's run with it. Meanwhile, on the live streaming platform, the management scrambled. An emergency meeting was underway. In one night, they've created a miracle, said the platform director, pacing the room. Their streamers' average fan growth is over 2 million. This is the biggest breakthrough since we launched. Contact this company immediately. I want to negotiate with them personally. At Dujun Media, the broadcast of For Beautiful Streamers was wrapping up. The girls' sweet voices filled the air. That's all for tonight, everyone. Thank you for your gifts and your love. Thanks to you, even a small streamer like me can feel supported. Once the equipment was disconnected, the girls collapsed into their chairs, sighing with relief. It's finally over, one of them said, wiping her brow. Just then, the door opened, and Xingwang walked in. The atmosphere shifted instantly as the 4 girls surrounded him, their excitement bubbling over. Boss, we actually won. I was so scared at first, but we did it. Xingwang, ever magnanimous, smiled and waved his hand. All of today's revenue will be distributed according to the contract. The room erupted in cheers. Wow, boss, you're so generous. How much is that? Am I really about to experience being rich overnight? At that moment, Xingwang's phone pinged with a notification from the system. The host is generous, sharing the wealth. I'm so moved I'm crying. Reward 500 million. He couldn't help but mutter. This system's rewards are so random. It's enough to give anyone a heart attack. Gao Wen, who had been standing at the door, smiled warmly as she watched the scene. The laughter, the excitement, it was infectious. In stark contrast, over at Myokun Media, the mood was icy. Boss, he and his cousin glared at the statistics screen, their faces twisted in anger. Online, the comments were relentless. Myokun Media spent a fortune, but they still lost. What happened? Why is Dujun Media so much better? His cousin's expression darkened with each comment. Suddenly, an assistant timidly entered. Boss, do we need to change our names? Dujun Media released clips mocking us and, demanding it. The words hit like a thunderclap. His cousin shot up from his seat, his face murderous. The assistant flinched and fled, slamming the door behind them. Without warning, his cousin turned and slapped Boss He across the face. This is just one round, you said. A nouveau riche wouldn't give her much money, you said. He pointed at the screen, his voice rising. 500 million. Do you call this not much money? Boss He stood there, trembling, knowing there was no escape from his cousin's wrath. The tension at Myokun Media was suffocating. His cousin's voice was venomous as he hissed, 500 million. If it weren't for you, would Myokun Media be a laughingstock right now? They've trampled our dignity into the ground. Bossy, sprawled on the floor, tried to defend himself. But we made money, we didn't lose. The room fell silent for a moment before his cousin's expression turned even darker. His voice was icy. Try saying that again. The phone slipped from Bossy's trembling hands, its screen still playing clips from the disastrous PK battle. His cousin returned to his desk, muttering bitterly, if Gao Wen were still here, at least 100 million of that 500 million would have been ours. That sugar daddy? He clearly likes Gao Wen. You should have created opportunities for her. That money would have flowed straight into our company. Bossy, clutching his swollen face, struggled to his feet. But he was a poor man before. His cousin's fury erupted. Don't look down on a young man in poverty. Are your dog eyes blind? Not recognizing a wealthy and noble person when you see one? He slammed his fist on the desk. I heard that when Gao Wen was here, you made her life miserable. You treated a money tree like garbage. No wonder she was forced to leave. Bossy muttered weakly, didn't you implicitly agree? The words were barely out before his cousin's kick sent him flying. Get out of my sight. Daytime at Dujun Media. Gao Wen gently tugged at Xingwang's shirt, her voice soft. Is it really okay to spend money like this? I did some rough math. Out of 500 million, we'll get over 180 million after deductions. But we still have to distribute tens of millions to the live streamers. Xingwang smiled, calm as ever. Actually, it didn't cost that much. His nonchalance left Gao Wen stunned. Not that much? You just spent 200 million in one night. Xingwang chuckled, shaking his head. I only deposited 100 million. The rest came from the surge in popularity, new users depositing money like crazy. Plus, the platform matched my deposit with another 100 million in gifts. We'll use those gifts strategically later. When you round it up, we really only spent 100 million. Gao Wen was speechless. Rounding it up? Is that how you calculate now? She couldn't believe it. Xingwang was casually brushing off what most would consider an astronomical sum. He turned to her with a confident grin. It's called spend one, get 10,000 back. You've seen the media evaluations, haven't you? Other companies spend years and millions nurturing a single top live streamer. In one night, we've created over a dozen top-tier streamers. Time and expenses are money too, aren't they? This leap has saved us years of effort. His tone softened. Gao Wen, I told you, your future will be bright. Thank you for leading the new live streamers and helping them seize this opportunity. You've done amazing work. She blushed, unsure how to respond as he continued. Have you ever heard the saying, popularity nurtures a person? When someone is in the spotlight, people naturally focus on their merits, and they get positive feedback. That momentum will make our path smoother, and this is just the beginning. I'll invest in variety shows, movies, and more. These newcomers will need opportunities to shine. We're building an empire, Gao Wen. For a moment, she stood there, looking at him with admiration. This wasn't just a rich man throwing money around. This was a visionary shaping the future of an industry. Xingwang's enthusiasm filled the room as he declared, Dujun Media won't just be a live streaming company. We'll branch out into every corner of entertainment and innovation. Variety shows, movies, original content, you name it. We'll be the standard bearer for this industry. His fist clenched, determination blazing in his eyes as he painted a picture of their limitless future. In the middle of his impassioned speech, his phone buzzed. Answering it, he listened briefly before nodding. Yes, this is Mr. Hang. Oh, you're from the decoration company? Great. After a short exchange, he hung up and turned to Gao Wen, patting her shoulder with a smile. Gao Wen, I'll leave this to you. The decoration company just contacted me. I need to oversee the renovation of the new house. The bonus distribution is in your hands. Don't be stingy, and don't forget to include your own share. She blinked in surprise, unsure how to respond. Xingwang grinned. Remember what I told you? The percentage commission for leading the newcomers, it's all yours. Everyone should feel motivated to work harder and happier to earn more. That's my philosophy. His casual yet earnest words left Gao Wen momentarily speechless. She hesitated, unsure if she should accept such generosity. Before she could refuse, Xingwang added with a knowing look, I'm not interested in shady tactics. Everyone should get what they've earned. That's how we'll build loyalty and trust. Hearing his reasoning, Gao Wen couldn't help but smile. She nodded, her hesitation fading. Okay, I understand. As she watched him stride confidently out of the room, her admiration for him deepened. It wasn't just his wealth or bold vision that impressed her. It was his integrity, his belief in fairness, and his ability to inspire loyalty in those around him. Xingwang was busy overseeing the renovation of his $300 million villa. Workers moved about, some demolishing walls, others carrying supplies, and Xingwang directed them with confidence. Leave the cement and bricks outside the courtyard. Be careful when demolishing the walls. Don't damage the load-bearing ones. Behind him, a butler from the neighboring villa appeared, holding a gift in his hands. The butler's attire was clean and luxurious, exuding the refinement of someone from a wealthy family. Xingwang noticed him, turned, and thought to himself, this truly looks like a butler from a wealthy family, dignified and refined, just like the ones in TV dramas. Stroking his chin, he mused, I should get a butler someday too. The butler, with a respectful posture and a gentle smile, stepped forward and presented the gift. I heard there are new neighbors, so I came to visit. I didn't bring much, just some products from our company. I hope you don't mind, he said politely. Xingwang approached, removed his gloves and said, "I must apologize. The house is under renovation and quite messy. I'm all dirty, so I must look quite amusing." The butler maintained his smile and replied, "I should apologize for coming unannounced and causing you trouble. I thought, since we're neighbors and will interact often, I'd visit in advance." Holding out the gift, he added, "So we can help each other out in the future." Xingwang accepted the gift, noting its substantial weight and intricate gold and silver decorations. He thought to himself, this neighborhood of wealthy residents is truly different. Even the butlers are so polite and courteous. He thoroughly inspected the luxurious gift box, feeling a growing curiosity about his affluent surroundings and the connections he might form here. The butler and Xingwang exchanged a firm handshake. Xingwang said with a smile, "You are too kind. Helping neighbors is only natural. Once I'm done with the work here, I will definitely come by to visit you." Later that afternoon, Xingwang was at his villa, walking around and supervising the ongoing renovation. Exhausted, he sat on the ground, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and thought to himself, "I've been working for quite a while without realizing it. I should take a break." Just then, his phone rang. Picking it up, he heard a familiar voice. "Xingwang, our class is having a reunion this weekend. Are you free? I heard that girl you had a crush on in university will be there too." Xingwang's mood shifted instantly. His eyes narrowed in anger as he thought, class reunions are just ego contests where people compare themselves. Back in college, I was the poorest in my class, always mocked and treated as a nobody. Just a small operator, always invited to reunions as background decoration. But then his expression softened into a confident smile. He replied, "Sure." The person on the other end was taken aback. He agreed so quickly? It must be because she's coming, they thought. Meanwhile, in the neighboring villa, Ping Zhao Zhao stood near a window while the butler from earlier recounted his visit. "He's very gentle and polite," the butler said. "He even removed his dirty gloves and wiped his hands before taking the gift box. He seems like a good person, working alongside the renovation crew and getting along well with them." Ping Zhao Zhao, without turning around, replied, "I understand." Suddenly the doorbell rang. Ping Zhao Zhao turned sharply, startled. "It must be him again," she said in irritation. But instead of Xingwang, a confident couple walked in, holding each other close. Ping Zhao Zhao frowned as they approached. "I've told you so many times not to bring people here," she said coldly. The man smirked and addressed her. "Ping Zhao Zhao, what kind of attitude is that? This is your future sister-in-law. I've had my fun, and now I'm ready to settle down. I plan to marry Shishi." Shishi, the girl by his side, looked slightly teary and said softly, "Miss Ping, do you have some misunderstanding about me?" Ping Zhao Zhao turned her head away without a word and walked off. Shishi, worried, held the man's hand. "Should I leave? Miss Ping doesn't seem happy to see me and I don't want to affect your relationship with her." The man placed a confident hand on her shoulder. "Don't mind her. She's just being dramatic and fussy." Ping Zhao Zhao, now visibly angry from a distance, overheard his comment. The man turned to her and said with a smirk, "Don't forget what grandfather said. To inherit the family fortune, you need to get married. Could it be that you're jealous of me?" Ping Zhao Zhao responded with a calm but sharp smile. "Jealous? Far from it. I'm not desperate to get married for inheritance like you. Besides, do you think just anyone can enter the Ping family? Marriages depend on whether grandfather approves or not." Her words left the room tense. The scene changes. After receiving the call from his classmate, Xingwang has Gao Wen drive him to the location of the class reunion. "I'm delivering something to a client. I'll be back in an hour." As soon as Gao Wen leaves, Xingwang adjusts his clothes and thinks to himself, "I have a feeling I'll make some money today." As he turns around, he notices 3 people standing in front of a hotel. The 3 people also notice him. Seeing him arrive in a G63, the blonde woman points and says, "Isn't that Hang Xingwang? A Mercedes? Even with the market price drop, it's still at least 8 million yuan. Where did he get the money?" Hearing this, the 2 guys behind her chime in, bad-mouthing Xingwang. "He's still single. How could he afford such an expensive car? He must be dating a sugar mama. No wonder he agreed to come to the reunion so quickly this time. He has a backer now. This sugar mama must be old and ugly. Otherwise, she wouldn't choose Hang Xingwang. His taste is really something." Not satisfied with just the two of them bat-mounting him, the blonde adds, "Sugar mama or sugar daddy, who knows?" The world is quite open-minded these days. Having heard their entire conversation, Xingwang walks over calmly and says, "What's wrong? Are you guys jealous that I'm dating a sugar mama? Is it because you can't, or because you're not qualified to? Jealous of you? I don't need to rely on a sugar daddy. But Wang Duo, didn't you marry a factory manager? I heard you made his wife leave him to take her place. What are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense." While the two are arguing, a car arrives. From the car steps, accompanied by Jiajia's womanizing brother. He treats her like she's disabled, carefully helping her walk careful. "My love." Seeing her and her boyfriend arrive, the three friends start flattering them. Wow, the goddess is here. The goddess's arrival is truly different. She even has a flower protector. It's not just a flower protector. The guy with her is the eldest young master of the Ping family. I saw him on the news. So impressive. Not seeing any reaction from Xingyuan, the guy approaches and provokes him. "I heard from Zhongqi that you decided to come because the goddess is coming. You saw her. Why didn't you greet her? Is your sugar mama that strict?" Although he doesn't care, Xingwang still plays along. He walks over and says a simple, "Hello, goddess." She responds awkwardly, "Hello." After greeting her, Xingwang turns back to the guy and taunts him. "My sugar mama isn't strict. I greeted her, now what? You guys can continue your flattery. I'm going inside to save a seat." With that, Xingwan walks inside, leaving behind whispers about him. He's just a toad lusting after swan meat. Seeing that he can't have her, he's running away. Does he think he's worthy of Mengshi? He should look in the mirror and see if he's a match for the young master of the Ping family. Hearing them badmouth Xingwan, Mengshi doesn't say a word in his defense. Instead, she gets in the car to see her boyfriend off. "Let me know when you're done eating, and I'll come pick you up." "Okay, drive safely." As soon as her boyfriend leaves, the three friends approach and flatter her. "Wow, Mengshi, we're so envious of you. Your relationship is so strong. When are you getting married? You must send us an invitation. Mengshi, you're getting more and more beautiful." Hearing their flattery, she's secretly delighted but still acts modest. "I told him to go to work since he's busy, but he insisted on bringing me here. Let's go inside." Inside the private room of the hotel, the class reunion is in full swing. Everyone is happily eating, drinking, and singing, except for Xingwang, who sits in a corner, lost in thought. On the other side of the room, a group of guys is sitting together, bragging. The one with green hair, holding a cigarette, says, "The economy hasn't been good these past few years. It's not easy to do business. I only managed to buy a floor in the building opposite the city hall." Wow, that's opposite the city hall. The market price must be at least tens of millions. Right, around that. How high? Just like the guys, the girls have also formed a group, with Minxie as the center of attention. She deliberately shows off her diamond ring, saying, "I'm not very capable. I'm getting engaged soon, so I'll probably just be a housewife. Actually, that's my dream." Wow, that's amazing. Congratulations. Not just a housewife, a wealthy housewife. MENGXI. You're too modest. Besides those flattering her, some people notice the ring on her finger and whisper, "The diamond ring on her finger is huge. It must be at least 5 carats. Look who her fiancé is. He's the eldest young master of the Ping family. I heard he personally drove her here." It seems the rumors are true. The young master of the Ping family really values her. She's marrying into the Ping family. It's like a stepping to heaven. Hearing the whispers about her, Mengxi acts gentle on the outside, but is extremely pleased on the inside. "A bunch of poor people, just be envious. Sorry, I'm just that charming." Turning to Xingwang, who's still engrossed in his phone, ignoring the flatterers. Just then, he receives a message. "Damn. I've been so busy I forgot I donated a building to the hospital." The message is from Konggong. "The construction and decoration of your house in the countryside have been completed successfully. You can move in a month. The construction progress of the hospital building is as shown in the attached table. It's currently in the water, electricity, and road supply and leveling stage. Back to the group of friends, someone has finally noticed Xingwang. Seeing him sitting alone, playing with his phone, the green-haired guy asks, "Hang Xingwang, why are you so quiet? Just looking at your phone." Hearing this, the red-haired guy beside him taunts, "Isn't it because the goddess is getting married? And he's so sad he wants to cry." Having heard everything, Xingwang doesn't even look at them. While still looking at his phone, he replies, "What's there to be sad about? The goddess is getting married, of course. I respect her and wish her well. What else can I do?" Sitting X, Xingwang's calm reaction, the red-haired guy looks at him with disdain and says mockingly, "Someone with a monthly salary of yuan like you. What are you so busy with? Oh, still a lowly worker. You have to work overtime on weekends too." Even when sitting quietly, he's still being mocked. Xingwang puts his phone in his pocket and stands up. He gestures towards himself with a proud look and says, "That's right, I am working overtime." At this point, Xingwang, like a shining star, raises his chin and continues, "Mainly, I have to do some work to make this world a better place." After hearing Xingwang's words, the whole group burst into laughter. "Hang Xingwang, have you been working for 2 years and lost your mind? How old are you? Still acting so childish. Why don't you go to a construction site and carry bricks? The class president has some work available. If you work hard this year, carrying bricks and delivering packages, you might make more than 5,000 yuan." Despite his friend's mockery, Xingwang remained calm and even blew his nose. Not stopping there, the red-haired guy continued, "Hang Xingwang, don't tell me you don't know how to take a joke." The blue-shirted guy beside him chimed in, "That's right, I'm just trying to help you. Delivering packages really does pay more than your current job." Xingwang smirked. "You're really kind." After saying that, he turned to leave. "You guys eat, my house is being renovated, and the construction team doesn't understand my instructions. I have to go back." Seeing this, the red-haired guy thought to himself, "He wants to run. I haven't mocked him enough." He spoke up. "The food has just arrived. Don't be in such a hurry to leave." "Oh, right. Where did you buy a house? If it's in Tong City, invite us all over for a housewarming party after the renovation is done." Xingwang turned his head and smiled. "My house is very small. It won't fit everyone." Hearing this, the blue-shirted guy behind him said with a disdainful expression, "Housing prices in Tong City are incredibly high. Working hard and saving for 2 years might only get you a bathroom. It probably won't be enough room for us. I understand." Despite their words, Xingwang didn't care and even smiled in agreement. Right. It won't fit. What kind of house could possibly hold so many Buddhas like you?" Just then, the blonde girl ran over to stop him from leaving. "Hang Xingwang, you're not trying to run away without paying, are you?" Xingwang impatiently took out his phone and replied, "Just send the bill to the group, I'll pay." Still not letting him go, the blonde continued to yell, "This is the Xinwei Hotel, one of the most high-end hotels in this city. Just ordering a bottle of wine costs thousands of yuan. This isn't some roadside stall. If you leave the group, who will cover your share?" Xingwang sighed helplessly. "I've already transferred 10,000 yuan to the class president. Is 10,000 yuan enough? If it's not enough, we'll figure it out later." The class president, having received Xingwang's transfer, laughed loudly. "Your pretentious nature hasn't changed a bit." Seizing the opportunity, the red-haired guy chimed in, "He's trying too hard. I wonder how long he's been saving this 10,000 yuan just to show off today." Xingwang was probably starting to lose his patience with these people, but the blom still wouldn't stop. "Han Xingwang, it's okay. It won't be 10,000 yuan. There's no need to pretend like that." Just then, the so-called goddess suddenly stood up with a radiant smile. "Xingwang, you don't have to do this. I'll cover your share. I'll tell the class president not to collect your money. 10,000 10,000 yuan is a lot for you. You should save it and live well. Seeing her actions, the group of sycophants took the opportunity to flatter her. Wow, the goddess is so kind and generous, spending 10,000 yuan without batting an eye. The goddess is so soft-hearted. Xingwang must be so touched he's about to cry. Don't let him get so confident that he thinks the goddess has feelings for him. Before these flattering words directed at her, the woman inwardly gloated, I truly am beautiful and kind. Meanwhile, Xingwang recalled a time when he accidentally overheard a conversation between her and his friend. Please, God, if I didn't need to borrow his notes to copy, I wouldn't even look at him. Marry him, bestowing a little favor on him and he'd wag his tail all day long. That kind of person isn't even worthy of carrying my shoes. Recalling that moment, Xingwang's eyes darkened, thinking, if I didn't know what kind of person you are, I would probably be crying with gratitude right now. Finishing this thought, he turned to her and said, I'm sorry, I don't lack 10,000 yuan. There's no need to return it and you don't need to pay for me. Hearing Xingwang's words, before the goddess could even speak, the group of sycophants quickly chimed in. Who knows, he's probably still dreaming about you. He's afraid that if he takes your money, he'll be lower than you. What a thankless wretch, not appreciating the kindness. Hearing this, the goddess was secretly delighted, but on the outside, she still pretended to be kind and defended Xingwang. Don't say that. He's also had a hard time. But with his personality, I'm a little worried. He always acts on impulse. Unable to stand her acting any longer, Xingwang said bluntly, People call you goddess a few times, and you think you're a real goddess, here to save all beings. I thought we were all old classmates. There's no need to be rude. But I see you guys don't care about face. After saying that, Xingwang turns to the waiter. I'll pay for this meal. Just then, the class president walked over, holding a VIP card. Even if you want to pay, you're not qualified. This is a VIP room. Only VIP guests can pay. Hearing him, Xingwang turned back to the waiter. Call your boss here, tell him I want to pay. In this situation, the waiter was a little hesitant. Our boss is a bit busy, and it's true that only VIP guests can pay. The class president then said, Go call your boss. Tell him a VIP guest wants to talk to him. Hearing this, the waiter could only scratch his head and comply. Okay, esteemed VIP guest. I'll go get him right away. Glancing at Xingwang, the class president smirked to himself, making a fool of yourself. A while later, following the waiter's message, the restaurant owner came up to them. Seeing him, Xingwang approached and asked, To eat in a VIP room, only someone with a VIP card can pay. The owner replied, That's correct. Xingwang then said, Make me a card. Hearing this, the group behind him burst into laughter. Does this country bumpkin think the VIP Way Hotel is free? You need to spend at least 500,000 yuan to get one. Today, I'll see how he continues his act. I'm dying of laughter. He probably rarely comes to places like this. Hearing the constant barking in his ears, Xingwang grasped the situation. You need to spend at least 500,000 yuan to get a card. Tell me a number. How much money do I need to spend to get rid of these people? The owner, hearing this, calmly replied, This isn't a matter of money. Our hotel puts people first. We won't kick out customers. The group, hearing Xingwang's words, laughed even harder. Is he watching too many movies and trying to be the main character? How can that happen in real life? Ignoring the whispering group, Xinhuan said coldly, 10 million. Hearing this, the initially calm owner's expression changed. 10 million. Xinhuan slowly walked to the table, sat down, picked up some food and said, That's right, 10 million. I don't need a VIP card anymore. 10 million for a meal. I want some peace and quiet. Not rushing to make a decision, the owner observed Xingwang, stroking his chin in thought. His clothes from head to toe don't look like those of a rich person. Besides, who would spend 10 million yuan on a meal? Having finished his thoughts, he put on a stern face and approached Xingwang, saying, Sir, there's a limit to making trouble. Cutting him off, Xingwang turned around with a card in his hand, his eyes cold as he looked at the owner and said one short sentence. "Swipe it." Not knowing the value of the card Xingwang was holding, the blonde woman still maintained a disdainful look. "You should at least make it look real. You should have taken out a proper card. This flashy thing, you think you can swipe 10 million yuan with it?" The red-haired guy laughed and added, "That's right. Look closely. This bank card even has a bunch of scratches. It's obviously been carelessly tossed around. If he really had money, he wouldn't be so careless. Is there 1,000 yuan in the card?" On this side, the rest of the group also had looks of contempt, their tone mocking. Just now, he said he had something urgent to do and had to leave, but now he's sitting down to eat. If you want to pretend, you should at least be consistent with your logic. Is it possible that he's so poor that he's mentally ill? Seeing the restaurant staff swiping the card, the classmates, not knowing the result yet, were already whispering and mocking. If it doesn't go through, it'll be so embarrassing. Can this be considered as causing a disturbance in the hotel? I'm so bored. I can't believe I'm watching a mentally ill person pretend to be rich. I think I'm starting to have mental problems too, cutting them all off. The waitress, after swiping the card, trembled, stammering, "Boss." The payment went through. The owner, hearing this, was stunned. Unable to believe his ears, he asked again, "What?" Not just him. The group that was just mocking Xingwang was now going crazy. What? He really has 10 million yuan. Am I crazy or is he crazy? I must still be asleep. Letting his friends talk, Xingwang, after swiping the card, said coldly, "So, the money has been paid. Can I now have some peace and quiet to eat?" The owner had now completely changed his attitude. Xingwang was now a big shot in his eyes, someone he had to serve diligently. He immediately turned to the group, one hand in his pocket, the other gesturing towards the door, and said indifferently, "I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you'll have to leave." After Xingwang's recent flex, the system also appeared. Wow, the host's level has surpassed expectations. From a 300 yuan meal to a 10 million yuan meal. Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone of treating money like numbers, rewarding the host with 20 million. Friendly reminder from the system, good food must be accompanied by money. At the same time, after being slapped in the face with money by Xingwang, the class president stood up, pointed at him, and shouted, "Hang Xingwang, we're all old classmates. You don't care about our dignity, you want to kick us out." One of the girls in the group, also angry, added, "That's right, Hang Xingwang. Many of our classmates have influence in Tong City. Aren't you afraid of making enemies?" Despite her somewhat threatening words, Xingwang remained calm, eating his food. He then looked at the group with a sharp gaze and said, "Anyway, I'm not afraid of making enemies. From the moment you invited me to this class reunion, your motives were impure. You invited me just to mock, belittle, and suppress me to highlight your own success and satisfy your vanity. Why didn't you think about making enemies then? You want dignity. Then you also spend 10 million on a meal. It's a simple matter, isn't it? You're my old classmates, so I'll say this. Whoever among you can pay a higher price than me, I'll immediately get out. Isn't it just a competition? Let's compete." Hearing this, some in the group started to back down. The blonde with the big chest turned to the short-haired girl and said, "Maybe we should just let it go, it's just a meal." The short-haired girl agreed. Yeah. We'll just find another place to gather next time. We're just being disturbed here, but he's losing 10 million yuan. The blonde, hearing this, nodded to save face. Right, a nouveau riche, so uncouth. Just then someone arrived saying, "I'll pay 10 million and 1 yuan. Can I ask you to get out now?" The person who arrived was the goddess's boyfriend. He had heard the story outside and came in to show off. "Don't be afraid, my love, I'm here." The goddess, seeing him, acted concerned and asked, "Why are you back? Won't it interfere with your work?" Hugging the woman with a smug look, he replied, "Your matter is the most important." Seeing him, the other women were like fangirls seeing their idol. They crowded around, flattering him. "It's the young master of the Ping family. Our savior is here. It's stable now. There's no way Hang Xingwang is richer than the century-old Ping family, right?" In this generation of the Ping family, the young master is the only grandson, the future chairman of Ping Corp. Let's see how Xingwang loses all face this time. Who knows who will lose face? Xingwang was just getting bored with no one to spend money on, and now this guy shows up. He smiled, thinking, he's deliberately adding 1 yuan to make me sick. At this moment, Xingwang finally noticed the young master's surname and striked his chin, thinking, Ping Falami. That sounds familiar. I don't hear that surname often, I remember now. The butler who came to my house to give a gift said his young mistress is surnamed Ping, saying Xingwang deep in thought. The young master thought he was scared and smirked. He then said provokingly, Mr. Hang, why are you silent? Don't tell me that 10 million was all your savings. He then turned to his girlfriend and said, My love, the opponent's fighting strength is a bit unstable. The goddess still maintained her saintly act. Don't say that. He was just acting impulsively. Not knowing she was acting, the young master praised her. My love, you're always so understanding. Let the dog bark. We'll catch the big fish. Xingwang let him show off before speaking. Originally, this was a matter between my friends and me, an outsider like you. If you insist on butting in, then I must thank you. After saying that, Xingwang smirked inwardly. I can't believe there's someone who spends money like water, especially coming here to help me make money. Finishing his thoughts, Xingwang held up his card and said coldly, Add another 5 million. The hotel owner, hearing this, was sweating profusely, his face flushed. What's going on? Cods are fighting and I'm making a fortune. Am I the one who hasn't woken up yet? It was just the beginning. So the young master of the Ping family was still very confident. He took out his card and sharded it, 15 million and 1 yuan. Ignoring his 1 yuan, Xingwang raised it to 20 million. The card machine had just received Xingwang's 20 million when the young master followed with 20 million and 1 yuan. At the same time, the system also appeared with an excited expression, expanding. The host has applied the BK concept from live streaming to reality. The system rewards the host with 50 million yuan. I hope the host will continue to work hard. If you don't stop, I won't stop. Rest assured, the host, the system, is your strongest support. On this side, after seeing the young master of the Ping family spend money to compete with Xingwang, the goddess' cheeks flushed, her eyes filled with admiration as she thought, I married the right person. I don't have to take so many detours. Back to Xingwang, he showed a disgusted expression and raised the price to 30 million. I'm bored of this game. The onlookers still had faith in the young master of the Ping family. A dark-haired woman with big breasts spoke up, Boss, keep up. Don't let that petty person's aura overshadow you. The brown-haired guy beside her added, Of course, the boss will follow. What does Xingwang have to compare to the young master of the Ping family? Standing right behind the dark-haired guy, another person added, Young Master Ping, just leaking a little money from his hands, is definitely more than 30 million yuan. On this side, hearing the amount Xingwang just called out and the instigation from the group, the young master of the Ping family's expression turned ashen. Seeing his expression, the goddess also started to worrying, thinking, Why is my love silent? Don't lose. If you lose, I'll be so embarrassed. On the outside, he tried to remain calm, but inside, the young master of the Ping family was panicking. Is this guy crazy? It's just a meal. He was thinking to himself, I was planning to invest in this restaurant. After swiping the card, I was going to discuss ownership shares with the board of directors. Thinking about this, his expression darkened even more. He still hadn't given a new number, just kept thinking, 30 million, do they think I print money? Some moments later, a female waiter holding our protagonist Hang's card in her hand, bowed to him respectfully and said, Mr. Hang, here's your card. Hearing that, our protagonist gave a simple and confident smile. Meanwhile, the manager, full of excitement, raised his hand like an auctioneer. Holding 3 fingers in the air, he announced, 30 million once, 30 million twice, 30 million. With a bright smile, he added, Is there anyone else bidding? If not, then it's a deal. The whole scene felt like the hotel had transformed into an auction house. The young master, who was so arrogant just a little while ago, was now gritting his teeth. his thoughts swirling. Those broke losers are definitely not spending their own money. Lin Mengxi, who was supposed to marry into our family, now, after this fiasco, how could I possibly help her save face? As if I'd risk my family's reputation for her. Our protagonist Hang turned toward the young master with a smile and said, "What? Not going to make it 30 million in 1 yuan now?" Hearing this, the young master's face fell in disappointment, and sweat began to roll down his face. But suddenly, his phone rang. Grabbing the opportunity, he held up his phone and said without looking at Hang, "Wait, I need to take this call." Hang, still calm and collected, gestured toward the table. "Go ahead. The food's getting cold. I'll start eating." The young master picked up the phone with an annoyed expression and snapped, "What is IT?" On the other end, his sister, the girl from earlier at the mansion, spoke with a calm voice. "What did you spend 20 million in 1 yuan on? Invest in a hotel?" Hearing that, the young master's annoyance grew, and with an angry expression he retorted, "None of your business. Anything else?" The girl, walking in the corridor of the same hotel, replied, "I don't want to get involved, but Grandpa asked." The young master froze in shock. "What?" he stammered, his mind racing. "Grandpa, keeping an eye on 2 million yuan?" The girl, now stepping into the hotel elevator, continued, "I'm at the Shenwei Hotel right now, about to get on the elevator. We'll talk later in person." Hearing that, the young master's anger erupted. Trembling with rage, he shouted, "You're following me?" Before hanging up the phone, still fuming, he thought to himself, "If Ping Zhao Zhao catches my weakness." But his train of thought was interrupted when our protagonist called out to him. "Done with your call, Mr. Ping? It's your turn to bid," Hang said with a smile. The young master froze, his face pale as another bead of sweat rolled down his temple. He quickly turned his attention to Hang's classmates and blurted out, "You people are insane! This meal is worth 20,000 at most. It's not like we're dining with the Oracle of Omaha. Is it really worth spending this much money? I'd be crazy to play along with you." The red-haired boy, one of Hang's classmates, smirked and replied, "Young Master Ping, this is losing face for the Ping family." And just by hearing that, the young master got angry and shouted, "Shut the hell up, who the hell are you to talk to me like that?" From behind the young master, the manager approached, his demeanor resembling a boot-licking salesman. With a smile plastered on his face, he said, "Let's be friendly. Let's be friendly. So, Mr. Ping, are you withdrawing from the bidding? We operate on good faith. We will refund whatever Mr. Ping has paid in full." Even though he was the manager, his expression and behavior were almost like a street salesman. No matter how high his position was in the hotel, at the end of the day, he was still a salesman, hungry for money. Hearing the manager, the young master glared at him angrily and snapped, "Coordinate with my secretary." The manager flinched, scared for a moment. Meanwhile, our protagonist, still seated, sighed and muttered, "Boring," before thinking to himself, "I thought I caught a big fish and could make a good profit. Turns out it's not even as much as a super rocket reward." The yellow-haired fake goddess panicked and turned to the young master, pleading, "Meng Shi, if you don't do something, we will lose face. Please help us. You don't want to watch everyone humiliated by Xingwang, right?" She thought to herself, "This is insane. I shouldn't have come to this class reunion." Then, holding the young master's hand and pressing her chest, she said, "Darling, so many people are watching. This is so embarrassing." The young master didn't respond immediately. After a moment of silence, he suddenly slapped the fake goddess across the face and shouted, "You troublemaker! You've dragged me down. The engagement is off." Looking down at his girlfriend, the young master added coldly, "Get as far away from me as possible." The fake goddess, holding her cheek, glared at him and said, Didn't you say we'd grow old together, inseparable until the ends of the earth? Over something this small? Over 30 million, you're breaking up with me?" The young master's anger only grew as he sneered. "Small? You call this small? The Ping family's reputation has been trampled on. I only liked you for your looks and good genes, so our kids would be pretty. How could I actually love you? Did you really think I was a fool? Don't think I don't know you're just after my money." Annoyed by their argument, our protagonist turned to the manager and asked, "Can I eat in peace now?" The manager bowed respectfully and replied, "I will clear the room immediately, ensuring your peace." The young master, pointing a finger at our protagonist, stormed toward the door and said, "You just wait. I hope you're lucky enough not to cross paths with the Ping family in Sang City." Suddenly, the door to the dining room swung open, and a voice rang out. "What are you talking about?" Hearing his sister's voice, the young master panicked and stammered, "Ping Zhao Zhao?" In front of him appeared a stunningly beautiful woman wearing an elegant dress. She grabbed his collar and demanded, "Big brother, you better explain exactly what you did today." She shoved him aside and turned to the manager, announcing, "The Ping family will invest 2 billion in Shenwei Hotel." The manager was so shocked his soul nearly left his body. The entire room erupted in murmurs of disbelief. 2 billion? The Ping family is truly wealthy. Seems like the young master doesn't have as much say as the young lady. But who wins this round? Ignoring the gossip, Ping Zhaozhao calmly addressed the manager. "Boss, clear the area. I have some business to discuss with Mr. Hang." The manager, instantly reverting to his salesman persona, pointed toward a seat and said, "Oh, of course, Miss Ping. Please take a seat." The classmates of Hang Xingwang were in shock once again. The black-haired boy whispered, "What kind of business is this, for Miss Ping to personally come and negotiate?" Standing beside him, a girl added, "Could Hang Xingwang be a hidden big shot, able to overshadow the family's young master?" Meanwhile, the red-haired boy and the fake goddess fumed silently, thinking to themselves, "Hang Xingwang, you've been hiding quite well. How could this loser have so much money? I shouldn't have offended him." As for our protagonist, Hang, he looked towards Miss Ping and thought to himself, "This Miss Ping is quite interesting." Meanwhile, the manager returned to his usual composed demeanor. Sliding one hand into his pocket and gesturing towards the door with the other, he confidently addressed all of Hang's classmates, "Everyone, please leave." Miss Ping glanced at her brother and said calmly, "Brother, Grandpa is waiting for you at home." The classmates, not daring to make a sound, awkwardly stared at the ceiling, thinking in unison, "This is so awkward." The fake goddess, still clinging to her hopes, rushed to the young master from behind. Grabbing his arm, she pleaded, "This is my mistake. I didn't expect this. Please don't go, darling." Miss Ping's sharp voice cut through the tension. From behind, she warned, "Miss Lin, if you want to live peacefully in Sang City, don't mess with the Ping family." The fake goddess froze for a moment before bursting into tears. She bolted out of the room, sobbing uncontrollably. The young master, defeated and humiliated, walked past his sister with a heavy sigh. As the commotion finally wrapped up and everyone left, only Hang, Miss Ping, and the manager remained in the room. With a smile, the manager bowed slightly and said, "We will immediately serve fresh dishes for our esteemed guest. Please enjoy." Once the manager left, Miss Ping approached Hang and said, "Can we talk now?" Hang glanced at her and responded with a gentle smile,
Our protagonist, Zhang, finds himself alone in a private hotel room with Miss Ping. But instead of any awkward silence, Zhang bows respectfully and says, "It's my honor." Now, if you're scratching your head wondering why he just said that, well, you really should have watched the last video first. But anyway, moving on, the two take their seats at the table, facing each other. Miss Ping, with a soft and graceful smile, looks at Zhang and speaks. "Mr. Zhang, did you receive the gift I sent you? It's just a small token of appreciation, nothing significant." Zhang, keeping that same calm and gentle demeanor, responds smoothly, "I received it. I was planning to finish the renovations at home first, and then visit your family." Miss Ping, holding a wine bottle in her hand, sighs slightly before replying, "I apologize for today's incident. My elder brother has always been like this. The family expects me to keep him in check, but I can't control him." She then pours the wine into a glass, her expression serious yet sincere. "I truly apologize for offending you. Please don't take his words to heart. The Ping family isn't the type to be unreasonable or use our position to bully others. I didn't come to the Shinwei Hotel to cause trouble for you. I just don't want my elder brother's actions to tarnish the Ping family's reputation. If word got out, it wouldn't look good at all." Miss Ping lifts her glass toward Zhang, her expression calm but firm. "Let's be understanding, Mr. Zhang. Consider this the Ping family owing you a favor. I'll drink to that." She takes a sip of wine, her movements graceful. Zhang, with a polite smile, responds smoothly, We're neighbors. It's only natural to help each other. But what does Miss Ping's business have to do with me? At the mention of business, Miss Ping suddenly chuckles, waving a hand dismissively. Oh, the business talk? That was just an excuse. She smirks. The real reason was to politely get everyone, including my brother, to leave. We'll be here for about 2 hours before heading out. 2 hours? Zhang freezes mid-thought, sweat trickling down his face. His expression turns awkward as he hesitantly asks, so, we're just going to sit here? Inside, his thoughts are racing. This Miss Ping really doesn't play by conventional rules. What is she up to? But before he can process it further, Miss Ping, now looking directly at him with a serious expression, says, well, we might as well start eating then. It would be a shame to waste such an expensive meal. Zhang, still struggling to process the situation, forces a chuckle. Please have a seat. Or, stand if you'd rather. Miss Ping simply smiles and replies, please don't mind me, Mr. Zhang. This is your lunchtime after all. Zhang, deciding not to overthink it, shrugs and starts digging into the food. And oh boy, he doesn't hold back. He's eating like a man who hasn't seen a proper meal in weeks. But as he keeps shoveling food into his mouth, his thoughts suddenly take a sharp turn. Wait a minute. She's just sitting there, watching me eat. Is she seriously planning to just sit there the whole time? Meanwhile, Miss Ping also has a thought of her own. The food is good, and at least he's not picky. Then, as Zhang looks up and notices Miss Ping casually observing him, his internal alarms go off again. Why does this girl feel so strange? The silence between them stretches until Zhang finally cracks under the pressure. With an awkward smile, he asks, Miss Ping, are you sure there's nothing you needed to talk about? Miss Ping, slightly taken aback, blinks in mild surprise before responding, we've only just met, Mr. Zhang. We're not exactly familiar. I don't know what we talk about. Zhang, now feeling even more awkward, sighs internally. The logic makes perfect sense, but being watched while eating is seriously weird. Right when the awkward tension reaches its peak, ring ring, Zhang's phone goes off, and just like that, salvation arrives. Seizing the opportunity to break free from the suffocating silence, he quickly lifts his phone, showing it to Miss Ping. I need to take this call. Without waiting for a response, he picks up the phone, his voice instantly turning excited. Hello? From the other end, an equally enthusiastic voice booms through the speaker. Boss, which private room are you in? I just wrapped up my business, and I'm parking downstairs. Zhang's face lights up like he just won the lottery. I'm in the second-floor suite, he replies quickly. Meanwhile, in his mind, relief washes over him like a tidal wave. This call couldn't have come at a better time. I was getting so uncomfortable. I could have dug a hole with my toes. Not wasting another second, Zhang moves toward the door, already preparing his escape. As he steps forward, he turns to Miss Ping and says, my friend's here. And just like that, he's out, leaving behind the awkward tension and Miss Ping's mysterious demeanor. As Zhang swings the door open, he's met with a familiar, excited voice. Boss, how's the meal? Standing right in front of him is none other than his future girlfriend, radiating enthusiasm. But the moment she peeks past him and spots Miss Ping inside, her expression shifts from excitement to pure confusion. Wait, isn't this supposed to be a class reunion? Why are there only 2 of you? Hearing that, Miss Ping subtly narrows her eyes, thinking about something in her mind. Then, without missing a beat, she gracefully walks toward the door, her expression calm and unreadable. I have something to attend to. I'll be leaving now, she says before stepping out of the room. Zhang and his future girlfriend watch her leave in silence, both clearly taken aback. Zhang, processing the situation, thinks to himself, weren't we supposed to wait 2 more hours before leaving? Meanwhile, his future girlfriend has her own thoughts swirling. Why did she leave the moment I arrived? Pushing the thought aside, the two take their seats at the table. After a moment, she looks at Zhang, still puzzled. Wasn't this supposed to be a group meal? Where is everyone? Was it your classmate earlier? Zhang lets out a small sigh before replying to Haowen, his future girlfriend. No, she wasn't. Well, today's story is quite a long one. And so, after some time, Zhang explains everything that happened earlier. Haowen listens intently, and by the end of it, her eyes widen in pure shock. This meal is absurdly expensive, she exclaims with excitement. I've never eaten anything this costly. One meal costs 30 million. She quickly grabs her chopsticks and, without hesitation, starts eating. I thought we definitely wouldn't get our money's worth, but at this rate, it'd be even more wasteful not to finish it. Then, with an awkward expression as she chews, she mutters, "Rich people really treat money like dirt." Zhang can't help but laugh awkwardly, a bit of sweat forming on his forehead. "Stick with me, and you'll see plenty more occasions like this," he jokes before smoothly transitioning to business. By the way, what did the client say? Haowen's expression instantly shifts to excitement. The live streaming merchandise deal has been finalized. And get this, the commission rate is even better than I expected. She holds up a finger in front of her, her enthusiasm growing. "We've already selected several streamers to focus on merchandise sales, since that's the trending strategy in live streaming right now. I've also connected with some well-known writers who will craft commercial scripts to complement our ad placements." Zhang, hearing all this, feels a sense of pride welling up inside him. With a bright smile, he responds, "Having you as just a streamer before was really underutilizing your talent." Haowen pauses for a moment, and her thoughts drift to the past, to the days when she was just another streamer working for a company that never saw her true value. She remembers all the criticism she faced, all the struggles that pushed her to the edge. If it weren't for family circumstances, who would choose to be a borderline streamer? She thinks to herself. Then, as if coming to a realization, she stands up from her seat, looking at Zhang with deep respect. "If it weren't for you, I would never have had this opportunity. I am truly grateful that you came into my life. You brought light to my darkest days." She gazes at him with admiration, her voice filled with emotion. "You showed me that I could be more than just a flirtatious streamer in people's eyes. I could become Sister Hao, a name that resonates in others' hearts. I could become a director, respected by partners and brands alike." Sitting across from her, Zhang's smile grows even brighter. "Haowen, this is just the beginning. Your future will continue to shine brightly. I hope we can keep working together and achieve even greater success." With that, he lifts his wine glass toward her for a toast. "Cheers!" Haowen, with a radiant smile, picks up her glass and clinks it against his. "To a successful partnership." Zhang grins and repeats, "To a successful partnership." Zhang and Haowen settle back into their meal, laughing as they eat. "But still, we should eat. This meal cost a fortune." Zhang chuckles in between bites. Haowen, holding a bowl of noodles, nods. "Yes." Meanwhile, outside the hotel, a luxurious supercar pulls up in front of the entrance, instantly catching the attention of the onlookers. Excited murmurs spread through the crowd as they admire the sleek vehicle. "Wow, that's the latest supercar. A 3.8L, 6-cylinder twin-turbo engine. Maximum horsepower of 650. Even the basic configuration costs over $3 million. One of the men in the crowd turns to his friend. "Are you into cars?" His friend sighs, looking defeated. "Do I look like I can afford that?" Hearing that, both of them look equally disappointed. Then suddenly, a flashy guy with slick-back yellow hair, rocking a thick gold chain, steps out of the car. The moment he does, a group of nearby girls start swooning. "Wow, that driver is so handsome," one of them whispers. "The way he opens the car door is just so cool." The guy, soaking up their admiration, flashes a cocky smile, straightens his posture, and then turns his gaze toward the hotel entrance. He's waiting for Haowen, and soon enough, Haowen walks out of the hotel. With excitement, he immediately calls out, "Haowen, what a coincidence!" But Haowen doesn't even glance at him. She walks right past him and heads straight toward Zhang. "Mr. Zhang, what are you doing here?" Now here's where things get interesting. This gold digger's name is Zhang Wenchang, which is kind of similar to our protagonist's name. Coincidence? I think not. But anyway, let's get back to the story. Hearing Haowen completely ignore his greeting, Zhang Wenchang's confidence takes a hit, but he quickly regains composure. "How could I not know about your job change?" he says, flashing what he thinks is a charming smile. "It's fine that you left Meow Group. If your startup needs money, just tell me anytime. By the way, where are you going? Let me give you a ride." Haowen finally looks at him, just a slight glance, and her expression is pure disappointment. "No need. I have something to do later." But Wenchang, misreading the situation entirely, puffs up his chest. "Since you have something to do, I'll take you there. I'll wait for you outside, and after you're done, let's grab a meal and catch up." Haowen awkwardly laughs and starts walking toward the road. "Still no thanks." Oof! Another cold rejection. Wen Chang grits his teeth, frustration bubbling inside. Come on, I've been working so hard for so long. Is she really not going to give me any face? He thinks. Then, tightening his jaw, he thinks again. I already promised my buddies I'd win her over this month, but now I'm getting rejected before I even start. Did I drive my $3 million sports car for nothing? But just as Wen Chang is trying to recover from the damage to his ego, something else happens. From the parking lot, Zhang casually rolls in, riding an electric scooter. He stops in front of Hao Wen and asks, Hao Wen, is this your friend? Hao Wen points toward Wen Chang and casually explains, this is Zhang Wen Chang, my #1 fan. He used to frequently send me gifts when I was live streaming at Meow Group. Zhang extends his hand toward Wen Chang with a polite smile. Hello, I'm Hao Wen's colleague. Then, without missing a beat, he turns back to Hao Wen. Shall we go? Hao Wen, not hesitating for a second, walks over to Zhang's scooter. Okay. Before leaving, she glances back at Wen Chang. Mr. Zhang, I'll be going now. And just like that, Zhang and Hao Wen ride off together on the electric scooter, leaving Wen Chang standing there in stunned silence. As the two disappear into the distance, Wen Chang's jaw tightens. An electric scooter, he mutters. Then, as frustration completely takes over, he storms toward his sports car. What a loser, he growls. Thinking he can compete with me for a woman while riding that terrible electric scooter? Doesn't even look in the mirror? Slamming the car door shut, he pulls out his phone and dials a number. It's rare that my old lady is away on a business trip. I can finally have 2 days of peace. I can't waste it. The call connects, and a voice on the other end greets him. Brother Zhang, you finally remembered me. Wen Chang smirks. Didn't you say you wanted to eat crayfish? I know a great place. Let's go, my treat. Brother, you're the best. I'll be right out. Meanwhile, back with our protagonist. The scene shifts to the bustling city streets, where Zhang and Hao Wen are cruising on their electric scooter, completely carefree. Zhang, effortlessly maneuvering through traffic, grins. It's way more convenient to ride an electric scooter for a short 1 to 2 kilometers trip. Just look at how congested the roads are. Hao Wen nods in agreement. Indeed. Checking the map on her phone, she adds, according to this, it's just around the corner. Zhang's grin widens. The fancy meal the other day was getting boring. People need simple, good food. Today, we absolutely must feast on crayfish. Zhang and Hao Wen finally reach their destination, pulling up to a bustling crayfish restaurant. Zhang parks his electric scooter neatly in the designated area, and the two head inside. Inside the restaurant, they settle at a table, and soon, a waitress arrives, balancing trays of steaming dishes. 1 plate of garlic-flavored crayfish, 1 plate of 13-spice crayfish, she announces as she sets the plates down. Please order more if it's not enough. Zhang holds up a finger and casually adds, bring me a plate of noodles too. The waitress nods. Okay, the noodles will be right up. With the food now on the table, Hao Wen grabs a crayfish and smirks at Zhang. I'm not wearing gloves, by the way. And don't forget to suck the heads. The best flavor is in there. Zhang watches her dig in and chuckles. You really know how to eat. After some time, the two lift their wine glasses for a toast. Cheers! They clink glasses and take a sip. Meanwhile, trouble arrives. At the entrance of the restaurant, Zhang Wenchang walks in, alongside a female live streamer, Xingwang. The moment she spots Zhang and Hao Wen, her eyes widen. It's them, she thinks to herself. Turning to Wen Chang, she tugs at his arm. Brother Zhang, let's go somewhere else. But Wen Chang shakes his head. This place has the best food. No need to change. Then, as he scans the restaurant, his eyes lock onto Zhang and Hao Wen sitting together. For a brief moment, he freezes, then clenches his jaw, grinding his teeth. So, having things to do was just an excuse to reject my dinner invitation? She's actually on a date with this loser? In an act of pure pettiness, Wen Chang suddenly pulls Xingwang into a tight hug. Caught off guard, Xingwang's face turns red with embarrassment. Brother Zhang, what are you? Without answering, he drags her along, making sure to walk right past Zhang and Hao Wen's table. Zhang and Hao Wen both glance at them, but say nothing. As Wen Chang sits down at a table some distance away, he seethes with anger. Just wait, Hao Wen. I'll support other girls and become someone else's #1 fan. Meanwhile, Xingwang, watching Hao Wen from across the room, smirks to herself, acting all high and mighty. So what if you landed a rich guy like Xingwang? I can steal away your top supporter. 2. With brother Zhang, my new account will gain popularity in no time. Back at Zhang and Haowen's table, Haowen leans in closer to Zhang and mutters under her breath, Zhang Wenchang is a total scumbag. Should I remind Xiao Xing? Zhang, unfazed, simply replies, everyone has their own destiny. Haowen pauses, thinking for a moment. Meanwhile, at Wenchang's table, the food arrives, and Xiao Xing claps her hands excitedly. Wow, this smells amazing. Brother Zhang, let me peel the shrimp for you. Wenchang, feeling a surge of confidence, nods. Okay, you're such a good girl. She picks up a shrimp, peels it carefully, and holds it up to his mouth. Ah, just as he's about to take a bite, a loud voice suddenly erupts from across the restaurant. Zhang Wenchang, what are you doing here? The shout came from a woman. Seeing her stomping over, John Winch jumped up, intending to run away. He frantically turned around, denying everything. Who? Where? I don't know anything. He hadn't even had time to run when the woman grabbed his hand, holding him back. She pinched his ear and shouted, I go on a business trip, and you start getting restless, huh? Tell me, who is this little bitch in front of you? John Winch seemed very afraid. He stammered, It's not what you think. Listen to my explanation. Sweat began to appear on his face as he inwardly calculated. Normally, she's like an idiot. If I just say a few sweet words, I can definitely coax her. After scolding John Winch, the woman turned to Chino. Don't you know he has a girlfriend? Seeing Xingwang and Jian looking at her, Chino was inwardly furious. Why does this always happen in front of Jian? Before she could respond, the woman grabbed John Winch's collar and shouted, I bought you a car, a watch, a house, and I even give you spending money every month. Am I not good enough for you? And you still sneak around finding a mistress behind my back? Did a dog eat your conscience? You have no decency as a man. John Winch, panicking, denied everything and tried to shift the blame onto Chino. My love, listen to my explanation. I'm really the victim here. I was forced by this woman, the sugar mama. Hearing this, the woman's eyes filled with murderous intent. She glanced at Xingwang and Jian, then suddenly slapped Chino hard across the face. The sugar mama shouted, You damn mistress! You dare to steal my man! Are you tired of living? Did he make you feel good, bitch? Still reeling from the slap, Chino was suddenly countered by John Winch, who wailed, I'm innocent. It's all her fault for seducing me. My feelings for you are genuine. Chino was now completely disillusioned. Her eyes welled up with tears as she thought to herself, No, it's not like that. So John Winch isn't a rich second generation at all, but just a kept man? The money he gave me was all from his sugar mama. Hearing John Winch's words, the sugar mama laughed coldly. Is that so? You're genuine with me? John Winch nodded repeatedly. Yes. It's definitely genuine. You know how I treat you normally. The sugar mama, hearing this, pointed at Xingwang and Jian and said, If she really seduced you, then prove it to me. Without hesitation, John Winch proved it to his sugar mama by physically assaulting Chino. Unexpectedly, going out for a meal had turned into getting beaten up like this. Xingwang and Jian watched as Chino fell to the ground, unwilling to accept the situation. She shouted, John Winch, you're crazy. To keep up his act for his sugar mama, John Winch put all the blame on Chino. He growled, You're the one who's crazy. You cling to me all day long. If there's nothing going on, you send me nude photos. You just know how to scam food and drinks. Even today, you insisted I take you out to eat. I refused you so many times. Why are you so shameless? Seeing the drama unfold, a crowd had gathered to watch. Chino, hearing his slanderous words, was stunned. He's framing me. I didn't even know he had a girlfriend. I'm also a victim here. Having watched the drama for a while, Xingwang finally couldn't hold back. He stood up. Jian, seeing him walk toward John Winch, smiled slightly, thinking, and he said he respects other people's destinies. He really says one thing and does another. Slowly walking towards them, Xingwang casually picked up a plate of garlic chili crayfish from the table. Seeing him approach, John Winch angrily turned and snapped, "What do you want? You poor reject." Before he could finish, Xingwang dumped the entire plate of crayfish on his face. "You're dead." Surprised by his actions, Chino exclaimed, "What?" Turning back to John Winch, the plate gradually slipped from his hands. Then the pain hit. He clutched his face and screamed, "Ah, my eyes. It burns. Ah." The sugar mama rushed over, wiping his face, then turned to Xingwang and shouted, "Where did you come from? What does this have to do with you? Are you crazy?" Xingwang stood with his arms crossed and said sternly, "You're both scumbags. Control your kept man. Don't let him run around offending people's eyes." Faced with Xingwang's words and aura, the sugar mama could only stammer, "You?" She thought to herself, "Why do I feel like he's right?" Standing beside her, John Winch, after wiping the sauce from his eyes, threatened, "I think you're tired of living." With a disdainful look, Xingwang scratched his ear and replied, "I really want to know how you're going to kill me. I'm looking forward to it." Sitting on the ground, Xingwang watched Xingwang's actions and couldn't help but wonder, why is he protecting me? He's even willing to antagonize others. I was so mean to him before. Am I being too sentimental? Hearing Xingwang's provocations, John Winch couldn't hold back. He grabbed a beer bottle, smashed the bottom, and roared, "Now I'm going to beat you to death." With that, he rushed towards Xingwang in fury. But Xingwang didn't back down. Instead, he provoked him further. "You think my farming was for nothing?" John Winch charged forward with a broken bottle. But before he could even touch Xingwang, he was met with a powerful kick to the stomach. The impact sent him flying several meters back as he let out a miserable scream. Having dealt with the scumbag, Xingwang stood with his hands in his pockets and said to the sugar mama, "No matter what, you're a sugar mama, but you can't even choose a disciplined man? Even a dog wouldn't bite the hand that feeds it. Keeping this guy is worse than keeping a dog." Hearing Xingwang's words, the sugar mama could only remain silent. But at this moment, she suddenly had a crush on him. Seeing him so cool and dominant, she glanced at him with flushed cheeks, thinking, "So handsome." Meanwhile, after taking that devastating kick, John Winch slowly sat up, his whole body aching. He grimaced and thought, "This guy doesn't even look much bigger than me. What kind of monster strength is this? Why is he so strong? It hurts so much." As John Winch groaned in pain, Xingwang hesitantly walked over, being helped up by Xingwang. She placed a hand on her chest and said, "Thank you for coming here to help me." Xingwang replied coldly, "I'm not helping you. I'm just disgusted by this kind of behavior." Hearing this, Chino felt a little embarrassed. He clearly came to help me. Maybe he's just too embarrassed to admit it. Meanwhile, John Winch had just managed to stand up. Without hesitation, he turned to the sugar mama and desperately begged, "Quick, find someone to beat him up." But the sugar mama, now completely smitten with Xingwang, only showed disgust toward John Winch. "Shut up. He's right. Keeping a dog is better than keeping you." With that, she turned to look at Xingwang and smiled slightly. "Handsome, can I add you on WeChat?" Faced with the sugar mama's sudden request, Xingwang was momentarily surprised. After resolving everything, Xingwang left the restaurant with Gowan. Chino called out to him, running after them. "Mr. Hang, wait." Xingwang. Hearing her voice, he turned back and asked coldly, "What's the matter?" Chino struck a seductive pose, gently stroking her hair. "Today, you helped me. I want to treat you to a meal to repay you," she said, her tone dripping with temptation. But Xingwang didn't waver. He responded coldly, "No need." Seeing her seduction failing, Xingwang switched to a gentler tone. "And about what happened before, I sincerely apologize. I don't want you to misunderstand. Maintaining his cold demeanor, Xingwang explained, I didn't help you intentionally. I just found it annoying. No need to take it to heart. As he walked outside, he spotted Gowan and his electric scooter. Pointing at it, he said, Gowan and I still have to go back to the company and work overtime. Let's go. Without another word, he got on the scooter and drove off with Gowan, leaving Chino behind. Watching them leave, Chino inwardly pondered, he's so humble and has such good character. Why didn't I see it before? Mr. Heng is truly a rare and good man. Meanwhile, back inside, Xinhua was still lost in thought. It seems like he and Gowan are just ordinary friends. Maybe I still have a chance? On the other side of the restaurant, John Wenchong was crying and clinging to his sugar mama's leg. I can't live without you. I'll die without you. But after being enlightened by Xingwang, the sugar mama's expression immediately turned cold. She shoved him away. Let go. Let go of me. At the same time, the restaurant owner approached, looking furious. Who's paying for the damages to my store? Irritated, the sugar mama spun around and snapped. Boss, it's all this scumbag's fault. Ask him for the money. With that, she turned back and kicked Wenchong in the face, yelling, Get lost. Whether it was because she was as strong as Xingwang, or because Wenchong was just that weak, the kick sent him flying a meter away, blood and snot splattering everywhere. After dealing with him, the sugar mama, still annoyed, approached Chino, seemingly ready for a fight. But instead of attacking, she simply brushed past her with a cold snort. Meanwhile, Wenchong had already crawled back up. With the nature of a shameless kept man, he immediately forgot everything that had just happened. Instead, a new thought popped into his head. She doesn't want me anymore. No matter. Chino is a hot online celebrity. She probably has a lot of money. And I'm so handsome. With that despicable thought, he rushed toward her, crying out, Xinhua. Suddenly hearing her name, Xinhua had a bad premonition. Her entire body stiffened as she stood there, completely unsure of what he was planning. Just as John Shun rushed forward, about to grab Chino, she instinctively dodged to the side, causing him to face-plant straight into the ground. Immediately after, Xinhua also came to her senses. Just like the sugar mama, she couldn't be bothered with this guy and coldly walked past him. Before leaving, she turned back and warned, If you dare harass me again, I'll call the police. Having invited a girl out for a meal and ending up losing everything, John Wenchong was unwilling to give up. Desperately trying to salvage the situation, he lay sprawled on the ground, reaching out pathetically. Xinhua, I was wrong. Back at the office, Yin, still thinking about what had just happened, turned to Xingwang and asked, You couldn't help but step in at the crayfish restaurant, huh? Xingwang explained, I saw that John Shun had harassed you multiple times before. I mainly wanted to eliminate a hidden threat for you. Hearing that he did it for her, and without even mentioning Xinhua, Yan's face flushed. She smiled and said, Thank you, Boss Hang. If you keep being like this, I want to work myself to death for you. Despite the playful comment, she didn't forget her responsibilities. Pulling out a stack of documents, she continued, Right, this is the new business plan I put together. Xingwang took the documents and started reviewing them. Behind him, Gowan added, Our Matrix account has already grown, but just doing live streaming is too monotonous. I'm thinking of leveraging the current short film trend. We can have TikTok creators participate in short film segments. She continued, This will help develop character IPs. Even if the short films only generate small profits initially, the revenue potential is massive. Plus, they can be used as a condition for fundraising. What do you think? Xingwang, hearing this, was already calculating internally. How can I make the company foot the bill for this while still making a profit? After finishing his thoughts, he casually said, If you think it's a good idea, then do it. Make 10 practice films first. I'll pay for it myself. Gowan was startled. There's still money in the company account. Before she could finish, Xingwang immediately cut her off with a made-up excuse. No, it's not a good idea to use company funds for a new business. There's too much risk. I'll spend my own money. Gowan was even more confused. Wouldn't it be even riskier to spend your own money? But Xingwang remained firm. It's fine. Money is meant to be spent. You can't take it with you when you die. With that, he pulled out his phone and transferred the funds without hesitation. Right after, the moment he had been waiting for finally arrived. Ding! A system notification popped up. The host shares the company's burdens and invests his own money, a great act of righteousness. The system is deeply moved and is shedding tears. Rewarding, 5.55 million. Wishing the host's new business a prosperous development. Reading the notification, Xingwang sighed in relief. Good thing I acted fast. Otherwise, I would have missed out on this easy 5.55 million. At the same time, Gowan received the transfer notification. Before she could even react, Xingwang placed a hand on her shoulder and said, I have to go home quickly. The house is still being renovated. Don't work too late either. Health is the most important. Finishing his words, Xingwang quickly left, leaving Gwen still stunned. Oh, okay. Later that night, Xingwang was driving back to his villa complex when a loud shout suddenly rang out from a nearby house. You bitch, get out of here. Hearing this, Xingwang was startled. Huh? Who's shouting in the middle of the night? Why are they so pissed? A little curious, he followed the voice to see what was going on. To his surprise, it was the so-called goddess crying and whimpering in front of young Master Ping. You're really this heartless? She sobbed. You said you wanted to marry me. Was it all a lie? Young Master Ping looked at her coldly. Did you want to marry me for love or money? Don't you already know the answer? Stop coming to me. I'm not about to lose my shares in the Ping family because of you. With that, he slapped her hard across the face and shouted, If you don't leave, I'll call security. Having taken a heavy slap, Lin Minxi fell to the ground, screaming. But even then, she didn't give up. She quickly sat up and cried out, why? Just then, a hand holding a handkerchief reached out toward her. Without needing to guess, it was Xingwang. Whether out of pity or for some other reason, he had stepped in to help her again. Minxi, stunned for a moment, quickly took the handkerchief and said, Did you come here just to see me make a fool of myself? Xingwang pulled her up and replied, You're thinking too much. I just happened to be passing by. Unconvinced, she eyed him suspiciously. Passing by? In this rich neighborhood? Xingwang pointed to the villa under construction across the street. Oh, my new house is being renovated, so I came to check on it. Hearing this, Minxi's expression suddenly changed. She was shocked and couldn't believe what she just heard. A new house? That villa? You bought it? Seeing her reaction, Xingwang smiled slightly. It's my house. Let's just say I bought it. Minxi immediately recalled how Xingwang had been casually spending money at the restaurant earlier, even fighting with young Master Ping on equal footing. Now, he had bought a whole villa? He had become this successful in just 2 years. How is that even possible? Could he actually be a rich second-generation heir? As soon as that thought crossed her mind, she quickly switched to her goddess mode. With teary eyes, she brought up the past from college. Xingwang, are you still angry with me? Faced with her pitiful expression, Xingwang was momentarily stunned. Why would I be angry with you? He inwardly thought. Just as he was processing her sudden shift in tone, Minxi continued, You pursued me for so long in college, but I never even talked to you properly. Everyone always laughed at you for it. You don't hold any hard feelings about that. I'm really happy. Having foreseen this exact situation, Xingwang immediately distanced himself and waved his hand. Lin Minxi, I think you've misunderstood something. Seeing his unexpected reaction, completely off script, Minxi was taken aback. She quickly tried to explain, awkwardly, I didn't mean anything bad. I just wanted to say that when you had no money, you were chasing girls. Now that you have money, girls won't be foolish enough to reject you. Understanding her underlying meaning, Xingwang sneered and waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I don't think that's necessary. His firm rejection was instantly met with a system notification. Ding! The host has refused to be a simp. Again, this resolute will and complete transformation are extremely handsome. Reward, 10,000 yuan. Surprised by the system's praise, Xingwang suddenly felt even more energized. He even gave the system a like in his mind. Wait, does this count as being unrestrained? So decisively rejecting people also gets rewards? Then I gotta start rejecting people harder. Turning back to Minxi, Xingwang had just made his attitude crystal clear. But instead of backing off, she doubled down. Moving even closer, she pressed her full chest against his arm and whispered, "But I have so much to say to you. Can you patiently listen to me like before?" Xingwang nearly laughed out loud. Really? Just one pair of breasts, and she already thinks she can seduce me? My company has dozens of fresh and delicious breasts parading around daily, and I haven't even given them a second look. Annoyed, he yanked his arm away and shouted, "Hey, hey, hey! Men and women should keep their distance." He took a deep breath and declared loudly, "Lin Minxi, I'm only giving you face because we went to college together. But if you think I still have feelings for you, you're dead wrong. I used to be a simp, but that doesn't mean I'll always be one." Ding! The host has spoken from the bottom of his heart. Admitting that he used to be a simp is extremely touching. Being a simp was just a phase in the host's journey. Reward, 50,000 yuan for bravely moving forward. Fueled by the system's rewards, Xingwang didn't hold back. He went all in. You got kicked out by Ping Tai. You lost your chance to be the young mistress of the Ping family, so now you want to shift your attention to me? Do I look that cheap? I simped for you back then because I truly loved you. But that was in the past. Love is history. The future is now. If you don't get it, go listen to Rebirth is Hot. I recommend the remix version. You enjoy the process of me simping for you, and honestly, I did too. But back then, I was blinded by love. Now that I don't love you anymore, you know what you are to me. Xingwang smirked, his gaze filled with pure disdain. And nobody... Hearing this rapid-fire rejection, delivered like a rap battle, Lin Minxi was completely speechless. She couldn't even formulate a response. All she could do was utter a single word. You. But Xingwang wasn't interested in wasting another second on her. He had released years of pent-up frustration with those words. And with that, he turned around and walked away, leaving her standing there, utterly dumbfounded. Xingwang turned away coldly, thinking to himself, "Miss Lin, you should really learn to be more down-to-earth. Don't take yourself too seriously." But as he walked away, another system notification popped up. Ding! The host's act of turning and leaving was extremely dashing, making even me unable to resist. Reward, 10,000 yuan. Huh, just a simple turn and I'm making bank. This system really knows how to appreciate quality. Without hesitation, Xingwang stepped through the gate of his villa. Behind him, Lin Minxi remained silent, standing there with a lingering gaze of hope. Then, suddenly, just as if fate had one last twist in store, Xingwang unexpectedly turned back and smiled. Minxi's heart leaped. Could it be? Nope. He smirked, and then slammed the gate shut. Lin Minxi stood frozen, her lips slightly parted, but no words came out. A moment later, she took a deep breath and forced herself to turn away. Slowly, she walked back home, step by step. Inside her house, the space was dark and cold. She didn't bother turning on the lights. After the roller coaster of emotions she had been through today, she felt completely drained. She collapsed onto the sofa, hoping to rest for a moment. Before she could even close her eyes, her phone suddenly rang. Re-eyeing. Annoyed but too exhausted to ignore it, Minxi grabbed her phone and answered in a tired voice. "Hello, Lila, what's the matter?" On the other end, her friend Lila sounded unusually excited. "Minxi, shocking news." Minxi sighed deeply, uninterested. "Just get to the point." Lila's voice carried a dramatic flair. Minchi, you're really lucky. Even your backup plan is a jackpot. Minchi's drowsy mind snapped awake. What? Lila continued, her voice brimming with excitement. Haven't you heard? Recently, some big shot kept trending on hot searches. Someone who constantly sends hundreds of rockets and thousands of gifts on live streaming platforms. And guess what? That same person is secretly loaded with billions. Hearing this, Minchi frowned slightly. I'm not a streamer, though. Lila ignored her comment and instead teased. Guess who it is? Minchi, already running on fumes, was losing patience. Lila, I am tired. If you have something to say, just say it. Keep it short. Lila finally dropped the bombshell. All right, it's Xingwang. Minchi's breath hitched. What? I'm telling you, that simp who followed you around for years? Turns out, he's worth tens of billions. Ping Tai, who knows if he'll even inherit the family fortune. But Xingwang? He's already sitting on a gold mine. A bolt of shock ran through Minchi's body. She sat up straight, gripping her phone tightly. How? How do you know it's really him? Lila sounded smug. Easy. The friend recommendation feature on my contacts showed that the account belongs to him. And let's be real, he must be insanely rich. I bet his family was just tempering him, pretending he was poor to test him. But now, he's showing his true wealth. Minchi's fingers loosened. The phone slipped from her grasp and fell onto the floor with a dull thud. Minchi? Minchi? Lila's voice crackled through the speaker, but Minchi didn't respond. She sat there, staring blankly into space, her mind completely numb. He loved me for years, and I personally pushed away someone who could have guaranteed me a lifetime of wealth and glory. For the first time, Lin Minchi truly regretted her decision. Realizing her mistake, Lin Miney suddenly snapped. Hugging her head, she screamed like a banshee in a horror movie. But just as quickly, she wiped away her tears and muttered to herself, No, Lin Miney. Get it together. I have a perfect figure. I'm drop-dead gorgeous. I've never lost to anyone in the entertainment industry. Regaining her confidence, she shot up from the floor, eyes burning with determination. Self-pity? Never heard of it. As the saying goes, it's easy for a woman to chase a man. She clenched her fists. As long as I actively pursue him, the love he suppressed for years will definitely reignite. All I need to do is remind him of what we had. I mean, come on, I'm the most beautiful girl in the world. Her gaze locked onto the horizon like a war general strategizing for battle. Scene change. Back at the villa, Xingwang stood in front of the mirror, studying himself like an art critic analyzing a masterpiece. Zooming in, no, not on his face, but on his entire physique. He was checking out the goods. Something's missing, he mumbled. Sitting down on the floor, he pulled out his phone and muttered, having money but no health? That's the real tragedy. Exercise is a must. I gotta work out. He scrolled through his phone. Let's see, best gym rankings. Suddenly, a suggestion caught his eye. Build a home gym and hire a personal trainer. Xingwang rubbed his chin. Now that sounds like a boss move. Without hesitation, he tapped the screen. This one, buying it now. Just then, ding. The system suddenly popped up. System detected 2 women experiencing extreme regret regarding the host. Conditions met. System upgrading. Xingwang nearly dropped his phone. Wait, the system can upgrade from that. Right after upgrading, another notification appeared. Activating regret mechanism. A special message popped up. When the level of regret reaches 90%, it can be converted into intelligence. Host will also receive +5 physique and +5 charm. Current regret levels. X's regret, 50%. Lin Miney's regret, 80%. Xingwang's eyes narrowed. Wait a second, why is Lin Miney's regret level so high? Another system panel appeared. Host information. Name, Xingwang. Age, 24. Zodiac sign, Scorpio. Height, 178 centimeters. Physique, 25,100. Intelligence, 45,100. Willpower, 35,100. Points, 0. Maximum level for ordinary people reached. Regret mechanism activated. The system spoke again. The host has been awarded 5 points. Where would you like to allocate them? Physique, intelligence, or charm? Xingwang smirked. What perfect timing. I was just about to start working out. Without hesitation, he tapped the screen. All into physique. As soon as the points were distributed, a rush of energy coursed through his body. His muscles subtly expanded, his endurance shot up, and he immediately felt stronger. His eyes widened. Whoa, the effect is that obvious. But then he remembered something. His newly purchased gym membership. Xingwang sighed. Ugh, I already bought 20 private training sessions. It'd be a waste not to use them. Shrugging, he pulled out his phone again. Anyway, since I'm upgrading everything, might as well fix up my parents' room too. Gotta ease them into a life of luxury. No shock therapy, just a slow, warm-boiled frog method. Scrolling through furniture options, he smirked. Oh, this oven looks nice. The next morning at GM Fitness Center, Xingwang followed the app's address and arrived bright and early. As soon as he stepped inside, the receptionist greeted him with a professional smile. You're here for GM Fitness, right? Xingwang held up his phone. Yeah, I booked 8 personal training sessions yesterday. Name's Xing. The receptionist nodded and tapped away at the keyboard. Please wait a moment while I check. While she was busy, Xingwang took the opportunity to scope out the place, not at the girls, no, at the equipment. His inner businessman evaluated the gym. Not bad. Everything looks top tier. The only problem? This place drains wallets faster than a gacha game. After a few moments, the receptionist looked up. Mr. Xing, I found your purchase history. However, you're not yet a member of our establishment, so you can't use the personal training service. Xingwang blinked. Wait, what? Personal training and membership are different things. The receptionist beamed. That's right. Membership is divided into monthly, quarterly, and annual cards. Personal training sessions are separate contracts between you and the trainer. You've booked 8 sessions, but you'll need a membership card. I recommend a monthly card. If you sign up now, you'll even get 3 free trial sessions. Xingwang's brain stalled for a second. Hold up, I paid $2,000 per hour for gold-level training, and it doesn't come with a membership? These gym rats are running a scam on par with mobile game microtransactions. Seeing his confused face, the receptionist sweetly urged, Mr. Xing, have you decided? Xingwang folded his arms. Yeah, I've decided. I'm canceling. Not paying for this nonsense. The receptionist's face went pale. Huh? Xingwang calmly explained. 8 sessions cost me $8,000. If I were running a business, I'd at least include a damn membership card for that price. No need to discuss further. Just refund me. Not wanting to lose a customer, the receptionist pressed on, but sir, this is company policy. We treat all customers equally. Please reconsider. I have reconsidered. Xingwang shook his head. And my answer is still no. The receptionist hesitated. Unfortunately, the refund requires approval from our boss. Xingwang's patience was reaching the red zone. Then call your boss out here. Sensing the growing tension, the receptionist quickly scurried off to fetch the higher-ups. Xingwang stood at the front desk, arms crossed. His mood was already soured. Money should be spent on things that matter, he thought. If I drop $1 billion on something useful, I won't blink. But if I waste even a dime on nonsense, get lost. Right then, the system suddenly popped up. Ding! The host's view on money is correct. One must never tolerate financial injustice. The system greatly admires you and rewards you with Buddhyun. Xingwang narrowed his eyes. 1 yen? The hell is that? A participation trophy. A moment later, the receptionist returned, leading a muscular man with a smug expression. The man saw Xingwang and smirked. Well, if it isn't Xingwang. Xingwang recognized him instantly and let out an exaggerated gasp. Wang Torin, you're the boss. Wang Torin, 27 years old, had been their high school's class president, a notorious rich kid who definitely didn't win any awards for his moral character. After graduating, he lingered around the school, flirting with younger girls like some final boss of cringe. Grinning, Wang Torin turned to the receptionist. I'll handle this. She gave a quick nod. Yes, boss. Wang Torin crossed his arms and looked at Xingwang. You're the one who booked 8 personal training sessions? Didn't expect to see you here. Xingwang's expression was flat. I want to cancel. Wang Torin let out a small chuckle, his tone mocking. What, feeling the pinch? Xingwang didn't answer. Instead, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. Why do I feel like something's off? It's not that you're feeling the pinch having to refund the money, so you don't want to refund it, right? Wang Torin sneered. Just 80,000, Xingwang. Why would I feel the pinch? It's just that I'm an acquaintance, so I'm chatting for a bit. Right, you still don't know, huh? Jayan is working here. Finishing his words, he shouted inside. Jayan, come here for a moment. Xingwang is here. You two haven't seen each other in a long time, right? She still mentions you sometimes. Hearing him say this, Xingwang remained silent. Just then, a clear voice rang out, causing the two to turn and look. What's the matter? Jayan, with a sporty and seductive figure, long legs, a slim waist, and full breasts, walked out, a surprised expression on her face. Our protagonist stares at the girl, Gao Yuan, as a new notification appears in front of him. It reads, Name, Gao Yuan. Age, 24 years old. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Attractiveness, 8 out of 10. Current regret level, 0%. He looks at the notification intensely, then smiles. In his mind, he thinks, time to gain points. His focus sharpens. I need to make Gao Yuan regret how she treated me. He holds his face slightly, remembering the past. Back then, he was naive. He truly believed she cared about him. A memory flashes, high school Gao Yuan, speaking to him in a shy voice. I saw a girl giving you a love letter today. Don't let her distract you. Of course, it's normal someone would like you. You're excellent. But she only did it because she lost a dare. Just wanted to let you know. Hearing this, our protagonist laughed nervously, rubbing the back of his head. I know, he said excitedly. I won't fall for anyone else. I only like you. She suddenly grabs our protagonist's hand intensely, her voice dripping with seduction. I've been so stressed lately with no one to turn to. I'm glad you're here to listen, Xingwang. You're such a good person. It means so much to me. If only you'd let me copy your homework all the time. That would be perfect. At that moment, our protagonist recalls both sides of her, the innocent facade and the one she used to mock him. He thinks to himself, I actually thought she had feelings for me. Turns out, she was just keeping me on the hook. Then, he remembers how she casually accepted gifts from everyone, repeating the same line to each of them. Just because I accept your gift, you mustn't overthink it. It would be bad if others misunderstood. She said this to every single person, yet they all kept trying. Thinking about this, our protagonist clenches his jaw, anger flickering in his eyes. Gao Yuan's family is loaded, one of the richest in the city. Try to impress her with money right away might not work. His gaze shifts to the guy standing beside her, ripped 8-pack abs, a tiny waist, bulging muscles, a total gym rat. He was well known as a school bully back in high school. Our protagonist remembers his old classmates, saying Gao Yuan had been eyeing Wang Tyran for ages. She always had a thing for muscles. A bead of sweat rolls down his face as he pieces things together. Little Miss Rich Girl became a fitness trainer just to be near Wang Tyran. Then, a sly smile creeps onto his lips. If I could outdo Wang Tyran, Perhaps I could refresh her perception. With financial backing, I should be able to win her over. Girls like her are so predictable. Gao Yuan glances at him and asks, Xingwang, are you having some difficulties? Our protagonist looks at her intensely before letting out a small laugh. I need to make Wang Tairan look weak in front of her, shatter her perception. Then, turning toward Wang Tairan, he casually remarks, it's just that I think it's unreasonable to pay for a membership fee on top of 20 private lessons I signed up for. Wang Tairan smirks mockingly and responds, this is standard pricing in the fitness industry. If you think it's expensive, don't hire a personal trainer. Just work out casually. Then, eyeing our protagonist with a smug look, he adds, actually, office workers like you get plenty of exercise just commuting on crowded subways. Not that it really counts, but since Gao Yuan is here, I'll pay for a year's membership to show my support. Without missing a beat, our protagonist extends his hand and replies, if I like it, I'll definitely renew. The red-haired boy, holding Gao Yuan by the waist, chuckles. Huh, Xingwang, try to be rich when you don't have money, or you'll just have to cut back on food later. If you can't eat enough, working out will be pointless. Wang Tairan glances at our protagonist, thinking to himself, this guy's still hung up on Gao Yuan? Too bad, she's my woman now. Meanwhile, our protagonist remains unfazed, offering a gentle smile. Indeed, I'm a bit tight on money. If my old classmate truly understands my situation, why not give me a discount? A drop of sweat rolls down Wang Tairan's face as he stares at him in disbelief. What? A discount? Xingwang runs his fingers through his hair, his smirk deepening. Come on, Gao Yuan and I were classmates, after all. As he watches the scene unfold, he thinks to himself, Wang Tairan wasn't rich back in high school, but Gao Yuan still chose him. So, she's not just after money. As for Wang Tairan being able to open such a large gym, I'm sure Gao Yuan helped financially. His eyes glint with amusement. I could go all out and buy this gym outright, but after how she treated me, I'd rather play the long game. A predator disguised as prey. Suddenly, Wang Tairan looks at our protagonist, holding up 3 fingers. For Gao Yuan's sake, I'll give you a 40% discount. Nobody's ever gotten a deal like this before. Refunds are a hassle, so I'll upgrade you from 20 sessions to 30 instead. Then, placing his hand on our protagonist's shoulder, he smirks. Step up your game, or you'll be the same joke as before. You can't even do a few reps. Watching the scene unfold, our protagonist responds calmly, fine. I won't forget this favor. I'll pay you back double someday. Inside, however, he thinks with an intense gaze, you're all talk. The red-haired man then turns to one of his gym companions. Zhang Qi, take care of Mr. Hang. I'm going to do some sets with you on. Our protagonist remains relaxed as he watches them. Just before leaving, Gao Yuan glances at him slightly and says, Xingwang, good luck. As she walks away, she secretly thinks to herself, his face is actually not bad. What a shame he's so skinny. Suddenly, the man from earlier approaches our protagonist. Bro, have you worked out before? Any particular area you want to focus on? Our protagonist replies casually, not today. Let's talk another time. I have urgent matters to attend to. The man looks at him with a somewhat dissatisfied expression. All right then. As our protagonist walks away from the gym, the man grumbles to the receptionist. Here comes another male fitness poser. I can't stand these kinds of people. Media fitness gurus. The receptionist scoffs in agreement. And a stingy fitness poser at that. Sometime later, our protagonist steps out of the gym, smiling villainously. Perfect. Mock me all you want. It'll make my revenge all the sweeter. He approaches his scooter parked nearby, puts on his helmet, and says, System, show me my stats. A notification immediately pops up. A new panel appears before him, displaying all his characteristics. Seeing the stats, his eyes light up in excitement. My height actually increased by 1 centimeter? Does increasing stamina have an extra effect? He suddenly imagines himself with a muscular body, holding a trophy, posing like a professional bodybuilder. If I keep increasing my stamina, could I just keep getting taller? That might get freaky after a while. Sensing his confusion, the system responds. Master is overthinking it. The scenario you imagine will not happen. Besides, height growth will also be reflected in other aspects. You don't have to worry about growing too tall. A bead of sweat rolls down his face. I feel like the system is making a dirty joke, but I can't prove it. Noticing his hesitation, the system seems confused. Suddenly, our protagonist speaks again. System, pull up Chiu Xinua's stats too. A new notification appears, showing the girl's attributes and her regret levels. Studying the screen, our protagonist smirks. My stamina is now at 23, only 17 points away from a normal person. Max out stamina first. As he scrolls through the system panel, a new thought crosses his mind. Who should I focus on next? Suddenly, our protagonist's excitement grows, and a smile creeps onto his face. Lin Mingxi only needs 20% more to reach 100%. Who knows what rewards or achievements might unlock at a full 100% regret level. Without hesitation, he selects her and declares, I've decided it's her. The scene shifts to Lin Mingxi, sitting in front of her mirror, carefully adjusting her makeup. As she examines her reflection, she thinks to herself, no, I still have a chance. As long as I still have Xingwang, I'm not done yet. She pauses for a moment, lost in thought. Xingwang genuinely liked me once. I definitely still have a shot. Suddenly, her phone, still plugged into its charging spot, lights up. The mobile AI's voice chimes in, creating a perfect natural makeup look, appearing effortlessly stunning in seemingly casual moments. In men's eyes, natural makeup equals no makeup, which equals natural beauty. But the key is perfection, down to every single hair strand. Finishing her makeup, she nods with excitement. Absolutely. Just as she sets down her brush, her phone vibrates with an incoming call. Looking at the screen, she smirks. Perfect timing, just as I was thinking of reaching out, he calls. Holding the phone in her hand, anticipation builds. Xingwang must have gotten over it by now. After all, he liked me for 4 years. A man like this is still easy to handle. As long as I go along with him and show enough signs of being submissive, don't all men love that feeling of reversal? At the same time, a new notification pops up in front of our protagonist. Seeing this, he chuckles inwardly. The regret level increased before the call, even connected? His smirk deepens. Interesting. So being too eager doesn't work. Lin Mingxi enjoys being chased instead. Glancing back at the gym, he reflects. Back then, I was drawn to her because she resembled Gao Yuan. It was love at first sight. Never thought I'd get so deeply involved. Almost forgot about Gao Yuan entirely. But then, disappointment flashes across his face. I spent years simping for her, only to realize she doesn't even like that type. At that moment, the call connects. Lin Mingxi's voice comes through the phone. Is there something you need? With a smile, our protagonist replies, not much, just he pauses, thinking, let me test something. Meanwhile, Lin Mingxi also wonders, has he fallen for me again? Is he going to ask me out? Then, with a mocking smirk, he says, remember to return the tissue you borrowed that day to wipe your tears. Silence. Lin Mingxi freezes, completely caught off guard. She doesn't even know how to react. Should she laugh? Cry? Play it off? All she can manage is a confused, what? Our protagonist hangs up the phone right after speaking. Almost immediately, 2 new notifications pop up in front of him. The host is unromantic, hanging up so quickly, such directness. The system is mildly shocked by the content of the call. System rewards, 666 yuan out of respect. Our protagonist stares blankly at the notification. What kind of reward is this? Meanwhile, on the other end, Lin Mingxi stares at her phone in confusion. Tissue? Who even returns borrowed tissues? Sitting in front of her mirror, she adjusts her posture, placing a delicate hand on her cheek with a thoughtful expression. He must want to meet, but is too shy to say it directly. A confident smile spreads across her face. That must be it. Only someone so awkward could come up with such an excuse. Come to think of it, wasn't he always like this in college? Her face suddenly turns red as a new thought creeps in her mind. Could it be he has some strange fetish? She freezes, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. No way. He likes things stained with my bodily fluids? Her expression turns awkward as she hesitates. If only I hadn't thrown it away. But then, another idea pops into her head. Maybe replacing it with another tissue will do. With that, she grabs a tissue from the box, rubs it lightly against her skin, and nods to herself. It's just something with my bodily fluid on it, after all. Meanwhile, as our protagonist rides his scooter, another notification appears. Seeing this, he raises an eyebrow. Huh. Then, realization dawns on him. This is just like when simps get excited over their crush mentioning they're taken, but in reverse. Dismissing the thought with a smirk, he shakes his head. Simps always end up with nothing in the end. Sometime later, in a grand coffee shop inside a luxurious building, our protagonist sits at a table, deep in thought. Recently, the indulgence tasks seem to revolve around women, and the money rewards are getting smaller. There must be a cap. Time to double down and focus on investments. Once it involves entrepreneurship, there will be plenty of indulgence opportunities. Glancing at his phone, he mutters, "Why country is auctioning off a Western Zhou Dynasty national treasure, a bronze vessel crucial for historical research. Time to do something genuinely meaningful." Just as he contemplates his next move, a familiar voice calls out, "Xingwang." Looking up, he sees Lin Mingxi approaching. She takes one look at his phone screen, her mind immediately jumping to conclusions. As expected of someone from a super-rich family, watching an auction with such interest. She sits gracefully across from him, putting on an elegant expression. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Then, with both hands, she presents him with a small red box. Seeing this, our protagonist raises an eyebrow. "Mingxi, you don't think I have feelings for you again, do you?" His eyes narrow slightly as he observes her appearance. "You dressed up so formally. I can tell you're wearing natural makeup. Your lips are even glossy." Then, casually pointing at the box with his phone, he adds, "Besides, it's just returning a tissue. Did you really need such an elaborate box?" Lin Mingxi's confident smile wavers. Frustration rises in her chest as she stands slightly, her tone sharpening. "Hang Xingwang you. You're too much. I'm just wearing light makeup." Before she can say more, a new notification pops up in front of our protagonist. A sly smile creeps onto his face. He leans back, looking at her with amusement. I could say even worse things. His voice lowers, but the sharpness in it is unmistakable. "Back then, when I was poor, I was just another simp to you, only good enough to be looked down upon. Now that I'm rich, you can't wait to throw yourself at me." His expression hardens. "I won't be your backup plan." Lin Mingxi's eyes widen, filling with tears. I haven't even said anything yet. What are you doing?" Just then, another notification appears. Our protagonist smirks. Indeed, Lin Mingxi really is a masochist. She appears angry on the surface, yet her regret level keeps rising. Leaning forward slightly, he thinks to himself, "Well then, pardon my rudeness." Hearing our protagonist's words, Lin Mingxi's face twists with a mix of frustration and tears. "How could you think that of me? This is how I always dress when I go out." She clenches her fists. There are countless ways to return the tissue. If you didn't even care, why did you agree to meet me? You should have rejected me outright. Our protagonist chuckles, completely unbothered. Well, naturally, I wanted to see the look on your face when your expectations were crushed. A sly grin stretches across his face. He leans forward slightly, his voice turning colder. Just like the look on my face when my expectations were crushed before. His eyes gleam with amusement. How does it feel? This sensation. It's the first time Miss Lin has experienced it, isn't it? But don't worry, there'll be a second time. A third time. Lin Mingxi's face turns pale. Overwhelmed with emotion, she abruptly stands up, tears welling in her eyes. You've gone too far, Hang Xingwang, she shouts before dashing out of the restaurant. At the same time, multiple notifications flood in front of our protagonist. He watches her disappear into the distance, then smirks. A goddess, huh? Once the charm is gone, she's just another person. His mind flashes back to the past, when she stood before him with an arrogant expression, looking down on him. Just a simp. If I didn't need to copy his homework, why would I even give him a second glance? Smile at him a little, give him some small favors, and he'll be over the moon all day. Her confidence back then was undeniable. Someone like that isn't even worthy of carrying my shoes. Returning to the present, our protagonist smirks. Regretting it now? This is just the tip of the iceberg compared to what I went through before. Then, another notification appears, slightly different from the others. Lin Mingxi's regret level has reached 99%. System reward, 5 points. Seeing this, our protagonist leans back in his chair, rubbing his chin. 99%. Just one more to go. No need to rush. I've got plenty of time. Before he can finish that thought, another notification pops up. Does the host wish to allocate points now? Available options: Stamina +5, Intelligence +5, Charisma +5. A wide grin spreads across his face. Put everything into stamina. As soon as the points are allocated, he feels an immediate surge of energy coursing through his body. Looking down at his hands, he clenches his fists, his veins slightly bulging. Whoa, I feel full of power. The effect is instant. I could probably run 10 kilometers right now, just to burn off this excess energy. He pulls out his phone, glancing outside as a new plan forms in his mind. Next, I'll take care of Qiu Xina. But before that, he smirks and cracks his knuckles. Let's head to the gym and test out the effects of these 5 points. The next day at the gym, our protagonist steps up to the bench press with a confident grin. He glances at the trainer and says, "This is it? Even 50 kilograms isn't enough. Add more weight." The trainer, already looking annoyed, sighs. "Sir, this is your first session. We emphasize gradual progression. Let me assess your level first to prevent muscle strain." Many beginners overestimate their abilities. Hearing that, our protagonist's eyes narrow. Are you saying I'm overestimating myself? Gripping the bar, he smirks and says, "Isn't that why you're here? You'll protect me, won't you?" With a mocking smile, he leans back and casually says, "Make it 150 kilograms. The trainer's eyes widen in shock. 150 kilograms? A bead of sweat rolls down his forehead as concern flashes in his eyes. That weight is challenging even for me. Usually, only advanced strength trainers or professionals attempt that. Sir, I strongly suggest." Our protagonist, now sitting up straight, interrupts. "How about 200 kilograms? Just want to try it." Just as expected, he thinks to himself. After adding those points, this is absolutely nothing. The trainer's expression darkens. "Are you messing with me? Making me load plates just for fun?" Our protagonist playfully pokes the trainer's abdomen and teases, "You keep stopping me. Are you afraid I'll lift it and put you under pressure?" The trainer exhales sharply and tries to explain logically. "Do you even understand what 200 kilograms means? However, Mr. Hang, if you insist, I won't stop you, but you'll need to sign a liability waiver. Our gym won't be held responsible for any injuries due to your stubborn insistence." Our protagonist just grins. You're overreacting. The trainer wipes the sweat off his forehead. Overreacting? This is called being responsible. You need to understand what a 200 kilograms bench press actually means. Meanwhile, the trainer silently curses in his mind. People like this who overestimate themselves are the most annoying. They always cause trouble. I just hope he can't even lift the bar off the rack. Otherwise, if something happens, it'll be a nightmare for me. Just then, our protagonist's gym buddy and the girl from earlier walk over. The friend claps our protagonist on the back and asks, "What's going on?" Both our protagonist and the trainer turn to look at them. With an exhausted expression, the trainer mutters, "I wanted to start gradually by letting Mr. Hang try 50 kilograms first to judge his level. But he insists on pushing for 200 kilograms. The girl crosses her arms and looks at our protagonist. "Xingwang, he's just looking out for you." But instead of responding, our protagonist smirks and says, "How about we make a bet?" The trainer's eyes widen in shock. "A bet?" Our protagonist grins. "If I can lift it, you pay for my membership and private training fees. Of course, if I can't lift it, I'll sign up for 100 personal training sessions with you." The trainer's face twitches. "Sir, your health is more important than anything else. The rest doesn't matter." But internally, he's thinking a guy who haggled over membership fees suddenly wants to pay for 100 sessions? Yeah, right? Before the trainer can argue further, our protagonist pulls out his card and casually waves it. "I can pay by card. Prepare for the 100 sessions. If I win, you refund me." Hearing this, the trainer and our protagonist lock eyes, the atmosphere thick with tension. The girl watches the exchange, skeptical. Hang Xingwang, with his slim build, daring to bet against Zhangqi? She suddenly interrupts. "How about we compromise? Try 100 kilograms first." But our protagonist ignores her and looks straight at the trainer. "So, are we making the bet or not?" The trainer, feeling cornered, exhales and says, "Since you're so insistent, I have no choice but to agree." Sometime later, they prepare the 200 kilograms bar. The trainer, still trying to give our protagonist a way out, says, "Mr. Hang, I suggest you try lifting the bar first. If you can't, we can call off the bet. We're not unreasonable people." Despite his outward professionalism, the trainer's inner thoughts are filled with concern. Even now, I'm trying to help this fool. Does he even understand what lifting 200 kilograms means? If he actually does it, he clenches his fists. I swear, if he pulls this off, I'll eat my words while standing on my head. Our protagonist grips the bar tightly with both hands, lying flat on the bench. For a moment, he remains still, making it seem like the bar won't budge. The trainer watches, arms crossed, and sighs. "It's not moving at all, Mr. Hang. I really think you should just STO." Before he can finish, our protagonist suddenly lifts the bar, holding it steady above his chest. The entire gym goes silent. A wave of shock spreads through the crowd, gym goers staring wide-eyed at the scene. As for the trainer, his jaw nearly hits the floor. "What the?" Our protagonist begins his reps, smoothly bench pressing 200 kilograms like it's nothing. The trainer, now counting in a shaky voice, watches in disbelief. Thank God I didn't actually say I'd eat my words out loud. Meanwhile, our protagonist's childhood friend stares, stunned. She watches him effortlessly handle the weight and thinks, he can actually bench that much? Even Tyron couldn't do full sets with 200 kilograms, and he's way more muscular than Xingwang. What is going on? Finishing his set, our protagonist racks the bar, stands up, and dusts off his hands like he just finished a light workout. Looking at the trainer, he smirks, time for that refund. The total is 85,000 yuan. The trainer, now drenched in cold sweat, stammers, I. Just then, our protagonist's phone starts ringing. Without even looking at the screen, he casually says, "Transfer the money to my account. I'll be back to train in a few days. Make sure you get a trainer with actual ability." Making such a fuss over benching 200 kilograms? You're really damaging your gym's reputation. Still holding his phone, he glances at the caller ID, Chio Shina. Smirking, he turns to his childhood friend, tilts his phone slightly so she can see, and says, "I'll be leaving first. Got a date with a beautiful lady. Can't keep her waiting." His childhood friend stares at the name on his screen, her mind racing. This loser actually has a girlfriend? And a gorgeous one at that. In the next scene, the protagonist is inside the restaurant, sitting at a table with the girl he had helped earlier. They sit across from each other, looking at one another. The girl looks at the protagonist with a smile. She says, "I'm really grateful to Hang for helping me despite our past issue. I can't repay you enough, so I can only treat you to a meal to express my thanks." Hearing that, the protagonist simply puts the meat in front of him, rests his hand on his face, and says nothing. The girl looks at him, thinking to herself, he seems cold, but maybe he's just putting on an act. She remembers how the protagonist rejected her before and thinks, he directly rejected me last time, but this time he accepted. Does this mean I still have a chance? She continues the conversation, starting a new topic. The Meow group is in dire straits now. After the last PK competition, we lost many top supporters. The top streamer's revenue is less than 1/10 of what it used to be. He Shui throws tantrums at the company every day, and now the company has increased their commission rate. They find all sorts of excuses to deduct revenue. Streamers who bring in 100,000 in revenue sometimes end up with less than 3,000 after all the layers of deductions. And hearing that our protagonists say that's harsh. She looked toward the protagonist with teary eyes and said again, "Isn't IT? They're deliberately forcing streamers to terminate their contracts so they can extract termination fees to recover some money. You know, in our industry, the prime years only last a few years." Then she shifted her expression, offering a gentle smile. Resting her face in both hands, she continued, "I really couldn't make ends meet anymore, so I thought about finding another path, but then I ran into that bastard Zhang Wenqing. I'm really thankful for your help that day. If IT weren't for you, I don't know what I would have done." The protagonist looked at her, a smile forming on his face. But in his mind, his thoughts were far from kind. But no matter how sincere the gratitude is now, it's useless. This kind of person's gratitude is worthless. If I were still that poor nobody, even if I'd helped her out of kindness, I wouldn't receive gratitude. I'd just be treated like a simp kept on a string. He leaned back slightly, analyzing her calmly. But dealing with people like this is actually simple. In his mind, he imagined himself standing in front of a board, pointing to it with a stick. On it was written, "Hang Xingwang's lesson begins strategy section. Give her false hope. Make her think opportunity is within her grasp, and then snatch it away at the last moment. Make her anxious. Make her itch for it. Then let everyone else get the opportunity, except her. Let her realize that it was her past snobbishness that cost her the chance. She'll be devastated." With a confident smile, he looked at her and said calmly, "It was nothing, really. But the main reason I came this time is that I need your help with something." And hearing that, the girl responded with excitement, smiling brightly at the protagonist. "Work is it? As long as I can do it." The protagonist looked at her with a smile and said, "Douajin's current number of sign streamers is far below my plan. We have good prospects, but they lack experience. I really need experienced, high-performing streamers to help mentor the newcomers." Then, without breaking the flow, he casually took out his phone and said to her, "Excuse me, I need to take this call." The protagonist picked up the phone and said, "Hello, wait a moment." With a smile, he slightly lowered the phone, looked toward the girl, and said, "Something urgent came up. We'll talk more later when we have time." Then he turned and began walking away from the table. The girl watched him, a spark of excitement in her eyes. Now, was he about to fit the requirements? That must be it. Who else but me? Meanwhile, the protagonist stepped out of the restaurant, scrolling through his phone as he walked. Then, suddenly, a new notification popped up in front of the protagonist. It read, "Kashinua's regret level increased by 5%. Looking ahead, he thought to himself, "Everything is under my control." Meanwhile, in Kashinua's apartment, She sat on her sofa, staring at her phone. Her thoughts were racing. Zhang Qingqing. Her termination fee must be around 2 million too, and she just left so decisively. With a disappointed expression, she closed her eyes and thought again, if even someone of her level can join Duojin, then with my abilities, the next one must be me. Her mind continued to spiral. If I had built a good relationship with Xingwang earlier, my status at Duojin would definitely be on par with Wen's. Now, I've fallen to the point where I'm being compared to Zhang Qingqing. No matter, I'm younger than Gao 1. I still have plenty of opportunities. The scene shifts to her office building, where 3 girls are chatting together. As they all notice Kashina entering, the one with yellow hair leans toward the others and says, "She's here." Another girl responds quickly, "Let's go." She looked at the girls, confused, and said to herself, "What's going on?" Suddenly, the office door swung open. Her boss stormed out and shouted, "Qiuxina, get in here." Once they were inside the office, the boss slammed the door and shouted angrily, "Here's the situation. Because you seduced our investors, man, the investors are furious and want to pull out their funds. You must bear this loss." Qiuxinhua stared at her boss, stunned, and protested. "But I'm a victim too. And Zhang Wensheng was someone you hinted at me to pursue." Hearing her argument, the boss slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "I don't care about the process, only the result. Of course, I will make you pay for all the losses. I know you can't come up with that kind of money, so how about this? Just agree to double the termination fee in your contract." Qiuxinua's eyes widened in shock. Sweat rolled down the side of her face as she stammered, "What?" But the boss didn't let up. "Do I need to repeat myself?" "Qiuxinua, if you can't make up for the loss, prepare to be ruined." Sometime later, she walked out of the office, her steps stiff. She looked around at all the staff members watching her. She looked toward a coworker and asked, "What's going on with you guys?" The girl glanced at her and replied with a smile, "Of course, we're quitting." As she passed by, still walking away, she added, "Naturally. Word is they're all heading to Duojin. Compared to Duojin's benefits, this penalty fee is nothing." Then, slowing slightly, she turned her head and added, "I have a friend who was lucky enough to be in Duojin's first batch of sign streamers. She's only been there a month, and she's already bought a fully paid apartment in the city center. Their boss is very generous and often pays to boost their streamers' rankings. This portion of revenue is still distributed to streamers at the normal rate. Unlike Meow Group, which counts the platform share as part of the streamer's operating costs in similar situations." Hearing the girl's words, Qiuxinhua thought to herself, "Meow Group is a sinking ship. Do you want to go down with them?" The girl looked at her again with a friendly smile and continued, "Right now, Duojin has few signed streamers, so joining now means getting good resources, and the boss will invest money to help build up their accounts. I heard you can basically cover the termination fee in a month, but if I wait longer, I might miss the opportunity. I've submitted my resignation too, leaving tomorrow. If you want to go, I can refer you." Qiuxinhua listened silently, her eyes fixed ahead, not responding. In her mind, she thought, "You have to take risks to get rewards. Double the penalty fee? I'll pay no matter what." Her expression turned cold and focused as she continued thinking. Besides, Xingwang saying those words to me must mean he values my abilities. If I join Duojin, I'll take off immediately. Then, with determination flashing in her eyes, she clenched her hand into a fist and thought, Xingwang is a businessman too. In the face of profit, what do our past disagreements matter? If he won't approach me, I should seize the opportunity to approach him. 1 week later, in a quiet coffee shop, Qiuxinhua met with the same girl. The girl sipped her drink and spoke calmly. "Xinhua, your qualifications are quite good, but unfortunately Duojin has already filled all its streamer positions. They've taken on many streamers who jump ship. They say they need time to integrate them and don't know when the next recruitment will be." Hearing that, Qiuxinhua froze. Her eyes widened, her body stiffened like stone, and in the most shocked voice possible, she said, "What?" Grinding her teeth, Qiuxinhua thought bitterly, "I just paid the termination fee, and they're already full." Meanwhile, in his office, the protagonist sat comfortably in his chair, casually scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. System message. Qiu Xinua's regret level increased by 20%. Seeing the message, a smile appeared on his face, calm and unintentional, but satisfied. Scene shifts to a quiet apartment. A long-haired girl, Qiu Xinhua, sat alone on a couch, her phone in hand. The glow from a screen lit up her thoughtful face as she scrolled through an old chat. She read a message from the 7-day. Qiu Xinhua, Big Brother Hang, about that matter you mentioned wanting to discuss in depth last time. What exactly was it? Hang Xingwang, oh that. Almost forgot. Zhan Qingqing has joined us, so that matter isn't urgent for now. Qiu Xinhua, oh I see. Her expression turned slightly gloomy. Flashback. 6 days ago, a past message popped up in her mind. Qiu Xinhua likely. Just paid the breach of contract fee to Meow Group, and I want to put myself forward. I believe I'm an experienced streamer with top-tier results. Do you think I have a chance? Hang Xingwang, I've been busy these past couple of days. You can reach out to HR about it. Qiu Xinhua, that's great then. Okay, thank you. She leaned back against the couch, her eyes distant. Qiu Xinhua in her thoughts. If only I had firmly ended my contract and come over when he first reached out. I probably wouldn't be in this situation now. After a while, an antagonist appears who is cousin of He Shui's cousin, voice cold and aggressive. You think just by leaving Meow Group, you'll live a better life? Dream on. No matter where you go, I'll crush you. I'll join hands with every company in this industry to blacklist you. Qiu Xinyu shocked, but I already paid the penalty. How could you still He Shui's cousin? Because I feel like it. Qiu Xinyu, what should I do now? Scene. Inside a sleek, high-rise office. The sun filters in through tall windows. Hang Xingwang, the main protagonist, sits calmly behind a large desk. The door opens quietly. Gowan steps in, a bit cautious. Gowan. By the way, Qiu Xinhua reached out. She said she wants to meet with you. He hesitates, choosing his words carefully. Gowan, I know there's history, but her skills are solid, so I thought I'd bring it up. Hang Xingwang leans back his chair, thoughtful. Hang Xingwang, all right. Your call. We'll meet just once. Scene, a quiet cafeteria. Hang Xingwang and Qiu Xinhua sit across from each other at a small table. The atmosphere is calm but heavy. In the background, someone whispers while watching them. Onlooker. Looks like after cooling off for a few days, she's finally come to her senses. She's not much use anymore, though. Qiu Xinhua lowers her eyes, speaking honestly. Qiu Xinhua, I used to be so arrogant. I thought I was better than everyone else. I even dreamed you'd poach me, make me the top streamer. But now I see, I'm really nothing special. After Meow Group pushed me out, no other platform would even talk to me. She looks up at Hang Xingwang, eyes full of sincerity. Qiu Xinhua, I want to join Duo Jin. I don't need a high salary, 10,000 a month is fine. I just want a chance. Suddenly, Hang Xingwang raises his hand, signaling Qiu Xinhua to calm down. Hang Xingwang, don't sell yourself short. Duo Jin might not be hiring streamers right now, but that's for others, not you. He looks at her sincerely. Hang Xingwang, we've worked together before. I know what you're capable of. I'm not the kind of person who takes advantage of others when they're down. He smiles slightly. Hang Xingwang, we're old colleagues. If you really want to join Duo Jin, I can make it happen. Hang Xingwang sat calmly across from Qiu Xinhua, his expression steady as he spoke. As for salary, he began, the S-tier and A-tier slots, with their specific compensation and resource packages, are already full. He paused before continuing. If you join, you'll have to start as a B-tier streamer. But we conduct regular performance assessments. With your ability, I'm confident you'll rise quickly. Qiu Xinhua listened silently, her thoughts stirring. B-tier, streamer benefits. B-tier is fine. She clenched her hands slightly under the table, determination flashing in her eyes. I'm willing. Hang Xingwang nodded and added, contact Hao Wen and say I sent you. As she stood to leave, a thought echoed quietly in her mind. Maybe if I just smiled at him once. Or held back the sarcasm. Would things be different now? Outside the cafeteria, Qiu Xinhua walked alongside Hang Xingwang, her voice softer now, carrying the weight of reflection and sincerity. I never expected that the ones helping me in the end would be you and Hao Wen, she admitted, her gaze lowered slightly. People I used to look down upon. She took a deep breath and continued. You shouldn't judge others when you don't know their struggles. I am deeply sorry for how I acted before. Hang Xingwang gave a casual laugh, his tone light but meaningful. Ha ha ha, it's good that you understand. At that moment, a digital screen flickered to life in front of Qiu Xinhua. Qiu Xinhua's regret level plus 5% total regret level reaches 99% system reward. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a nearby street where Hang Xingwang walked alone, hands in his pockets, his expression unreadable. His thoughts echoed quietly. You'll never know pain until the knife falls on you. As Hang Xingwang continued walking down the street, another screen suddenly appeared in front of him. He glanced at it casually, then turned his head slightly, muttering to a passerby with a hint of amusement in his voice. From a passerby's perspective, without hesitation, he tapped the screen. Use the points right away. Another system notification immediately popped up. Ding! Host stamina value has reached the peak for ordinary humans. A robotic system voice chimed in enthusiastically. Host, do you feel your biceps bulging? Host, you could try challenging human limits now. Hang Xingwang smirked faintly at the notification. Things were starting to get interesting. Suddenly the Hang Xingwang walking away from there, and he think in his mind, time to go show off in front of Gao Yuan and Wang Tyran. The gym was buzzing as Hang Xingwang walked in with quiet confidence, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips, glancing toward his old friends. As he stepped inside, he spotted one of them on a leg machine, training hard. Xingwang observed silently for a moment, his smile widening. Looks like he was seriously provoked. Too bad for him. I'm basically cheating now. Without hesitation, he strolled over to the front desk and said coolly, Today, let's start with a run. That single sentence caught the attention of everyone nearby. The red-haired boy, an old classmate turned trainer, and his girlfriend both turned toward him. The girl stared at Xingwang, her thoughts racing. He's changed. Something about his presence feels different. Her eyes scanned his posture. He stands taller, more confident. His figure looks more balanced too. The red-haired boy raised a brow, stepping forward. Old classmate, you said you wanted a stronger personal trainer last time. Do I look like one now? Xingwang met his gaze evenly. Of course. You're more than qualified. Then let's start with some cardio today, the trainer said, flashing a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. How about running for 50 minutes first, then doing weight training? 50 minutes? Xingwang repeated, genuinely surprised. I see your muscle strength is good, the trainer replied. But fitness also requires endurance. 50 minutes is the minimum standard. If you can't manage that, you probably can't handle serious fitness training. Xingwang gave a mocking smile. All right then, I'll try. I've never run 50 minutes straight, FO. Watching him closely, the red-haired boy narrowed his eyes. He could lift 200 kilograms last time, he thought. It must have just been brute strength. His endurance has to be trash. His jaw clenched, thoughts twisting with jealousy. Trying to show off in front of my woman? Hey, dream on. I'll make you embarrass yourself big time. Gao Yuan and Wang Tyran trained together, but their eyes always followed Xingwang. The noise and commotion on Xingwang's side made Wang Tyran uncomfortable. At this moment, several girls abandoned their training and ran to where Xingwang was running. Gun curiously said, Honey, let's go over there and see. Wang Tyran, with a worried expression, thought to himself, what is this kid up to now? He's already ugly, but he's still causing so much trouble. On the treadmill, Xingwang was still running fast. Wang Tan, seeing that he didn't show any signs of fatigue, started to sweat. The girls at this moment didn't bother to train, but kept chattering around Xingwang. Is his body something I can see? I want to try it so badly. Moreover, he's a handsome guy. I want to see him in a black suit. It must be so hot. They'll take off his suit. The thickness of his muscles is just right. How can he train so well? Oh my god, he looks so cool running at an accelerated pace for an hour. Seeing the sweat soaking his shirt, one girl couldn't help but scream. I can't take it anymore. I see the sweat flowing down his body. The girl's nose spurted blood and she fainted. Turning back, Jayan saw something strange. Her whole body trembled. Wang Tan frowned and called, gone not paying attention to his cool in Jie Yuan's eyes. At this moment, there was only Xingwang's body. Hormones were rising and hot drops of sweat were constantly falling from her fleshed face. She thought this body is really amazing. Along with that, the system also issued a notification about Jie Yuan's level of regret. Xingwang smiled to himself, thinking, I guess correctly. 40 yuan, the body is the most important thing. He was so focused on thinking that he didn't know that his smile was causing many girls fall in love. One of them couldn't help but scream, he's smiling. He's so hot. I'm so hooked. After running for 50 minutes, he wiped the sweat off his body and approached Wang Taran, saying, Trainer Wang, 50 minutes is a bit short. Are you really planning a gym plan for me? Wang Taran couldn't believe his ears. His eyes widened and his mouth dropped open. What the hell? This kid is definitely showing off. There's no way he can run for 50 minutes without being tired at all. What is he pretending for? Try to maintain his composure. He spoke up and advised, you just finished running. Rest for 10 minutes to relax. He raised his eyebrows and scratched his face, saying, do I have to rest? Is it necessary? I only have 2 hours to train today. We should save time and train more items. Seeing his serious expression, Jayan was certain in her heart that he wasn't pretending at all. On the contrary, Wang Tairen still didn't believe it and speculated on his own save time. He wants to train more items. He feels like it's rare to learn a lesson and he won't have this money to spend later. So, he wants to train a little more to make it worth the money, right? Thinking this, he pretended to advise. This isn't something to show off and joke about. Training should still be moderate. If you try to do too much, you won't be able to swallow it. If you need to rest, then rest. If your body is overworked, there will be a tragedy. Shining Wang said indifferently, I'm not tired at all, Trainer Wang. Why do you keep refusing? Is there something wrong with my health? Don't I know myself? Wang Tairen hearing this was furious, but because of his face, he only dared to think in his head. This kid is so stubborn now. I remember that he was just a weak chicken before. At that time, I bribed a few thugs to cause trouble with Gon. Hanging Wang didn't know his limits and stepped forward to stop them. As a result, he was chased by the thugs and had no power to fight back. He couldn't even run. With just a few moves, he was pressed to the ground and beaten until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen. It was at that time that I descended from the sky as a hero to save the beauty, forming a clear contrast with Hang Xingwang. Jayan was suddenly subdued by the aura of a man. So, she came to my side. How can my goddess have this ending? Cutting off his memory, Xingwang's call rang out. What should we train now? A confident smile on his face, he said, I'm very busy. Please, trouble Trainer Wang to improve the efficiency a bit. Wang Tairen didn't reply immediately, but looked down at his legs and thought. He came prepared. I definitely can't let him show off in front of Gaoan again. His legs are so thin. They don't seem to have any muscles. He must have forgotten to train legs on a regular basis. Thinking this, he smiled and said, since the last time our old classmate came here, we have seriously recorded the situation of your body and specially created a training plan for you. I see that your legs are quite thin. You must rarely train them on a regular basis. That's not good. If you train without training legs, you'll be impotent sooner or later. Xingwang hearing this also found it reasonable. That's right. For a man, this is no small matter. System add a little reward. And telling the truth in response to him, the system appeared. The host's shameless appearance when asking me for rewards is too casual. I can't help but want to reward the host. How about rewarding 10,000? It was just a casual remark, but he didn't expect the system to actually do it. Wang Tairen walked over and patted his shoulder, his eyes cunning and his smile dangerous. He said, then today we'll start training from the legs. Let's go. Let's go to the equipment area. He also decisively nodded. Okay. Wang Tairen smiled triumphantly, thinking, training legs is great. Training legs is awesome. Wait a moment. I'll make you scream miserably, make you collapse, make you no longer have the aura of a man. At that time, Jie Yuan will know how useless you are and will only love me more. Gon behind him also noticed Xingwang's legs and thought to herself, indeed, Hang Xingwang's legs look very weak. After all, he's still not as good as Tairen. A moment later, The clock struck 5 p.m. Wang Tyron's expression at this moment looked extremely surprised. Xingwang, while training, spoke up and asked, "Trainer Wang, we've trained 3 pieces of equipment, and it's been more than an hour. Why don't I feel any swelling? Is the weight of the equipment at your place different from the standard?" Wang Tyron gaped and exclaimed, "What did you say?" Standing next to him, Jayan was now completely smitten. The system also sent a notification. Jia Yuan's level of regret increased by 30%. Seeing this, Xingwang smiled secretly. The growth rate is getting faster and faster. As soon as he turned to leave, Gon hurriedly ran after him. Wang Tyron, with a dazed expression, called Jayan. She ran in front of him, her appearance shy, and asked Hanging Wang, "Are you coming tomorrow?" Her words, "Are you coming tomorrow?" were no different from a thunderbolt striking Wang Tyron. Officially from this moment, Wang Tyron was Ned as a cuckold. Jia Yuan had completely fallen for Xingwang, her eyes, her breathing, even her heart in her stomach. Gon Vin wanted to dedicate to Hang Xingwang. Gon took out her phone and proactively suggested, "Hanging Wang, have we added each other's friends yet? Should I scan your code, or should you scan mine?" Wang Tan, hearing this, couldn't help but be startled. Xingwang then took out his phone and scanned Jia Yuan's friend code. After achieving his goal, he smiled and left gracefully. Gon at this moment was extremely excited. After adding Xingwang as a friend, she only focused her eyes on her phone, ignoring Wang Tyron standing beside her, who was extremely worried. He covered his face, a tense train of thought appearing in his head. She's smiling, and she's looking at Hanging Wang's contact information, smiling so sweetly. He angrily grabbed her hand and asked, "Jia, why did you add him as a friend?" Gon replied coldly, "He's an important customer of ours. I'm adding a customer's account to develop my business. Is that not allowed?" Hearing her explanation, Wang Tyron became even more angry. He snapped, "What important customer is he?" Gon also didn't give in, angrily shouting, "What do you mean? Don't tell me you suspect I have something going on with Hang Xingwang." Wang Tyron tried his best to remind her that kid has had intentions towards you for a long time. "Don't you know?" The atmosphere began to become tense as Jia Yuan turned to blame him. "Wang Tyron, if you suspect me, then just say it straight. Be a man. Okay, don't talk in such a sarcastic way." Seeing her get angry with him, Wang Tyron immediately shrank back, his mouth stammering as he called her name. But Jayan felt uncomfortable with his weak appearance. She snorted coldly and turned to walk towards Xingwang. In the elevator on the 7th floor, the system's voice rang out. Jia Yuan's level of regret increased by 5%. At the same time, Xingwang was browsing his friend list. Jia Sui helped me on the 15th. Bro, Lu Bin, the next one on the 14th. Explosive point accumulation. 3. Jayan, forget everything. Xingwang was inwardly pleased. As long as Wang Tan makes more mistakes, then I can sit back and wait for Gary to pull up her level of regret. Wang Tyron, work hard. I'm counting on you. Good points and bad points can be compared. Whether it's women or men, it's the same. Once you compare, the worst side makes more mistakes and sometimes does nothing. Similar to having done everything, wait for the opportunity to come, and a little bit of favor can receive a large income. At this moment, his phone rang. A call from explosive point accumulation. One Lin Manji. He smiled, thinking just right. I was just about to find her. As soon as Xingwang answered the phone, Lin Manx's voice rang out. "Xingwang, are you free tonight?" Xingwang frowned and replied in a cold voice. "Not free." On this side, Lin Minxi was at the hair salon. She asked again, "So busy?" Xingwang replied, "Whether I'm busy or not depends on what you're looking for me for. If it's something meaningless, then I'm busy." Hearing this, Manji immediately caught the signal. She smiled and said, "I want to invite you to dinner. To me, having dinner with you is a meaningful thing." Shining Wan, having just released the signal, turned cold again, causing Manji to exclaim in confusion. "What?" He continued, "Today is a work day. I don't date while skipping work." As soon as he hung up the phone, Xingwang's face turned gloomy. He looked at his phone, his lips pursed tightly, his emotions of anticipation urging his mind. Increase the level of regret. Increase it for me. A quiet atmosphere with no sound of the system ringing out. Shining sighed dejectedly. What exactly do I have to do to make this 1% level of regret increase? Why is it so difficult to increase? Turning to Lin Mingxi after the beep of the call, she was confused. He just hung up like that. She angrily left her seat. The hairdresser suddenly exclaimed, "Miss Lin, your hair isn't finished yet." Lin Mini frowned and replied, "What's the point of finishing it? What's the point of doing it at home?" Lin Mini returned with annoyance. She kicked open the door, then threw herself on the bed and shouted, "Hang Xingwang, I hate you." Switching the scene to Doujin Media, seeing Xingwang sneeze. GA when asked with concern, "Xingwang, do you have a cold?" He replied, "No, someone must be cursing me behind my back, right? What is this document? You said last time you wanted me to review some charity auctions. This is the result of my review. Take a look." Xingwang took the document and flipped through the pages. When he saw an item named Wen Ba Shong, he turned to Gaoan and registered for this auction. She replied, "Many famous people from abroad are participating in this auction." Xingwang, hearing this, became even more excited and sneered. "That's great to snatch back the cultural relics of our country from their hands. Moreover, the cultural relics of Zia Shang. You can tell at a glance that the price is sky high. Wouldn't I have to be arrogant and reckless for a while?" Gaoan, hearing this, smiled in agreement. "You're right. I'll go arrange it right away." Saying this, she turned and left. At the same time, Xing Guing's phone rang again. Explosive point accumulation. One Lin Mini was calling. He hung up abruptly at her home. Once again, having to hear the beep, beep, beep. Lin Mini was still confused. He hung up my phone. Walking around the room, she wondered and muttered, "What did I say wrong? What did I do wrong? Why did he hang up without asking anything? Don't tell me he won't even answer my phone in the future. It's so annoying. I can't guess what he's thinking." She helplessly sat down on the bed. It's not that I've lost my chance. Later that day, the protagonist walks through a quiet alley on his way to the gym. His gaze stays fixed on his phone screen. Lin Mingxi is calling him again, her name flashing insistently. Without hesitation, he ends the call once more and slips the phone back into his pocket. At the same moment, in another place, Lin Mingxi sits restlessly, eyes locked on her phone. Her fingers tighten around it as another call goes unanswered. Tears well up in her eyes, and her lips tremble. "Why did he hang up on me again?" she says, her voice cracking as she suddenly bursts into tears. "Why?" Meanwhile, the protagonist reaches the gym entrance and walks inside. Just as he steps through the door, Gao Yuan notices him and hurries over with a wide, excited smile. "Hang Xingwang, why are you so late today?" He walks a bit past her before stopping and glancing back. "There was an urgent meeting, so I'm late," he replies casually. In his mind, he calculates every step carefully. Step 1, don't act too eager, but don't be too cold, either. Everything has to be just right. As he moves to continue on, Gao Yuan quickly grabs a water bottle and extends it toward him. "Grab a bottle of water," she says, cheerfully offering it. He pauses, slightly surprised by the gesture. In Gao Yuan's mind, she watches him and thinks that guy Wang Tainan. He was totally overthinking things. He's clearly not interested in me that way. He's acting completely normal. But a faint blush creeps up her face and a flicker of disappointment crosses her eyes. Then why am I disappointed? Back in high school, he clearly liked me so much. Has he really forgotten everything in just a few years? The protagonist accepts the bottle with a polite nod. "Thanks, but I can't accept this for nothing. I'm used to recording expenses on my membership card. It helps track spending each time." She waves it off with a soft laugh. "You don't need to be so polite. It's just a drink. It costs almost nothing." He gives her a polite smile, still keeping a little distance. "Let's keep things separate." In his thoughts, he continues with silent strategy. Step 2, keep some distance. Create a new dynamic between us. Losing something after you've had it feels even worse. He turns and walks away. As she watches him go, something unsettles Gao Yuan. Her eyes follow his back, and her thoughts spiral. Did his feelings really just disappear? What's wrong with me? I have a great body. I have money. Plenty of guys are after me. Unbeknownst to her, her boyfriend is nearby, standing silently behind a wall. He's overheard the entire exchange. A storm brews in his expression, his jaw tight, eyes narrowed. What's he pretending for? He's obviously interested in my girlfriend, he thinks bitterly. Let's see how long you can keep cool. Seeing the girl you like in another guy's arms. No man could stand that. His gaze sharpens as it falls on Gao Yuan. As long as I see even a tiny reaction, I'll make sure he loses control in front of Yuan Yuan. Let's just wait and see. Time passes. Now the protagonist is working out, lifting dumbbells in front of the gym mirror. Sweat rolls down his face as he moves with focus. Several girls nearby can't help but whisper as they watch. Do you think he's single? One girl asks under her breath. No way he's single. Another replies quickly. Look at those muscles. Those tight thighs. His girlfriend must be really happy. A third girl elbows her with a teasing grin. Wipe your drool. As they laugh among themselves, Gao Yuan walks past them with a slightly irritated expression. She strides toward the protagonist, coming up behind him. What are you training today? She asks. He doesn't turn to face her. Instead, he watches her reflection in the mirror and replies coolly, legs. She seems a little surprised. Still training legs today? Sweat trickles down his cheek as he continues his reps. Yeah, it's useful. Her cheeks flush a little as she looks at him, her own skin glistening with sweat. Useful, she repeats quietly, almost to herself. Her mind races. Could it be for that kind of things? The protagonist finishes his set and places the dumbbells down with a light clink. Sweat clings to his brow, and he lifts the hem of his shirt to wipe his face, revealing toned abs as he does so. His breathing is steady, but there's a casual sharpness to his tone when he finally speaks. I've been really busy with work. Sitting for long hours, training legs helps improve blood flow in my lower body. It can also lower the risk of varicose veins. He glances in her direction. Gao Yuan, don't you have any clients today? Caught off guard, Gao Yuan straightens up. Her hand instinctively brushes over her hip, and she answers quickly, yes, I have clients, but it's not their appointment time yet. But inside, her thoughts are spinning in confusion. What am I even daydreaming about? She lowers her gaze for a moment, self-conscious. Why does he look so impatient? Is he trying to get rid of me? The protagonist looks at her calmly, but his mind remains sharp and calculated. Step 3. Break her perception of men and make her realize her own shallowness. Before the tension can settle, a hand suddenly slides around Gao Yuan's waist. Her body stiffens instantly. Her boyfriend appears at her side, casually leaning in closer like he owns the space between them. Her face darkens slightly with irritation, and she snaps, are you lifting dumbbells? Huh. But he doesn't respond to her tone. Ignoring her annoyance, he tightens his grip slightly, eyes not leaving the protagonist. Inwardly, he sneers. Only I can casually put my arm around a girl you like. Gao Yuan's boyfriend, still ignoring her irritated tone, stares straight at the protagonist with a hostile gaze. His eyes narrow, and he finally snaps, what are you doing? This is a workplace. The sudden outburst catches both Gao Yuan and the protagonist off guard. Shock flashes across the boyfriend's face as Gao Yuan turns to him with a glare and fires back. Huh? You. Before he can finish, she shoves his hand off her waist and steps back. Her voice rings out, sharp and full of fury. What will people think of me? Acting all lovey-dovey at work? Is this a gym or a nightclub? The boyfriend tries to recover, lifting a hand as if to explain. But usually she cuts him off before he can finish. It's exactly because you're always slacking off that business at our gym keeps getting worse. Just then, in front of the protagonist, a semi-transparent blue panel materializes in the air, only visible to him. System notification. Gao Yuan's regret level increased by 5%. Still holding the water bottle in his hand, the protagonist glances at the floating system message with a thoughtful expression. Then, without saying a word to them, he turns around and walks away. You two deal with your own problems, he says over his shoulder. I'm going to train on my own. But Coach Wang, don't keep me waiting too long. A calm, almost playful smile crosses his lips as he walks away, and in his mind, he reflects, Wang Tairan, you really are the perfect wingman. Thanks. Mature people know the worst thing in a relationship isn't a third party getting involved. It's letting the other two fight while you sit back and reap the rewards. Back at the scene of the argument, Gao Yuan glares at her boyfriend one last time and storms off in anger. In a panic, he grabs her wrist from behind. Yuan, what's up with you today? Is your period coming soon? She freezes, then turns back to him with a fiery look of disbelief. Can you be any louder? Let the whole gym know I'm getting my period. He flinches. That's not what I mean, but she doesn't let him finish. Her voice is sharp and final. Let's go. He stares at her, confused and shaken. Yuan, but she doesn't even glance at him. Without slowing down, she walks away, her voice cold and dismissive. I didn't say you could talk to me. Don't come near me. You're so annoying. Her words hit him like a slap. He freezes in place, unable to move. Across the room, he sees the protagonist still calmly training with dumbbells, looking as if none of this affected him. Anger boils inside. It must have been that Xingwang who said something to Yuan just now. He thinks bitterly. Damn it. If I don't make you suffer a little, you'll never know who I really am. His hands tremble with frustration as he pulls out his phone and dials a number. Yeah, get over near the gym, he mutters into the phone. I need to blow off some steam today. Sometime later, the protagonist finishes his workout and steps out of the gym. The air is cooler now, and his breathing has settled. From behind, a familiar voice calls out, light, hurried, and slightly breathless. Hang Xingwang, wait. He turns slightly. Gao Yuan jogs up to him, her face lit with excitement and a warm, confident smile. Let's grab dinner tonight. We're all classmates who haven't seen each other in years. Let's catch up. The protagonist replies with casual ease, sure. But in his mind, a quiet strategy unfolds. When the goddess asks you out, just accept quickly. Don't play it cool anymore. Make the goddess think you're still the same guy who was so into her back then. Gao Yuan beams, brushing a few strands of hair behind her ear with practiced charm. Wait for me. I'm going to take a quick shower and change. Inwardly, she thinks, I know he couldn't have completely forgotten his feelings for me. I know I still have charm. She turns to walk back toward the gym, stealing one last glance over her shoulder at him, even though he's acting calm. Inside, he's probably freaking out, right? The protagonist seats himself on a bench just outside the gym's entrance. From inside, someone is watching, the faint sound of running water from the showers in the background, while Gao Yuan hums happily, already halfway to the locker room. He watches her disappear around the corner and thinks, we're at this stage. The regret level should be going up again. Why isn't it changing? System, Gao Yuan's regret level remains unchanged. Gao Yuan's regret really isn't as easy to raise as Lin Mingxi's or Qiu Xinua's. Inside the gym, in a corner obscured by a half-closed curtain, Gao Yuan's boyfriend grips a water bottle so tightly it crumples in his hand. His face twists with barely concealed rage. Perfect, he mutters to himself. Let Yuan see you looking pathetic, kneeling and begging for mercy. This way, she'll know who the real man is. A little while later, Gao steps out of the gym, dressed in a stunning outfit that hugs her figure perfectly. She carries herself with her usual confidence and stands in front of the protagonist, voice crisp and full of charm. Hang Xingwang, let's go. The two of them walk side by side out of the gym. In the distance, her boyfriend pulls out his phone with a cold expression, dialing a number quickly. They've gone out. You know what to do, right? On the other end, a voice responds smoothly. Brother Wang, I'll take care of it. Don't worry. A wicked smile curls on her boyfriend's lips, waiting for your good news. Outside the gym, near her car, Gao and the protagonist stand at the curb, glancing up and down the road. I know a great place to eat, she says brightly. I'll drive. Get in. The protagonist doesn't say anything. He simply offers a gentle smile and reaches out to open the passenger door. But just then, a man in a suit suddenly appears, slamming the car door shut with a thud. He steps forward, looming slightly, and speaks in a threatening tone. Kid, do you know whose parking spot this is? Two other men stand behind him, arms folded, watching silently. They clearly weren't here by chance. The protagonist keeps his expression calm, voice even. Whose? Before things can escalate further, Gao jumps out of the driver's seat, clearly having heard the commotion. Her voice cuts through the tension. Hey, what are you guys up to? The suited man turns to her, his face shifting into a more playful, but no less menacing, expression. He steps closer. Little girl, is this your car? Gao crosses her arms, eyes flashing. Of course. The man chuckles, looking her over before turning serious again. I had my eye on this parking space this morning. Don't you know that? Her voice is steady, firm. Seriously now, would I know that? Besides, this is a public parking spot. First come, first served. Since when did it become yours? A short distance away, The protagonist watches the escalating situation from near the gym entrance. His eyes narrow slightly, the corners of his lips curling into a calm, knowing smile. Looks like they're just here to cause trouble, he thinks. They're not even bothering to make up a decent excuse. Suddenly, one of the suited men reaches out and grabs Gao Yuan's wrist roughly. I said it's mine. So, it is, little girl, he says, sneering. How are you going to pay me back for my trouble? If you hadn't taken my spot, I wouldn't have wasted half the day looking for parking. My time is valuable. Gao Yuan gasps in shock, struggling against his grip. Let go of me, she yells, trying to wrench her hand free. From behind them, the protagonist's voice rings out, low and firm. Hey, punk, let her go. The suited man turns sharply, surprised. His expression twists into a sneer as he sees the protagonist approaching. Well, guys, this idiot thinks he's going to be a hero and save the girl. The protagonist stops a few paces away, looking completely unbothered. His voice is calm, with a hint of arrogance. Yeah, punk, I'm going to be the hero and save the girl. That single sentence shifts all their attention to him. The three men take a step forward, cracking their knuckles. We're gonna break your legs today, one of them growls. Gao Yuan fumbles for her phone, panic rising in her chest. I'll call Wang Tairan. He'll come help. But the protagonist smiles coolly, stopping her with a raised hand. No need. Too late. She blinks, confused. Too late. The third-rate gangster steps forward, his voice dripping with mockery. Little brat, you catch on quick. If you kneel down, beg for mercy, and say, Big brother, I'm sorry, please let this slide, I might forget the whole thing. But the protagonist doesn't flinch. He meets the man's eyes and replies confidently, I said it's too late for you to run. The thug snarls and lunges toward him. But before the man can lay a finger on him, the protagonist moves. One sharp punch lands clean across the thug's jaw, his teeth shatter, and his body goes flying, crashing into the ground. In the same breath, the protagonist twists and kicks the second man square in the face, dropping him instantly. The final thug, who'd stayed back, freezes mid-step. Gao stands nearby, eyes wide in stunned disbelief. Her breath catches, a slight flush rising to her cheeks as she watches the entire scene unfold in mere seconds. The remaining man drops to the ground, dazed, nursing his face. The protagonist walks toward him with measured steps and stops in front of him, looking down. Do you know why I didn't hit you? He asks coolly. The man stares up at him, trembling. He shakes his head quickly. So you can take them to the hospital. A little while later, things have calmed down. The parking lot is quiet again. The protagonist casually opens the passenger door of Gao's car. Gao walks up beside him, her tone now light and filled with excitement. Hang Xingwang, have you had fight training? The protagonist shrugs slightly, not even breaking stride. What's their train? Let's go. Weren't we going to eat? They both get into the car, closing the doors behind them. Gao sneaks a side glance at him, her gaze lingering for a moment. Her mind races. How is Hang Xingwang such a good fighter? She thinks, slightly flustered. That was so cool back there. But after a second, she looks down, a faint disappointment in her expression, like something unresolved lingers beneath the surface. Just then, a system notification flashes in front of the protagonist's eyes. System, Gao Yuan's regret level has increased by 20%. A mischievous smile plays across his lips as he glances at her. What an assist. There really are good people in the world, he thinks with a smirk, leaning back in the seat as the car pulls out of the lot. The setting shifts to a luxurious restaurant, where Xiaohang and Gao Yuan are seated together at a private table. A waiter approaches them with professional elegance, presenting a fine bottle of wine. With a formal tone, the waiter announces, Sir, madam, this is a Petrus, please enjoy. Hearing that, Xiaohang looks at the waiter with a faint smile, clearly appreciating the gesture. Gao Yuan, holding her glass of wine, raises it slightly and turns to Xiaohang with a sincere look. She says the drink is for him, a small tribute to show her gratitude. She continues, expressing how thankful she is for what he did earlier that day. Without his intervention, she admits she would have had no idea how to handle the situation. Her voice carries a mix of relief and appreciation. At the same time, Xiaohang also raises his glass, clinking it gently with hers in acknowledgement. There's a quiet understanding between them in that moment. Then, shifting the conversation to something more personal, Gao Yuan's tone softens even more. She tells Xiao Hang that during a gathering last year, a high school classmate mentioned he had found a job in the city. With a gentle smile, she asks if things have been going well for him. Xiao Hang doesn't dodge the question. Instead, he responds with calm honesty. He confesses that he's actually been unemployed for a few months now. There's no hesitation in his words, just quiet transparency. Hearing this, Gao Yuan is visibly surprised. Her expression shifts slightly as she expresses concern. She tells him it's unfortunate, but she's impressed that he doesn't seem anxious about it. In fact, he even has time to go to the gym. She lightly suggests that maybe his last job gave him a good severance package, seeing how relaxed he seems. In that moment, Xiao Hang receives a system notification only he can see. Her regret level has increased to 70%. He calmly responds, explaining that he resigned voluntarily and has nothing to hide. His last job was nothing more than exhausting labor, where he felt like he was just working endlessly for others. Still smiling, Xiao Hang reflects inwardly. With her regret level now at 70%, he believes his approach is working. In his mind, he breaks it down. 7 parts sincerity, 3 parts calmness. That's the balance needed to handle the situation just right. Gao Yuan sets her wine glass down and remarks that he's unusually straightforward. She notes that most people would try to cover up such a situation with excuses, but he didn't. With his usual quiet confidence, Xiao Hang responds that life should be lived seriously, day by day. He adds that exercising regularly hasn't just benefited his health. It led to this very moment, their reunion. It taught him that taking life seriously brings good fortune. Meeting her again, he says, is his stroke of luck. His words hit her softly. A warm blush spreads across her face as she smiles and asks quietly, almost hesitantly, if he still blames her for how cold she was to him back in high school. At that moment, her regret level increases by another 5%. Xiao Hang, still smiling in that composed, easygoing way, meets her eyes and gently replies that the past was just a misunderstanding. He says having a secret crush on her for 4 years, even unrequited, is still one of the most beautiful memories from his youth. But in his heart, Xiao Hang shifts modes again. While staying completely composed on the outside, he reminds himself it's time to once more slip into the role of the understanding admirer. Upon hearing Xiao Hang's words, Gao Yuan looks at him, confused. Her brow furrows as she blurts out loudly, "Misunderstanding." Clearly, the term catches her off guard. Internally, her thoughts are already racing. She wonders if something had happened in the past that she was unaware of. Her mind replays fragments of high school memories, trying to make sense of his comment. But Xiao Hang, seeing her reaction, calmly brushes past the moment. With a cool, composed smile, he says it's all in the past, and that it's better to look forward. As if trying to shift the mood, he reaches for the bottle and begins to pour more wine into their glasses, keeping the atmosphere light. Gao Yuan, though still puzzled, goes along with it. She echoes his sentiment, almost absently, saying, "True, it's all in the past." Her tone is soft, but her mind hasn't quite let go of the earlier comment. Then, out of nowhere, Xiao Hang raises his wine glass and offers a toast. With a calm, seemingly sincere voice, he says he wishes her and brother Tyran a lifetime of happiness together. But those words don't land gently. At once, Gao Yuan's mood shifts. Her face twists with annoyance as she turns away from him. Her voice rises and she snaps, "What lifetime of happiness? We're still just dating. Who said anything about getting married?" Xiao Hang, caught off guard by her strong reaction, forces an awkward laugh. A bead of sweat forms on his forehead as he tries to smooth things over. He quickly backtracks, saying he spoke out of turn, then tries to steer the conversation toward the food with a flustered, "Eat, eat." Some time passes, and eventually, Xiao Hang stands from his seat. Maintaining his composed demeanor, he excuses himself, telling her he's going to the restroom. His tone is polite, but there's a noticeable coldness in his expression. Gao Yuan, catching the chill in his attitude, gives a short, wordless nod, just a quiet and watches as he walks away from the table. Left alone now, she sits in silence. But moments later, her phone starts ringing. She checks the screen. It's Wang Tyran calling. Annoyed, she picks up the call and answers with a sharp tone. "What is it?" On the other end, Wang Tyran greets her casually, asking where she is. His voice is upbeat and clueless. She snaps back, reminding him that she already told him she was taking Xingwang out to dinner. She points out that he was present when she mentioned it. Her irritation flares as she questions whether he's checking up on her. Meanwhile, at the gym, Wang Tairan is seated at a table, phone pressed to his ear. His voice becomes more concerned as he asks if she's all right. But in his mind, he's growing anxious. He's frustrated because the people he had entrusted with keeping an eye on the situation aren't responding to his calls. He curses their unreliability, wondering why none of them are picking up their phones when it matters most. Suddenly, Gao Yuan snaps at Wang Tairan through the phone. Her voice is sharp and confrontational as she asks what could possibly be wrong with her. Then, with a rising tone, she accuses him, saying that his words sound like he's implying something. Wang Tairan immediately panics. His voice becomes flustered, and he hurriedly denies it, stumbling over his words. He insists that he's just concerned about her, nothing more. But Gao Yuan doesn't let him off the hook that easily. Her tone tightens as she throws another question at him. Is he truly worried about her, or is he worried that she might run off with someone else? That question completely throws Wang. He jumps up from his seat at the gym, now visibly distressed. Desperately trying to calm her down, he denies everything again, insisting there's no way he'd think that. He pleads with her not to misunderstand him and assures her that he's always trusted her. But Gao Yuan clearly isn't in the mood to argue any further. Cutting off his pleas, she coldly states that she hasn't even finished eating yet. If there's something he wants to talk about, they'll do it later. Without waiting for another word, she hangs up the phone. The scene then shifts to Xiao Hang, who is now at the front desk of the restaurant. The receptionist hands him his card and the receipt politely, addressing him with courtesy. In that exact moment, another notification silently registers in his mind. Gao Yuan's regret level just increased by 10%. Xiao Hang smiles subtly, picking up on the sudden emotional shift. He muses internally, wondering who gave him such a timely assist. Meanwhile, back at the table, Gao Yuan stares at her phone with a furrowed brow. Thoughts race through her mind. She wonders what's going on with Wang Tairan. Lately, he's been acting increasingly suspicious. Even the way he spoke just now was odd. What exactly did he mean when he asked, "Are you okay?" The phrasing strikes her as more than just concern. Her instincts tingle, and she begins to piece things together. A possibility begins to form in her mind. Could it be? But before she can finish that thought, Xiao Hang returns to the table and greets her with a cheerful, "I'm back." He notices the atmosphere immediately and glances at the table. In an instant, he deduces what happened. Her phone wasn't there when he left, so she must have received a call while he was away, likely from Wang Tairan. His suspicions confirm themselves. Internally, Xiao Hang grins at the thought. Once again, Wang Tairan has unknowingly helped him. He can't help but think, that assist just now? It was from you again, kid. A low chuckle escapes Xiao Hang, sinister and amused like a demon, quietly reveling in his victory. In his mind, he laughs at how perfectly things are turning out. This must be what they mean by looking good purely by comparison. His rival is doing all the wrong things, and it's making him shine effortlessly in contrast. He finds it all too amusing. But just as quickly, Xiao Hang shifts gears. He activates his charm, smoothly transitioning into his role again. Looking at her with gentle concern, he addresses her softly. Yuan. He starts, then quickly corrects himself. Sorry. I called you that out of habit. Observing her closely, he notes that she doesn't look well. With a caring tone, he asks if she wants to head back and rest early. His words are warm, layered with concern, as if he's only thinking about her well-being. Hearing Xiao Hang's gentle and flirtatious tone, Gao Yuan looks at him with a gaze filled with warmth and longing. Her eyes are hungry, not in desperation, but in desire. She softly replies that she's okay, but her expression tells another story. In her mind, she repeats his words with surprise and a flutter of emotion. He called me Yuan. That small slip of the tongue stirs something inside her. And at that very moment, her regret level ticks up again, just 2%, but every point counts. Xiao Hang's eyes sparkle with calculated kindness as he stretches out his hand toward her, still playing the gentleman. He urges her not to force herself. In the most considerate tone, he offers to drive her home in her own car, saying that afterward, he'll simply catch a taxi back himself. Internally, his mind is already working. He calmly reflects on the situation, telling himself that the key to this stage is timing, knowing exactly when to stop. He reminds himself, maintain a gentlemanly image, especially at crucial moments. That's the strategy. Suddenly, Gao Yuan stands up with energy and excitement lighting up her face. With a lively tone, She tells Xiao Hang that she'll be troubling him tonight, clearly accepting his offer. Xiao Hang responds just as eagerly, smiling and saying that it's no trouble at all. They're old classmates, after all. His voice is light and playful, but his charm is deliberate. Hearing his words, Gao Yuan gazes at him with soft, affectionate eyes. In her heart, she's already falling deeper. But then, Xiao Hang breaks the fourth wall, or maybe just thinks to himself, and flashes a sly smile. He wonders if tonight's regret value might just break through the 99% mark. The scene shifts, pulls up to the gate of a residential building. Xiao Hang steps out first, walks around to the other side, and courteously opens the door for Gao Yuan. Just as she's about to step out, she glances at him and asks, "Really not coming in even for a bit? Just for a glass of water, a little chat." It's the kind of invitation packed with meaning, but Xiao Hang doesn't take the bait. He immediately declines with his usual gentle smile. He explains that he doesn't want Brother Tyran to get the wrong idea. After all, it wouldn't be good for her reputation either, a man and woman alone at night. Still smiling, he extends his hand for a quick farewell and says they'll be seeing each other at the gym in a few days anyway. Then, without hesitation, he starts to walk away, waving as he goes. "Go on in," he calls back to her. "I should head home too." In his mind, he's practically glowing with pride. He tells himself now this is Sigma behavior, steady as a rock, totally in control. But just as he's about to leave completely, a voice calls out behind him. "Hang Xingwang, wait." He turns to see Gao Yuan following him. Catching up to him, she adds, "On the way back, you mentioned you're doing live streaming now. Our gym is also thinking about starting a live streaming business. I want to ask for your advice." Hearing Gao Yuan's unexpected request, Xiao Hang is momentarily stunned. His expression falters for just a second as he begins to respond with a hesitant "this." But before he can complete the sentence, Gao Yuan eagerly jumps in again. Her voice is filled with excitement and hope as she pleads, "Can you? Please." Xiao Hang, quickly regaining his calm and calculating demeanor, offers a soft smile. With his usual composure, he explains that their company has a manager named Gao, one who is more familiar with the live streaming business. He promises to introduce them another day so they can discuss things properly. But tonight he insists it's too late. He gently urges her to head back and rest instead, reminding her not to push herself too hard. Without lingering further, Xiao Hang raises his hand to hail a cab. As it stops in front of them, he moves to open the door and, turning to her with a brief look, says firmly, "I'm leaving." Gao Yuan watches him, disappointment flickering in her eyes. Inside, she mutters to herself in frustration, "I even invited him like this." Clearly, she had hoped he would come in. At that moment, Xiao Hang receives a new system notification. A message pops up congratulating him. Gao Yuan's regret level has officially broken through to 99%. Right after that, another reward message flashes, 5 points added to his total. Then, one after another, a barrage of system messages fills his vision, hyping up his recent actions. Host rejecting the enthusiastic invitation from the beautiful woman he's crushed on for years. That's just too bold. Can't help but want to reward you 666, 6666. Host is awesome. Host is great. Host is a true Sigma male. A detailed information panel about Gao Yuan appears. Age, 24 height, 168 centimeters weight, 52 kilograms attractiveness, 8 points current regret level, 99% seeing all the notifications. Xiao Hang smiles in triumph. In his mind, he marvels at how effortlessly everything was handled. He feels in complete control. His thoughts drift back to high school, back to when Gao Yuan seemed like a distant goddess. But now, he chuckles internally at how far he's come. So what if she's beautiful? At the end of the day, she's still just a two-legged primate like everyone else. Just because someone has a pretty face, does that give them the right to look down on others? He scoffs in his mind, imagining a time tens of thousands of years ago, when everyone, no matter how pretty, would have been covered in fur. With that smug thought, Xiao Hang flashes a devilish grin and tells the driver, "Driver, to ping in residential area?" The driver nods without hesitation. Okay. Soon, the car pulls up in front of a grand residential building. Xiao Hang steps out with calm confidence, eyes locked on his phone. A sly smile forms as he thinks to himself. After giving her the cold shoulder for a few days, it's about time to reel in the net. Opening his front camera, he records a short message. "I'm at the entrance of the residential area." He then glances at his system status panel, satisfied with the stats. "TAC, truly an outstanding effect. But just then, the door to the building opens, and Lin Mengshi steps outside. Spotting him, she calls out warmly, "Hang Xingwang." Xiao Hang acknowledges her with a casual glance and a quiet staying effortlessly composed. As Lin Mengshi looks at him, her eyes soften with affection. She takes in his appearance, noting his simple outfit. But despite how plain his clothes are, she can't help but feel drawn to him. In her mind, she questions it, stunned. What's going on? He's clearly dressed very ordinarily, but why is he so handsome? As Lin Mengshi stands there looking at Xiao Hang, she suddenly glances down at her chest, startled by her own reaction. Her heart is pounding unusually fast, and she can't make sense of it. Frustrated, she mutters inwardly, "Annoying. Why is my heart beating so fast? It looked exactly the same just a little while ago. I must be overthinking things." Meanwhile, Xiao Hang maintains a calm, almost cold expression. He looks directly at her and asks bluntly, "Did you want something from me?" His tone is flat, but direct. It clearly catches Lin Mengshi off guard. As she brings a hand to her mouth, her thoughts spiral. She's flustered, wondering, why is he looking at me so affectionately? It's messing with her head, making her feel like she might read too much into it. But just as quickly, Xiao Hang's eyes turn distant and cool again. He tells her that a few days ago, he didn't really respond to her message. He admits that in hindsight, it was a bit rude, and that's why he wanted to talk face-to-face now, to clear the air directly. This confession hits her unexpectedly. Her eyes brighten, and she thinks with a surge of emotion. So he remembered all along. Then, showing a softer and more vulnerable side, she bows slightly with a regretful look and offers an invitation. She explains that she made some sweet fermented rice wine at home and asks gently if he'd like to come in and chat for a while. Xiao Hang smiles faintly at the offer and teases a bit, asking, "Is it good?" She gives a small, uncertain laugh and replies that she doesn't know. He'll have to taste it himself to find out. Taking a few steps forward, Xiao Hang agrees, saying he'll try some. But he also makes it clear that he has things to take care of tonight. He can only stay for a bit before he has to leave again. Lin Mengshi nods and replies with a simple, warm "okay," clearly happy that he accepted, even if just for a short time. Some time passes, and the scene shifts into a warm, homey setting. Lin Mengshi is now in the kitchen, preparing dinner. The aroma of food fills the space as she moves with quiet focus. Meanwhile, Xiao Hang is already seated at the dining table, watching her. His head rests casually on one hand, and a gentle smile plays on his face as he silently observes her from across the room. As she continues cooking, Lin Mengshi sneaks a glance at him, and her eyes sparkle with a mix of admiration and curiosity. Her thoughts drift unexpectedly. Is it true that beauty is in the eye of the beholder? She wonders. Her cheeks flush pink, and a light sweat appears on her forehead. Startled by her own wandering thoughts, she immediately scolds herself internally, rubbing her forehead in embarrassment. What on earth am I thinking? When she looks up again, her expression is awkward, caught somewhere between flustered and confused. Xiao Hang notices the strange look on her face and instantly becomes confused himself. Beads of sweat form on his forehead as he tries to understand what's going on. Internally, he thinks, what's up with her? Did she eat mushrooms? Why is her expression so creepy? Trying to recover the mood, Lin Mengshi finishes plating the food. She walks over and places a bowl full of sweet fermented rice wine in front of Xiao Hang. With a slightly nervous tone, she says, "Here it is. I don't know if you like sweets. There's sugar on the table. You can add it yourself." Xiao Hang takes the bowl into his hands and looks at her warmly. With a sincere tone, he tells her, "Mengshi, I've never seen you being so considerate. I really hope I can see this side of you in the future too." The compliment catches her off guard. She freezes, stunned by his words. For a brief moment, she's completely silent. Then, with a lowered gaze and flushed cheeks, she awkwardly mutters, staring blankly, "You don't reply to my messages, nor do you call me often. How can I be considerate?" Xiao Hang looks at her with the same calm smile. His voice is gentle as he explains, "Didn't you used to really dislike me? I was afraid that if I talked too much, you'd be annoyed." But inside his mind, another thought is brewing. I have a feeling tonight's going to max out the regret meter. What happens after it maxes out? Suddenly, Lin Mengshi, now clearly more emotionally open, moves closer and sits beside him. Her energy shifts. Looking right at him, she confesses, "I used to be immature." Her eyes turn playful and bold. With a provocative expression, she adds, "Can we be friends again?" As always, Xiaoheng doesn't react on impulse. He's already running mental calculations, analyzing the situation like a strategist. Internally, he tells himself, "Gentlemen, at times like this, do not rush. The more obvious the hint, the more you need to stay calm. Make her wait. Make her feel you're hard to get. Remember, delayed gratification will bring her the greatest satisfaction." Xiaoheng, keeping a serious and composed demeanor, subtly waves his hand, signaling Mengxi to maintain some distance. He tells her directly that if they're going to be friends, they should respect the proper boundaries that come with friendship. It's a firm reminder, one that carries restraint but also clear intention. Then, in a sudden shift of tone, he takes a spoonful of food, compliments its taste, and even throws in a playful wink. It's a teasing gesture meant to ease the moment, but it hits Mengxi differently. Her face turns red instantly. She becomes visibly flustered, and it's clear she's overwhelmed by a mix of surprise and embarrassment. Xiaoheng notices her reaction and, genuinely confused, asks if something's wrong. Her internal frustration simmers. She thinks to herself how much she dislikes that he can be so emotionally dense, a total blockhead, unaware of the signal she's giving. Still trying to read the situation, Xiaoheng confesses his confusion. He can't quite tell what she's feeling, and he wonders aloud why. No matter how he acts, she still seems unhappy. His tone shifts again, now serious and apologetic. He suggests that maybe it's best if he leaves, not wanting to upset her further. With polite gratitude, he thanks her for the dinner and starts to make his way toward the door. But just as he's about to leave, Mengxi reacts. She reaches out and grabs his arm from behind, stopping him in his tracks. Her voice rises in panic as she tells him not to go. In a sudden burst of emotion, she hugs him tightly from behind. Her voice trembles as she admits that she thought he understood her, revealing how much she's been holding back. Xiaoheng is caught off guard. His mind reels, unable to process what's happening. He asks what this all means, clearly shaken by the unexpected outburst. Without answering, Mengxi takes his hand and pulls him toward her room. Her face is bright red, a reflection of her vulnerability and urgency. Once inside, she gently closes the door and, without hesitation, pushes him lightly onto the bed. What happens next completely stuns him. She begins to undress in front of him, silent but deliberate. The sight makes him freeze, blood rushing to his face. He's left speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer intimacy of the moment. Staring at her in disbelief, he manages to say her name, still unsure how to respond. Then she kneels in front of him, her face flushed with emotion. With deep sincerity, she opens her heart, explaining that she's not asking for his love, not right now. She just wants something real to begin between them, even if it's imperfect or complicated. That moment pierces through Xiaoheng's usual emotional armor. The icy, calculating part of him begins to melt. He looks into her eyes, and for the first time, desire and tenderness blend together. With a voice tinged with emotion, he confirms her intent. She immediately responds, telling him that she doesn't want their relationship to truly start from zero, a quiet confession that she's been holding onto her feelings longer than he realized. As Mengxi gently pushed Xiaoheng back onto the bed, he looked at her with a flushed face. His eyes wavered between her expression and the moment unfolding before him. Despite everything, he spoke honestly. He wasn't prepared for things to move too fast. He told her that while he wanted to stay close, and while he was just a normal man with normal desires, right now, he only wanted to remain friends. He wasn't trying to play the saint, and he wanted her to be sure, truly sure, of what she was doing. Her response came not with hesitation, but with resolve. She bit her lip, a sign of both nervousness and commitment, and then, without another word, she leaned in and kissed him. In a whisper, she repeated the same words twice, words that revealed her heart and her determination. In her thoughts, she silently vowed that even if she couldn't win his heart right away, she would give it her all, hoping he'd come to love not just this moment, but her. Moved by her courage and sincerity, Xiaoheng slowly let down his guard. The moment shifted, the emotional weight between them tipped, and he instinctively held her close, gently taking the lead. With calm reassurance, he looked in her eyes and expressed what he felt in that instant, that she truly was beautiful. That night, the space between them vanished. What started as a complex, cautious bond melted into closeness. No word were needed. The two of them shared something silent, powerful, and deeply human, not just attraction, but years of distance finally closing. As morning light streamed through the window, Xiao Hang woke up. His gaze drifted upward, lost in thought. Next to him, Lin Mengxi still lay asleep, the quiet morning casting a soft glow across the room. He looked over at her, now resting peacefully beside him, and his face flushed with a mixture of emotion and disbelief. He thought back on the night before. Everything had happened so fast, not just physically but emotionally. He had let go of the past for one night and let instinct lead. It was unfamiliar, but not unwelcome. Just then, Lin Mengxi stirred. Her eyes fluttered open as she looked at him warmly, then teasingly mentioned that her back was aching and asked him to help with a massage, her voice filled with a soft familiarity, as if something had shifted between them overnight. As she turned to face him, something lit up before his eyes. A familiar system screen appeared quietly. Though he didn't react outwardly, the message was loud and clear. Her regret level had finally reached 100%. As the protagonist looked down at Lin Mengxi's face with a soft and gentle smile, a system notification suddenly popped up in front of him. It announced a clear achievement. Lin Mengxi's regret level had officially reached 100%. Immediately afterward, another notification appeared, displaying a complete profile of Lin Mengxi. It listed her age as 24, her height as 165 centimeters, and her weight at 49 kilograms. Her appearance was rated 8.5 out of 10, and her annual income was shown to be 1,320 yuan. Taking in this information, the protagonist began piecing things together. He figured that the passionate encounter they had the night before must have been what finally pushed Lin Mengxi's regret level all the way to the maximum. This confirmed a theory in his mind, that in order to fully complete a person's regret meter, he needed to hit them where it hurt the most, reaching into their emotional weak spots. With a confident grin, he asked the system what kind of reward came with his full 100% completion. The system didn't hesitate. It immediately explained that once a character reached full regret, they would begin generating money for him. More specifically, he would now receive 30% of Lin Mengxi's income as his personal reward. But the system also added, with a hint of flattery, that such a reward was trivial for someone of his level. To a top-tier host like him, this was barely anything at all. That bold statement only fired up his ambition even more. He started imagining the possibilities. What if he targeted a woman who was actually wealthy? The potential earnings could be enormous. But just as he began entertaining that thought, the system delivered another notification. It called him out for being overly ambitious. He hadn't even finished fully conquering the characters he already had, and he was already fantasizing about going after rich women. Still, the system couldn't help but admire his fearless attitude and over-the-top confidence. As a result, it rewarded him on the spot with a bonus of 66,666. Back in the room, he gently patted Lin Mengxi's head and smiled, telling her she had done well last night. However, he had other matters to deal with today and wouldn't be able to stay. He reassured her that he would come back another day to spend more time with her. Lin Mengxi responded softly and earnestly, asking him to make sure he really did return. He nodded, got dressed, and began to leave the room. Just as he stepped out, he felt a burst of satisfaction in his mind. One target was complete, but he didn't see himself as someone who just took what he wanted and walked away without care. That wasn't his style. He thought to himself that the next time he came back, he would bring Lin Mengxi a gift. After all, with her regret level maxed out, she was now essentially like an employee under him. And like any good employer, he believed the benefits should be in place. Not long after, the protagonist arrived at the Duojin Media office building by cab. Stepping out of the vehicle, he made his way confidently toward the entrance. As he walked inside, he greeted the staff cheerfully, wishing them a good morning. Just ahead of him, two girls were caught in an argument. They turned to him with urgency, informing him that Hang Lushi's company had just issued a direct challenge. Private messages had been sent to everyone on their team first thing that morning, right as work began. It was a clear provocation. One of the girls, arms crossed, asked if they should accept the challenge. Before the protagonist could respond, Gawain appeared beside him, calm but serious. She stepped forward and declared that the rival company was clearly targeting her, but she promised to handle the situation herself. Hearing her words, the protagonist turned his attention toward her thoughtfully. He began analyzing her behavior, suspecting that her emotional vulnerability might be linked to her status in the live streaming industry. that seemed to matter deeply to her. With that realization, he quickly formed a plan and smiled confidently to himself. He knew exactly how to proceed. Turning back to Gao 1, he firmly instructed her to step back from the front line and continue focusing on her management duties. After all, she had already transitioned into a behind-the-scenes role. Gowan tried to object, starting to speak up, but couldn't find the words to counter him. Without giving her a chance to push further, the protagonist continued, explaining his strategy. This time, he wanted Qiu Xinhua to lead the team in the upcoming PK battle against Lu Shui. Since the other side had started this, they would let Duo-Jin Media decide the terms of engagement. With a confident smirk, he thought to himself that this was the perfect opportunity to push Qiu Xinhua to the top and see if it would max out her regret level too. Either way, he had nothing to lose. At that moment, Qiu Xinhua appeared in front of him and nervously pointed out that she was only rank B at the moment. Was it really okay for her to take the lead? But the protagonist wasn't fazed at all. He simply smiled and reminded her that chances like this didn't come around often. She seemed to understand and responded with enthusiastic determination. Turning back to Gao 1, the protagonist gave his final instruction. She was to inform Lu Shui that their side would accept the challenge, but only as a team battle. Gao 1, catching his energy, responded energetically and agreed to deliver the message. Meanwhile, in a different office elsewhere, a girl in a stylish dress walked into a room while holding her phone. She informed someone that Duo-Jin Media had agreed to the challenge, but they wanted to do it as a team. Inside, a man sat on a chair facing the window. Without even turning around, he gave a satisfied grunt and acknowledged the news. Then, as if suddenly more interested, he looked at the girl and raised a single finger, asking when it would begin. This man wasn't just any competitor, he had a system of his own. A notification appeared in front of him, revealing his setup, Liang Chao's system, Simp Tycoon system. Hearing his question, the girl instantly replied with excitement. It would begin tonight. Liang Chao turned to her with a fiery look in his eyes. He promised her that this time, he would make her win gloriously, erasing every bit of shame from the past. As the girl gently massaged his shoulders, she expressed her gratitude and addressed him with admiration. Then, with a mischievous wink, she raised a finger and warned that if Gao Wen didn't participate in the PK battle, she would ensure that Gao Wen's team would be left completely humiliated. Their group wouldn't be able to hold their heads up again. She added that once they won, they could spin the outcome however they liked in the PR articles. They would control the story. Liang Chao, smiling to himself while rubbing his face with a single finger, let his thoughts wander. He believed that winning this battle would finally give him a chance to simp not just for Gao Wen, but also for Qiu Xinhua. In his mind, if he pampered these two goddesses enough to make them feel incredible, then surely his system would reward him handsomely with a rain of gold coins. Caught in that rush of confidence, Liang Chao suddenly pulled the girl onto his lap and teasingly asked what kind of reward she'd give him after their victory. She looked embarrassed and awkward, telling him to stop. There were people watching. But Liang Chao just glanced toward the door and dismissed her concern. He reminded her that this company belonged to both of them. If others wanted to watch, then let them. They had nothing to hide. Outside the door, two girls were indeed watching everything unfold, hiding quietly behind the wall. Back inside, Liang Chao leaned in and told the girl that after all his effort to win her over, he wanted the world to know she was his. He was blushing now, beads of sweat on his face, but a satisfied smile lingered. She was the first must-pursue target in his simp system, and thanks to her, his net worth had already doubled. Holding her tighter, he asked her one last thing, if he had been hard to get, and then he laughed out loud, clearly enjoying the power he believed he had earned. At that very moment, multiple notifications began flashing across the screen in front of the protagonist. Among them, one caught his attention. It announced that Lu Shui had officially joined the regret level development roster. The system urged him to make her regret everything, to the point where turning back was no longer an option. Reading that, the protagonist couldn't help but complain. The sudden addition of new targets and increased difficulty felt like too much all at once. He voiced his frustration to the system. Later on, he stood in his office, facing the window with a thoughtful look. He couldn't help but grumble internally. The system always seemed to toss strange mission targets his way, and none of them even matched his preferences. These are not the kind of women he would normally pursue. As if it had been listening, the system responded harshly. A red warning notification appeared, penalizing him for slandering it. His reward was slashed in half, and 666 yuan was immediately deducted from his balance. He thought to himself how stingy the system was for that. But just as quickly, another message arrived. It claimed that because he had acted so arrogantly, system rules required him to be rewarded. And this time, it gave him 6,666 yuan. He was completely thrown off by the system's twisted logic and questioned what kind of backwards setup he was dealing with. Just then, someone knocked at his office door. The protagonist, now seated at his desk, invited the visitor in. It was Xingwang, who politely asked if she could speak with him for a moment. He gave her permission, and she took a seat in front of his desk. With an awkward but sincere tone, she expressed her gratitude for the opportunity he had given her to prove herself. He waved off her formal tone and encouraged her to speak freely. That was all she needed. Her expression lit up with resolve. She declared that this time, she would win against her opponent purely through her own ability, without leaning on anyone else. The protagonist observed her quietly, surprised by the fire and determination she showed. He hadn't expected that kind of passion from her. He then asked if she had considered the consequences of failure. As he posed the question, he mentally noted that she was clearly someone who needed to be approached through her career ambitions. Right then, a small notification informed him that he had earned 300 yuan. Lin Mingxi was already generating income for him. He glanced at the system balance, acknowledging how efficient she was. Then, with a confident smirk, he decided it was time to ramp up his strategy. In his eyes, every female lead was essentially a walking ATM. If everything went according to plan, he could live the dream, make money without lifting a finger, retire early, and enjoy a carefree life. Xingwang, on the other hand, noticed his sudden grin and couldn't help but wonder why he was smiling like that. Without warning, he stood up from his seat and repeated his earlier question. What would she do if she lost? She looked straight at him, her gaze filled with determination. He smiled again, acknowledging that confidence was a good trait. He told her he would be watching her PK battle closely, and when it was his turn to act, he wouldn't hold back. That lit a fire in her eyes. She vowed to lead the team and bring glory to the company. Satisfied with her response, the protagonist nodded and added that if she won the PK, he would immediately promote her from B rank to S rank. Xingwang jumped to her feet, her hands clenched tightly in a show of resolve. She promised not to let him down. The scene shifted to Liang Chao, the rival with the simp Tycoon system. Sitting in his office, he glanced at his phone and noticed a new task notification. Curious, he tapped the login button. A profile popped up with Lin Mingxi's details, name, age, height, weight, and attractiveness rating. He muttered to himself, wondering who Lin Mingxi was. Just then, another system message appeared on his screen, issuing a daily mission. His task was to obtain Lin Mingxi's contact info and add her on WeChat. The basic reward was 50,000 yuan, with a hidden bonus of 500,000 yuan if he triggered a special plot. But if he failed, he'd lose 5 favorability points with Lu Shui. Seeing that, he cursed at the system in frustration. He didn't like that failure with a new target would affect his standing with someone from his past. Still, he quickly regained composure. He suspected that Lin Mingxi must be closely tied to Xingwang from Duojin Media, especially since most of his targets lately had some connection to him. Wasting no time, he made a call to a contact named Guizhu, requesting a background check on Lin Mingxi and noting she was probably one of Xingwang's close associates. But then he changed his mind. He wanted a full report on all the prominent women surrounding Xingwang. Guizhu responded promptly, quoting a price of 10,000 yuan per profile, with discounts available for bundles. Liang Chao didn't even hesitate. He upped the offer to 15,000 per person and ordered them to prioritize speed. Guizhu immediately agreed and promised delivery within 2 hours. Liang Chao commended their efficiency and sat back satisfied. Meanwhile, back in Duojin Media, Xingwang, our protagonist, was seated in his chair with a look of contentment. He mused over how wonderful it was to live a life where money could be made just by lying down. Suddenly, he sneezed. Confused, He wondered if someone had just been talking about him behind his back. Just then, another system reward came in. 200 yuan added to his balance. Seeing it, he smiled again. Lin Mingxi was working hard today and generating income for him like clockwork. He began thinking, if she was so capable, why had she felt the need to throw herself at some rich second-generation heir? Wouldn't it be better for her to become the first-generation rich herself? At that moment, his phone rang. He answered, asking what was going on. The voice on the other end asked if they could have dinner together that evening. Initially, he began to decline, but stopped midway through his sentence. He caught himself. He'd made progress with this person, and now he was about to ghost her? That felt low, even by his standards. Not only would that be emotionally cold, but it didn't make sense logically either. She was still working hard to make money for him. There was no valid reason to ditch her now. He changed his tone and told her they wouldn't meet at her place. Instead, they should go out and eat somewhere nice for a change. She happily agreed, saying she'd go wherever he chose. He suggested the revolving restaurant at Shengxin Tower, noting that the view there was great. She responded with enthusiasm, asking what time they should meet. He proposed 7 p.m., and she agreed immediately. At the same time, back in Liang Chao's office, he sat comfortably on a sofa. Suddenly, a notification flashed on his screen. It revealed that Lin Mingxi had just booked a car headed to Shengxin Tower at 6 p.m., highly likely for a date. Later that evening, inside the elegant revolving restaurant at Shengxin Tower, the protagonist sat across from Lin Mingxi, holding a wine glass in hand. With a relaxed gesture, he offered a toast, raising the glass slightly toward her. Lin Mingxi clinked her glass against his, and together they took a sip of the wine. After setting his glass down, he looked at her sincerely and acknowledged the tiredness visible in her eyes. He could tell she'd had a long, taxing day. His comment caught her off guard. She hadn't expected him to notice something so subtle. With a slightly surprised and serious expression, she admitted that she'd been in multiple business meetings that day, and it had indeed left her feeling worn out. But deep inside, as she gazed at the window's reflection, her cheeks began to flush. The fact that he'd paid attention to her fatigue struck a chord. She couldn't help but wonder if his concern meant something more. Meanwhile, the protagonist reached for his utensils and prepared to start eating, thinking to himself that he didn't need to ask to know she had worked hard. The constant notifications from the system showing her earning him money had been going off all day long. He looked up at her again, this time with a gentle smile, and encouraged her to eat more, especially the meat, so she could replenish her energy. Lin Mingxi responded with a soft, appreciative smile and nodded. Then, resting his cheek in his hand, his expression turned contemplative. He found himself wondering if now was the right time to start an actual relationship with her. But the thought of taking that step seemed like it might come with more complications than he was ready to handle. On the other side of the table, Lin Mingxi noticed his intense gaze. Her heart began to race as she thought about why he was staring at her like that. It made her feel shy and flustered. At that exact moment, a new system notification appeared in front of the protagonist. It reminded him that building a good relationship required effort. This prompted a deeper realization. If the women in the system weren't fully conquered, their commitment would remain incomplete. It felt to him like they were being overworked without truly belonging to him. He quickly shifted gears in his thinking. To avoid burnout and better manage his energy, he concluded that he needed to expand his roster and conquer a few more women to balance things out. His thoughts drifted to Lu Shui, and a sly smile crossed his face. Just then, Lin Mingxi stood up with a soft smile and told him she was heading to the restroom. He casually acknowledged it, and she walked off toward the back of the restaurant. Now alone at the table, the protagonist turned his thoughts back to the system and asked when his next conquest target would be unlocked. As if on cue, another notification appeared. It explained that to unlock new targets, he needed to broaden his social circle and immerse himself in new environments. Swirling the wine in his glass thoughtfully, he murmured to himself about exploring new horizons. With a glint of excitement in his eyes, he recalled the upcoming charity auction. It could be the perfect setting for new encounters, and perhaps the next conquest. Meanwhile, inside the restroom, Lin Mingxi was freshening up. She washed her hands and adjusted her makeup, checking her appearance in the mirror. Feeling satisfied, she stepped out of the restroom. As she exited, she accidentally bumped into someone. The impact nearly caused her to lose balance, but the man she collided with caught her in his arms, preventing her from falling. With a flirtatious tone, he apologized and asked if she was okay, acting overly concerned about the accidental bump. Lin Mingxi quickly backed away, uncomfortable with his forwardness. She told him she was fine and tried to move past the encounter. But the man wasn't done. Holding out his hand, he asked if they had met before, claiming she looked familiar. Clearly irritated by his persistence, Lin Mingxi responded curtly, making it clear that he had mistaken her for someone else. As Lin Mingxi walked away from the uncomfortable encounter, her thoughts were filled with irritation. She couldn't believe anyone was still trying such outdated pickup lines in this day and age. In her mind, the man had to be completely brain-dead to think that kind of approach would work. Meanwhile, behind her, Liang Chao was watching her silhouette fade into the distance. He studied her cold demeanor and thought to himself how familiar this all felt. It was the same predictable trope, an aloof, untouchable goddess looking down on a supposedly ordinary male lead. But to him, it didn't matter. He was convinced that once the cliché hero saves the beauty moment played out, she'd inevitably fall into his arms like clockwork. At that exact moment, a man dressed in a crisp white suit was lurking behind a nearby door, observing the situation unfold. Liang Chao glanced over and gave the man a subtle signal. It was time for him to make his move. The white-suited man responded with a quick hand gesture, signaling his understanding before slipping away discreetly to reposition himself. Once the coast was clear, the man in the white suit casually approached Lin Mingxi from behind. Flashing a carefree grin and waving his hand, he called out to her in an overly familiar tone, attempting to strike up a conversation. His greeting was crude and forward, clearly designed to provoke a reaction. Lin Mingxi turned and shot him an annoyed glare. Her sharp tongue didn't hold back. She responded sarcastically, implying that if he wasn't alone, maybe he was walking around with his dog. She had no interest in entertaining his nonsense. But the man wasn't fazed. With an exaggerated wink, he tried again, this time suggesting they add each other on WeChat. That was the final straw. Her voice rose, firm and angry, as she told him to get lost. Still, the man persisted. He laughed it off, calling her spicy and comparing her to a little chili pepper, exactly the kind of girl he claimed to like. Lin Mingxi's patience wore even thinner. She warned him to watch his mouth and show some respect. But instead of backing off, the man suddenly grabbed her by the wrist. His expression turned cocky as he declared that any woman he set his sights on was as good as his. Lin Mingxi was shocked and demanded that he let her go immediately, raising her voice with urgency. The man only laughed again, ignoring her protests. He told her he had no intention of letting go and offered an invitation for the night, suggesting they go out together, promising her an amazing time in his luxury supercar waiting downstairs. His tone was sleazy, his intentions clear. But before he could continue his advances, Liang Chao appeared right between them. With dramatic precision, he shoved the man away and put on a show of righteous anger. In a voice filled with fury, he scolded the man for ignoring Lin Mingxi's protests, yelling that she had clearly said to let go and questioning whether the guy even understood human language. And with that, today's episode comes to a close. But the journey doesn't stop here. The next chapter is already up, and you can find the link waiting for you in the description below. A big heartfelt thank you goes out to the kind soul, those who sent us super thanks. Your support truly means the world. And to the newest member of our little family, welcome aboard. We're so glad to have you with us.